like in Iraq. That was already years after the initial invasion started in their protest. And
Wouldn't be the
I don't,
same.
at least not as far as I know, there weren't any additional protests about it.
No.
But I could be wrong about that.
Right. The thought experiment I'm trying to get you to engage with is, what about if Cheney and Bush had stood up saying, yep, they've got weapons of mass destruction, and then some whistleblower had released some incontrovertible evidence that they were not just mistaken, but bald-faced lying, right? Saying, I'm the CGI expert that came up with these warheads. The whole thing's a load of shit. And it was so strong that the
smaller scale.
Sure, but I'm just saying, let's run with this one for now. Let's say a few days after the invasion, Operation Desert Fox or whatever the hell they called it, some guy came out and said, I can't stay silent any longer. I'm probably going to get whacked for this, but the whole thing's bullshit. And let's say, for the purpose of this thought experiment, everybody just got on board. 95% of the population were like, oh my goodness, we've been lied to. What do you think would have happened? Would have continued to bomb the shit out of civilians in Iraq, do you reckon?
Yeah, easily. They would still continue to do it. They do not care. I mean, the American population does not care enough if it's an issue across the world, like in the Middle East.
So still getting young American good-looking kids sent home with blown-off limbs, all that would have continued.
It did continue, and even after we found out
it was
bullshit.
Right, but it did continue. But what it continued in was a situation where, A, we didn't know for years that they were mistaken about WMDs, and B, it's still not 100% clear, at least in the eyes of the general public, whether it was a lie or a mistake. I am saying, run the same thing again. Imagine what it would be like if they straight away knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was a lie, that everybody was lying. And you're saying, but they didn't, nothing changed. I'm like, I know, we're trying to entertain a counterfactual possibility. Do you think everything would have gone exactly the same if people had found out it was bullshit? They'd still send their sons off to die and lose limbs to landmines and...
I mean, shit, they were already there. I mean, the actual initial invasion only lasted it didn't last very long.
We were there for nigh on a decade. What are you talking about?
We were there,
You're saying until Bush stood on an aircraft carrier and declared mission accomplished?
I'm talking about the initial invasion in 2003, like to capture the country. The years we stayed afterwards was for peacekeeping and like insurgencies.
Okay. Demonstrate for me that you are engaging with this hypothetical.
Yes, it would have gone the exact same.
It would have gone exact same way.
Yes, they still would have occupied Iraq. They still would have overthrown Saddam. They still would have stayed in the country for peacekeeping.
So you were saying US civilians would have still happily sent their sons off to get their legs blown off and bomb civilians and children in another country for something they 100% knew to be a lie. That's your position.
I mean, shit, that it happened.
I'm not asking what is currently happening. Demonstrate that you can stick with me in this.
The thing you're saying, like the hypothetical, is basically exactly what happened.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's not exactly, but it's like
very different.
Pretty much the same thing that happened.
It's very different.
Not much different. The only difference is the time we found out about it.
This is probably why you've got your views so strongly, and that is you just like busted epistemology that can't weigh conceptual ideas. You cannot stick long enough with a concept to test it against reality. You just flit from one to the other without quite
I can think of hypotheticals, anywhere. But as long as they're
you can't really stick with them, though, can you?
Different from what actually happened, which nothing. Trust me, even if we
were
knew,
they exposed, were they exposed during the opening weeks of the operation? Were they exposed for being proven to be lies?
It was exposed. No, it was exposed. It was exposed after we fully occupied it and did checks.
Was it exposed as a lie, or was it exposed as something that could well have been a misunderstanding?
Well, it was presented by the government as like an intelligence failure, but then everyone knew it was kind of like people kind of implied or like kind of figured that it was just Bush making up bullshit lies.
Okay, and when did that happen?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up. It happened not too long after the fall of Baghdad.
So I think it was, well, what they'd done was the initial invasion. Then it took them a while to, secure the place. Then it took them some time to send in the UN weapons inspectors, right? I think it was
Okay.
about a year after.
Okay, yeah, it was on October 6, 2004, when
Okay.
when
And
they
we were in
announced
there
that they
from
have found no
2002?
evidence that Iraq under Saddam Hussein as
Okay. And when did the operation start? So October 6, 2004. How far before that was the operation started?
Iraqi March 20th, 2003.
Okay. So a year and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not quite the same, is it? Anyway, it seems that you're struggling with the hypothetical, so why don't we just go to the nuts and bolts factual? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is in fact a globe?
Other than the evidence that's already provided, I don't have my own evidence, no. I'm not like an astronaut or
Well,
anything like that.
I mean, if you feel there's evidence provided that you find compelling, you're welcome to talk about that. But sure, I mean,
No, I
if you've
don't.
done
I
your
don't.
own test, that'd be better.
I have no reason to doubt any of the evidence that's already been provided because it's done by professionals who
tell
know
me
what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay, so tell me what evidence you have looked at that did convince you.
I mean, just satellite imagery.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to deny that.
It's hard to deny satellite imagery.
Yeah.
How do you know satellites?
I mean, and there's also astronauts who've been up there, and I've actually seen a video of an astronaut literally like filming, like themselves on their phone. And the Earth was indeed not round or not flat. I mean,
right.
You're doing one of your drawing boards, eggshells?
No. It would be good though, particularly given some of this chap's responses. So the government you admitted earlier regularly lies that you don't trust.
No, I'd never said I didn't necessarily trust them, but I said they have lied.
They have lied. So somebody
but most of the time, the major lies have been about wars, like abroad.
How do you know once you've established somebody lies? Is it reasonable to presume that you know what they've lied about? Let's say you caught me lying in this conversation, caught me telling a bold-faced lie. Would you now be able to be confident about what I do and don't lie about?
I mean, if it's just in a conversation like this, no.
Right. You would just what would you do about any statement I made from then forward?
I would probably fact check it or something.
Right. So you would become doubtful of everything else I said.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be doubtful, but I would be skeptical.
Okay. So so if I demonstrated myself to have like lied in the past, you would be skeptical of everything I said in the future, and you are
not everything, but if you make like a claim that you would need to like fact check or you need evidence for, then I would be skeptical of it.
Okay. If I showed you a photo of me in space, you'd be skeptical of that, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I get where you're going here, but I mean the US military, like the government lying about the casualties in Vietnam or WMDs in Iraq, there's little to no relevance to what
There's little to no relevance? Why would you say that? How did you determine that there was no relevance?
It's completely different departments. I mean, for one, it's completely different departments. So I see no reason why there would be relevance connected to what happens in the military.
So just one department of the government lies. They didn't lie to the people of Flint about the quality of their water?
What?
They didn't lie to Flint about the quality of their water.
What do you mean?
Did the government lie about the quality of the water in Flint?
I don't know. What?
You were making it seem his point is you're making it seem that the lying is strictly limited to the military and foreign military intervention.
Yeah, it seems like you're your epistemology is, unless I already think they're a liar, I'm going to assume they're telling the truth, despite they belong to the same apparatus that I think regularly lie about things.
I would need a reason
Only-
to disbelieve it.
You would need a reason to disbelieve it, not
Yes,
a reason to
unless
believe it.
there's like evidence going against it, then I'm just like I have no
Sure.
reason to doubt it.
Okay, how about this? You said you admitted that like they lied about military, like related things, right?
Yes.
But the whole space race was a military related thing with Russia, and it's possible that
It was not
they just lied
military
about going
related.
to
No, it was.
It was military related?
What do you mean? It was the Cold War. It was military related war. They want to
The Cold
like,
War was
run up
not
Russia.
just military related. It was
not Russia, the USSR, but yeah.
It was economic. It was part military with proxy wars and the arms race, but the space race was a completely different part of the Cold War.
But
It
part
was
of
the Cold War was not just
nonetheless,
limited to the military aspects of it. There was a lot of it was mainly economic.
right? But is it possible that they would have lied about the space race just to beat out Russia in the Cold War?
Would they lie about economic things?
I mean, it's possible, but like we have actual satellite imagery of the Earth. I mean, not just from the U.S., from the whole fucking world. About
Okay,
this,
so is the U.S. government special in that they're the only ones that lie and the other governments are trustworthy?
but if the governments went along, like I don't understand how every single government would just blindly follow whatever the fuck the U.S. says, considering there's a lot of countries, like, for example, Russia, their main adversary in the space race or the Cold War. If the Soviets found out that the Earth was flat and America was saying the Earth is round, you don't think they would try to expose them for that?
Well, unless they were lying about being in conflict with one another, unless there is a bigger other lie at play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know all the like main players of World War I were like one another's cousins, right?
What do you mean?
So the Tsar of I'm going to get their names all wrong. It'll be so much better when I've got this memorized by their
It'll be
name.
Tsar Nicholas and
Tsar
King
Nicholas.
George.
Tsar Nicholas, King George, the German one, what's his name? Kaiser Wilhelm or something like that?
Kaiser Wilhelm
Yeah.
II.
All of them like grew up playing games together. They're all part of the same family.
What?
You don't think that after World War I they were like, there might be good reason to lie about our intent and what we're really getting up to here.
And the Cold War started because
People are
of
getting-
World War II, and then Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Hirohito, etc. They were not all the monarchies were ditched by then. Well,
Right.
at
not
least from
all
being
of
in
them.
power.
The
Not
crown
all
is
of them,
still
but
around.
not all of them. But I mean, like for example, in Germany, Russia, like the main ones involved, the monarchies were ditched. They were gone. They were not in power.
But could it be the case? I'm not saying it is the case, but could it be the case that after World War I, they were like, oh my goodness, our heads are going to end up on spikes?
And it wasn't just the one individual leader who's. It's not like
No.
they're behind everything.
Yeah, you
It's
can't
the whole
have one,
government.
you can't have one leader doing it. You need people in coalition. I agree.
Yeah.
But could these people who are, using the ordinary people like pawns, suddenly realize their heads are going to be on spikes and that they can still control things without needing to be the leader of a country if they're in control of their, let's say, banks? If they control the interest rates, if they control all of the money, then can't they still be basically in control without needing to put up with the peskiness of the proles knowing their names and voting for them and, popular revolutions and all of that stuff?
Amstel Rothschild's quote.
Right. Because in
I
any,
mean,
in any,
okay,
in
this
any
is like
conflict,
diving
it
into
ain't
like
good.
conspiracy shit. That like it's just a clusterfuck to even try to debate or anything.
Okay, let's move away
That's
from conspiracy.
possible.
Let's go to what we know. Okay.
Yeah.
In the height of the Cold War, when you think that America and the Soviet Union would be completely at odds, they both on the same day entered into the Antarctic Treaty. Why?
I'm sorry, what?
You know what the Antarctic Treaty is?
No, hold on.
Eggshells, I got a bit distracted. Did you and that guy
reach a consensus? Are you on the same page?
No, he just
We're
seems
talking about the
incredulous about
fucking
things,
the
but
Cold
doesn't
War
seem
and
to have a
space race.
discernible
It-
epistemology.
Why did you both talk? I specifically said eggshells. I couldn't even hear him because you had to talk over top.
I can't get my hooks into his epistemology. He seems to switch it from sentence to sentence in the hope that it will, I don't know, he's defending something beyond what he believes, seeing himself as coming.
That's
to
all I
a
wanted. I got
conclusion.
distracted, and I wanted to know whether you and he had like congealed. But
Wouldn't
No.
it be easier to
Leaders
tell
both
answer
do
is
and don't care whether the population's on their side.
Okay, well, what we were talking about initially about
Military, the government doesn't lie, but it does lie, but only the military. Why only the military? Why wouldn't like basically anybody with any motive, wouldn't they lie if they
I'm talking
could?
about major lies have been like some of the biggest lies that have been exposed from the government have been related to foreign conflicts.
Well, I mean, I think there's plenty of others, right?
Yeah,
Depending
there's
But
on
lying,
others,
lying,
but
lying is also not like a negative thing either. It's can also be a positive thing. If you release news about something that's relevant right now, most middle Joe person who's making ends meet is gonna fucking absolutely flip, and it will just cause widespread chaos. Whereas if you lie for a general amount of time and then the truth comes out later on, it's not as bad because there's not so
That's more
widespread
contextual.
chaos.
It's very like.
And if you're saying that's very
context-specific.
contextual, then that's exactly the same as speaking the truth. Because you were pointing at this guy, he was talking about the military, and then you were going off to another subject saying about how the government lies. Well, we know that the
Yeah,
government
because it
lies, and
doesn't-
we also know the government does tell the truth too. But you're just pinpointing. Lying is subjective to the topic you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's not the
Well,
point.
I
The
would
point
say
is, how
lying's-
can you
lying's
trust what they
constant.
say if they're lying
Yeah.
sometimes? How do you know? How can you discern truth from fiction?
How can
If-
how can
if
I
everything
personally
Is
discern?
that your alt?
It's like this. If your main reason for thinking that we live on a spinning, wobbling space ball is because I get photos from space and they are given to you by a source that, by your own admission, lies sometimes when it is of benefit to them, then what you are saying is, I believe they're not lying now. And the question is, why? Why do you now trust this person that you agree sometimes lies? Which is
With
fine. You
any-
might have a good
with
reason
any-
for it, but
any
you need
type
to
of sub-
present it.
With any type of subject, when you look into anything, everything is false until proven otherwise. But then that theory, because everything in life is a theory. Like you don't even know what you are. What even is a soul? You know, like all that shit.
Then
This
we're going to
like
get into hard
you
solipsism.
just get into a deep tunnel hole, and then you get into all these.
Until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
push back on that too.
Is that false until proven otherwise? Now we're in a loop.
Got him.
Well, then you look into negative feedback loops too. Yeah, there's a great theory there
You
too.
don't
right?
know nothing. You're just
That's not
saying
negative feedback
Polish
loop.
shit. To the
We
internet
are nothing. You come to this earth with nothing, and you leave with nothing. Or do we even leave? Or what are we? You know, like, bro.
Well, then go ahead and
All
leave.
over the place. If I said the sky is blue, if we were right there, where you're there, the sky is blue. You're gonna say that's
I can
false.
say what I would say is my perception of reality is yes, the sky is blue because what I see with my eyes, the sky is blue. Someone else who's colorblind might perceive it differently and say a different thing.
So that's why I said
That's-
we're going to end up in hard solipsism. We'll get nowhere that way.
Okay, but how do I prove that the sky is blue?
Define blue.
You can't.
Exactly. So it's not false until
Just
proven
like the
true.
flat and just like the globe.
Well, I can define blue. Actually, I can.
How?
Wavelengths.
No, not define. Prove. How can you prove it's blue?
I can't. I cannot define your experience of blue, but I can absolutely define blue.
Can you prove your experience of blue to me?
That was not the question. The question
No,
was
that was my
define
question to
blue.
him because he says everything
The
is false
question was
until
define
proven.
blue, and I can using wavelengths. I can't just define his experience of it, or yours, or mine. But I
I
can
think we
definitely
can.
say blue are these wavelengths.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what I was saying. I think first step is define it, and if you define it as set wavelengths, then unless you're saying like, how do I feel when I look at blue? You can look at
No,
the
no,
rods and
because
the
even if
cones.
you were
You
to
can look at
say
the
it
rods
in
and
terms
the-
of,
let
sorry,
me,
go
let
ahead.
me finish though. You look at the rods and the cones in the eyes, and you will go, these ones will receive this wavelength because of the physical size of that structure.
Okay, but
Right.
even if you were to define it by wavelengths, someone might say that this wavelength that you say is this shade of blue is actually it's a different shade of blue than for me. No, they won't. They don't agree on the wavelengths. You know. So how are you going to get people to even agree on the wavelengths unless it's already true to begin with, and that's why we all agree.
But that's what I'm
Wavelengths,
saying. I'm not saying
wavelengths
you've
can't
got an
be
objection.
measured with external things. They do not depend on your feelings.
That's
Yeah,
not what I'm saying. I'm
depending
saying
on
a
Eggshell's
wavelength
feelings.
is connected. It's like each wavelength represents a color, right?
No,
Kind of, yeah.
I never said any such thing.
I'm not saying you said that, but that's the truth of it.
Well, I didn't say that was the truth of it. I don't agree with your assertion that that's the
So
truth.
you're
of
saying that the same colors have different wavelengths, or the same wavelength has different colors?
I think you are trying to muddy the waters between what is experienced and what is measurable.
I don't think so at all, man.
Mm.
Wavelength is like necessarily attached to color.
Wavelength is
They go hand in
very
hand.
much correlated to color, but color is very much experiential, and this is how you are trying to muddy the waters.
No, you're saying you can prove that you're seeing a blue sky because what you'll do is you'll define it by wavelength. And I'm saying
I
that
never
wavelength
said
is-
anything. Listen to you. Listen to what you're saying. I didn't say any of that.
Okay, how are you gonna define blue then?
Well, we could define blue as a band of wavelengths.
There you go.
It's a possibility.
And I'm saying that what you consider blue with those wavelengths, another person will consider them a different range, or maybe the starting wavelength would be a different number, or what
Do you
have you.
have evidence of another person defining blue be a different band? Do you have
That's-
evidence of that? Or are you
Okay,
just
you're not understanding the
spiraling?
argument, brother.
Are you just
You're not
spiraling?
understanding.
I think you guys are slightly talking past one another. I think that what Boulder's saying is once we've agreed upon that definition of these band of wavelengths, then we can move forward.
I know, and I'm saying the only reason we agree in the first place is because it's already a truth, right? There aren't people that are seeing blues for the same wavelength as different colors. Like it's not such a thing where we're disagreeing on what blue is. It's already a truth, and that's why it's not false until it's proven true, like Zachariah said.
Yeah, that was a interesting suggestion.
And that being said, because we agree on it, because
I think
axiomatic.
you did a very good job of paraphrasing me. The only qualm I have is that I would like an actual, real anecdote of a person that said blue was this other band.
Well, there's one I can give you that is interesting that I've only read of in like an article, which is they call it blue-green ambiguity or something. What they were saying is in some cultures, blue and green are the same word, and for those people, even when you describe for them and you go, look at these two, aren't they different? We've got a different name for this one. Let's call it green now. They still struggle to discern the difference between them, which isn't quite what you're saying, but I just thought I'd mention.
There's also the other thing that happened like a few years ago. There's like some picture of a dress on like Facebook,
Eggshells.
and they were
Did those
arguing whether the
people-
dress.
did those
Yo, I was
people-
talking, Roland. Please don't drop me.
Eggshells
I'll
actually
take-
talking to me, not you.
Doesn't
Eggshells,
matter.
did those
I
people-
came in,
those
and you
people-
can respond after, bro. Come on, man.
Did those people actually
Yo,
say the
Roland,
wavelengths
you're-
of the colors?
You gotta chill, bro. Okay. Now to add on to what Eggshell was
I
saying,
don't
you
have
could
to
respond
chill.
right
I
after.
don't have to chill just because you want me to chill.
No, you gotta chill because you're interrupting. That's why you gotta chill.
I don't
Okay.
have to chill because you want me to chill.
You're interrupting, bro. So to add on
I
to
am
what Eggshell was
interrupting.
saying, there was like that really like a popular thing where it's like, is this dress blue or gold or
Blue
whatever
and
it was?
gold
I don't
or
remember.
brown and something, yeah.
Yeah, so people were seeing the same picture and viewing that wavelength as a different color. But it's not an issue because we've already agreed on what the wavelengths are. Regardless of whether you view them as blue or not, because of your genetics or whatever it is, we axiomatically we came to an agreement what blue is considered in terms of the band of wavelengths, and that's why you can't prove it to someone else. It's just axiomatic.
But we are not saying that the Earth is like flat or round.
Wait,
based on
hold on,
Go
eggshells.
for it,
Now eggshells and percent both have to answer me.
Go for it.
Eggshells, people that you referenced, did they cite the wavelengths that corresponded to the colors?
Not sure. Let me dig it up. But no, I don't think I'm
And
talking about weight,
and
so-
percent. The whole dress argument, which I think is incredibly dishonest. But let's just give you the benefit of the doubt. Percent. Did those people cite wavelengths, frequencies, anything, or is it just like a I feel? Are you exploiting an I felt blue? Therefore,
Or are they lying?
No, they just
well, no.
see a picture.
I want percent to say that the people he is citing measured wavelengths and made a
No, I
very
never claimed that, and I never said that,
consistent
and I don't know why
argument.
you said that the whole thing is dishonest.
You
How
need
is
to
me
shut the
bringing
fuck
it
up
dishonest?
because we're talking about wavelengths, percent. So stand down.
We were talking about color too.
Shut up.
Wow,
You're
just calm
talking
down,
about
bro.
your feelings. We are talking about things that can be measured. You're talking about feelings. We'll get to your feelings eventually.
Who said anything about feelings, bro? You seem like you're in your feelings.
You said something about feelings. That was
I did not.
you.
I literally never said the word feeling.
It didn't matter whether you said the word feeling. I asked you what were the wavelengths, and you said, I don't know.
No, I said they did. I didn't say anything about wavelengths. They didn't measure wavelengths. They saw a picture, and they decided, like they considered whether it was blue or not,
And how, pray tell?
because
How
they
did
have
they
an
decide?
idea of blue in their minds.
Oh, sorry. I said feelings. I meant idea in your mind.
Bro,
Fair
I'm gonna
enough.
disengage. You're like,
Yeah, you need to go
You're
away
being weird.
because you're dishonest fucktard.
all right.
So now we've proven that the Earth's flat.
That was a fair call, Rowan.
Does anybody have evidence that the North is the center?
You, Renee. I'm gonna mute now because
Anyways, what'd you say, eggshells?
I said, now we've established that the Earth's flat. Do we have any evidence that the North is the center?
Hey, how'd you establish the Earth was flat?
Well, by failing to find curvature. We've looked and we've never been able to successfully detect it. So the obvious conclusion is it's not there.
What's flat then?
Exactly. So then the other question is, why do they keep putting the North as the center? Is that more part of this, Illuminati? Is that
What do you mean,
perhaps the real
North?
dial?
What do you mean,
North,
North?
no.
The North Pole?
Well, yeah, they put the North.
I'll tell you why,
North
eggshells.
point as the center.
The north has to be the center, or rather,
Why?
the south has to be the outside,
Mm.
because Antarctica, has the highest average landmass elevation, so it is what's keeping the water in.
It has the
And the
highest
north couldn't
landmass
be out on
elevation.
the
Where did
outside
you get-
because hold up, the north
where
couldn't
did
be
you
on the
cut-
outside because the north there. First off, the north, where the north is, North Pole, it's in water to begin with. So how is that keeping the water in?
Well, the obvious question is, how did you discern that Antarctica has higher elevations? Did you measure it?
I didn't measure it, but I trust
what,
that they're not lying about that.
You trust
based
who's
off
not
of-
lying about that? The same people who tell you the Earth's a globe. That doesn't
Not
make
just
any
them, but like you have like weather balloons. You don't have to be in space to gauge this sort of thing. Plus,
sense. But, how did you gauge it though? Like, which weather balloons did you access?
I didn't have access to any myself.
So
But you also have to consider it like this: if it didn't have a high elevation, and then the water would be constantly going like, it'll be going on parts of Antarctica and stuff like that, and like kind of like the Bering Strait, where it would sometimes be
reason is-
submerged and sometimes wouldn't be, and yada yada.
The reasoning that it would require a high lip, I'm not against at the moment. All I'm trying to establish is how did you determine that Antarctica? Because one or the other, they've got to be lying to us about, right? They've either got to be lying to us about the nature of Antarctica or the North Pole. So we're listening to people who are definitely lying about the nature of one of the two possible candidates. Probably lying about both, if it is a more safe conclusion. Why did you decide that they are telling the truth about the elevation?
It doesn't matter if they are or not. The point is, it's above water.
How did you decide that it's above water?
People go to it.
People go to it. People go to Antarctica, and that's how you've decided that.
Yeah, they're not diving to Antarctica. They're on land.
Right,
and
but
they're going
both are
from
above-
New Zealand comment very regularly.
Sure, but they're not bringing altimeters, are they? They're not.
No, okay, and it doesn't need to be the highest average landmass. The point is, it's high enough that the water stays in.
High enough that the water stays in.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just sounds like you're going, oh, these people who I'm sure are lying to me, I'm trusting them on this one, bro.
No, not at all. Again, like I don't care if
It
it's
sounds-
the highest landmass or not. They could be completely lying about that. I haven't verified it myself. I don't know why they would be lying about that, but in any case, the fact is
to hide what the
it's-
center is,
it's-
obviously.
It's above.
To hide the true nature of the Earth. Same reason they're lying about the shape of it.
No, sure, but the point is, it's above sea level, right? And
But
so
no,
water
you're
staying in
taking
there.
that as true. You need to give your epistemology for why that's true.
Because if it wasn't above sea level, then it would be submerged.
But
And we know
that's
it's not
circular.
submerged.
You're saying that's completely circular. You're going, well, it's definitely the center, so it must be higher.
What?
So definitely the edge, therefore it must be higher. Like that's as
No, I didn't say
viciously
anything about the
circular
edge.
as an argument could possibly get.
I didn't say anything about the edge. I said it's definitely above land because otherwise it'd be submerged. People are going there, so it's not submerged. People are going there like
Oh, right. I
physically.
see. Sorry, I had misunderstood the argument. So do people still go to the north?
I said above land. I meant above
Then
water.
above water level. Yeah, that's fine. Do people go to the north?
The North Pole, probably on boat because as far as I know, it's in the water.
Nope. You can't go there on a boat.
Okay, so they don't go.
No, it's frozen.
I don't think so.
What are you on about?
There's a passage that sometimes opens up, but the pole itself is always frozen over.
We're in the Arctic.
Well, at least
in the
I'm
Arctic. Are you talking about the Arctic Ocean?
Yeah, they're like
Yeah,
the North
yeah.
Pole. What the globalists tell us the North Pole is about.
There's no ice there.
There's no ice there. Who's saying that? Wow, that's a claim. Let's test that one.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's always frozen eggshells.
Okay. Show me your evidence that it's sometimes unfrozen.
I don't know. Just go on Google Earth and have a look.
Okay.
Go on Google Earth. Tell me how much snow there is there.
Technically, it'd be.
You'd be shocked. I realized that the other day when I had a look. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I saw a video
Yeah.
of like
Santa
people,
doesn't
So
go.
There's the reason why people's minds are the way they are, eggshells. I mean, you're hearing it live, so.
I remember seeing a
It
video
is
of
what it
people
is.
like swimming in the water. But I
Oh,
don't know if
that's
it was
not
at the
official.
North Pole or not.
Really?
Fuck's sake, Alpha, welcome back.
Officially, I think in the summer
I-
months, it,
I can't stay for
It's
long. I just
water.
came to get a drink of water in my break room, so. While I'm doing that, I'm just chiming in.
Yeah,
I don't
there,
care, you
there
guys
are
can-
no
Yeah, but-
flat Earth mods here. It's a globe show.
Yeah, I know. But it is what it is. I mean, you have to accept the good with the bad, I guess. I don't know. But at the same time, you don't have to agree with everything. You can just be like, hey, I think that the Earth is a globe. I disagree with this guy who thinks that Earth's a globe because of the way his arguments are. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I don't accept everybody that says that the Earth is flat and then the way they argue. Like just the other day, I think DMOC was in here saying the stars are flat and all kinds of other shit. The sky's flat. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. People get off on this crazy notions that you can say whatever you want just because somebody can agree with you, and I don't think that's the way it should be. I think everybody should be held to their own, merits of their argument. So,
100%.
but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I just YouTubed swimming in the North Pole, and there's a bunch of videos. Some TED talk about some guy that done it. Another one, first swim across the North Pole, UN environment. But there's a bunch of different things.
Nah, bro, they're lying.
You gonna go swimming in Antarctica? Percentage?
No, Antarctica is in the is land. North Pole is in the water. Unless you meant off the coast of Antarctica.
Wait, Egg, did you ever look at the Google Earth thing?
Can't talk now. Back in a bit.
Busy. I gotta get going. I'll be back later. I'll be listening though.
Peace. A human polar bear.
Eggs. You sorted it? One. What was the... How did that all shake out?
You don't have a photo of the flat Earth? You can put in the chat.
Yeah, just take a picture of the world, bro.
No, anyone got a photo of the flat Earth?
Like in totality?
Yeah.
No. Do you have the actual photo of the Earth, the globe Earth in totality?
I have a side of New Zealand with a satellite shot from Elon Musk's satellite. It looks pretty sexy with the Southern Alps of the south of New Zealand. Because it goes right over the fault line in New Zealand. So, down half the country in the South Island, there's massive mountains. It's real good for skiing and shit. So they have heaps of tourists and shit come over winter time, which is soon, and they well, it's actually winter now, but yeah, they come down and go skiing down here.
Hey, do the Kiwis freeze in the winter?
Fucking freezing my balls right now, bro. Not freeze, but it's medium, Down south, it's pretty bad. Down the other island, it's pretty cold because it's closer to Antarctica, South Pole. I mean.
Or South Ring.
What's that?
Said or South Ring.
Was it South Ring? I don't know.
South Ring, not South Pole, because if it's a flat Earth, then it's a ring around, north of the world.
Oh, it's just like an island.
No, it's an island for the globe.
Or if the North's the center.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Lay it out on a map. Put the north in the center. Would
Yeah.
the South Pole then in theory be on the far right or on the far left?
There is no South Pole. It would just be a South Ring. It'd be like
Oh
you know,
yeah.
the rim of the cup that keeps the water in.
Where would the South Ring be? Would it be on the left side or the right side?
All the way around, bro.
Are you saying like a big circle?
Yeah. How do you think the water stays in?
Oh, is that what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
That is a great thing, eh? There's some shit about like was it some like Vikings or something talk about that? And the bloody Van Haller and shit or whatever on a map. I don't know.
Yo, Eggshells, you're pretty good at this game, man. Yo, is this guy playing against bots or what? What's going on here?
Welcome back. Oh, where did percentage go? I wanted to hear this reason for picking the North as the centre. Hiding behind walls and facts. That's not bad. I like that. Ah!
All right, I'm back. Off a break. On break.
So what did you think of percentages reasons for the North being the centre? That the elevation profile that's told to us by people is...
Well, his answer was just cause, man. It boiled down to just cause. Well, you actually got him to think about the question anyway. I was hearing him. He couldn't justify it actually. Though the reasoning
Right.
behind it anyway.
Yeah.
You so when you became a professional actor, did you have to take classes in learning how to like get into character? Like when you step into the mindset of just like becoming somebody?
Yeah, we
Or did
covered...
it?
What you're talking about is like method acting, and we covered that a tiny bit in my course. But it was much more... That's only like one of the styles. It's just the one that all the Hollywood goes nuts about because it's sort of about super realism. But the course I did was actually circus based, so it wasn't so much acting as much as it was performance. So like I actually learned how to juggle and unicycle and do like aerial tricks and stuff in my course. Very little of it was based on acting.
Just strictly performing? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like circus skills. So it was much more like physical theatre. It's just that when I was a professional actor, I was in Bollywood, so nobody gives a shit about your acting ability.
They're just like, yeah, just read these lines.
Yeah, they're just like
We'll fill in
easy white.
we'll
Like
fill
they
in the
didn't.
rest with CGI.
If I got up one of my films, like every time I say this to people, they think I'm being like humble or something. I don't have a problem with humility. I was just a bad actor. I was just not very convincing in my roles. I could be funny. I could be a good performer. I can speak well. Like I know what I'm good at, and pretending to be somebody is not one of them.
Well, you are your own worst critic. That's what they say.
Like my dad says the same thing about it. If I put my partner on Discord right now, she would say, no, he was shit. Like I can give you a link to a video and you can look at it yourself. I was objectively bad.
Wow, she's a realist, and she actually tells you like it is. It's hard to come by.
Yeah, I mean, she probably. I'm not sure if she would give the same answer if I was still an actor. Like she met me after I'd been a trainer for like quite a few years, and I was, quite comfortable doing that. So I think she was also pretty well aware that it wouldn't super bother me. But no, she's pretty direct and honest. That's one of the things I like about her. Yeah, she's not going to say she thinks I'm good at something if she thinks I'm shit.
Well, obviously, because there's.
Hang on, I'm being asked now. She's in the room. How would you describe my acting ability? She said, she paused for a very long time. Then she said, I think you're pretty good, but over-actor, were her words.
Jeez. You should have told her the easy way. Just scale from 1 to 10.
Scale of 1 to 10.
10 being
10 being the best actor you've ever seen, like Brad Pitt level.
Oh shit! Man,
you're not putting me to 7 or an 8. Compared to like the very worst actor you've ever seen, like an autistic toddler versus Brad Pitt. I'm a 7 or an 8. Okay, no, sorry. Okay, that's worth a very worst actor. Of the people you've seen on the big screen in a lead role, where do I rate? If the very worst one you've seen on the big screen in a lead role versus the very best of various, only who make it into that category. Not counting Tommy Wiseau or people who are like memishly bad. 5. She's giving me a 5.
fair. That's fair. Take that, man. I would take it. You're not disappointed in that, are you?
No. I was like, it was an important thing to realize, like, I think an important thing about finding your calling or what you need to do in life is being able to accept that you're shit at stuff. You got to free yourself up to the stuff you're good at.
Yeah. For sure. What else we got in here? Chubbs? What's up, Chubbs? Salvatore still in here? What's up, Salvatore?
Hey, Alpha. How are you, man?
Not much, bro. We're just kind of hanging out right now. I don't want to stir the pot right now because I only got like 15-minute break, so I'll leave Dogs alone because right now if I engage with him, it's gonna last a bit long. Right, Dogs?
Oh, it's cool, man. If you want to be chill, we can be chill. We don't have to have a chat about anything major.
I want to be like your mechanic right now. Just play some cards or something.
Well, I got to go see him this week, so I'll see gone further down the flat Earth hole.
Really?
Yeah, I got a bull bar, but I don't have mounts for it, so I want to see if you can scrounge up some mounts somewhere or fathom. So I'm gonna go talk to him this week, and we'll see if he's fallen further into flat Earth or not. Should be a nice combo.
But hang on, I thought you employed him. Is it just like your mechanic, the guy that you go to see for your mechanic-y stuff?
Yeah, he's just a mate of mine. Yeah, who I go for all my mechanic stuff.
Right. I was thinking that'd be interesting. When you first said it, I was like, wow, imagine that. Like,
No,
But you've got
I've employed a few few stoners and a few like conspiracy-minded people, but none of them have been so far down the rabbit hole to get to flat Earth yet.
you'll be blessed one of these days. You'll run into an Aussie that's just like, yeah, mate, Earth's flat. Then you lose your shit. What? Oh, hell no.
Nah, they've got to be friends for me to lose my shit. I'm like well known in my friendship group for them.
There you
They'll
go.
try to start an argument with me just so they can see me, rant for 5 minutes. They fucking love it.
Yeah, but they can't ban you in real life, dude. They have to tolerate you.
No, they do it on purpose. So I'll just be like having a casual conversation, and then one of them will come into the conversation and say something to antagonize me, and you can see a little smile on their face while they're doing it, and then I'll just go on like a 30-second to minute rant about whatever it is, and then they'll have a laugh, and off we go again to the conversation.
What about you,
My
Seth?
attitude isn't compulsive, so I can like turn it off when I have to.
Cool. Are you there, Scott?
Washing dishes again.
Oh, after dinner. You eat
Well,
late, dude. What time do you?
no, I don't. It's
It must
long
be
after
like 1
dinner.
o'clock over there.
Long after dinner.
Oh.
I just put it off just before I go to bed.
I do them in the morning.
I do them once a week.
Fuck, dude. I think that you would have somebody to do your dishes. Fucking
Me?
yeah, the cleaning lady, or whatever company.
Why
Where
is
do
that?
you-
You think I'm minted or something?
Where you at?
Sydney.
You're in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, when I lived in India, yeah, I had like a maid. I don't live in
Yeah.
India anymore. Haven't lived there since 2010.
We got Caesar in the chat. What's up, Caesar?
Hello, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
I'm just chilling. I'm
I
playing.
thought people just had kids so they could do dishes. Isn't that why you have kids?
Well, I mean, I don't think Eggshell's kids are old enough yet.
I got none.
Oh, you don't have any? Never mind.
Do you want a couple?
No, thank you. They do not seem like much fun.
Oh. You're supposed to have like 8 of them and then train them how to have responsibility and then just, sit back and relax. Eat a chicken drummy while everybody's doing work.
I brought mine to work with me yesterday. I got a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. I got them to, do some basic little things while I did some, more difficult stuff at a job, and they loved it. They made like $10 each, and they were there for about an hour and a half, and they just fought each other the whole time and shouted and did a little bit of work. It was good.
You know what I don't know if the Australian dollar is about the US dollar, American, but I'm thinking at some point you guys are in other countries are gonna overtake the US dollar from what I'm hearing. It's declining like really badly. So Saudi Arabia is like I don't know if this is hype or not, but it sounded like they're not gonna renew their agreement with the US. So about using the currency over there. It's probably some kind of Twitter or X.
No, it's been
You
a
know.
discussion with lots of countries for a while
Yeah.
about not using the US dollar anymore.
But you don't like us anymore, bro? What's up?
I think
it's a
Saudi
few
Arabia
reasons.
You
wants
don't
to do
like
it
our
so they
money or
can.
what?
Well, one is just means you're politically tied to that country. Like you could never make you would have to go, well, any step I make that could reduce, my standing in the world is bad. But now I also need to be concerned about any step that could reduce America's standing in the world. And I think that's always going to be a tough sell for any country, but like mostly Wahhabi Muslim country being like, oh yeah, we're cucks to the country that enjoys blowing up our people.
Fuck, it's 15 minutes already. Son of a bitch.
Break
All
over.
right. Fuck yeah.
Well, we'll end up with a flat earther who comes in who's got a good defense of the North Center.
Yeah. Well, you can LARP for a little bit, but like fucking if you get one of the bigger guys coming in, or put your GE hat on.
No, I'm going flat. I'm decided I'll go flat for another couple of months. Good fun going flat.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
And Ray, I don't know if you're about Ray Nimrod, but you were going to explain the importance of stuff being the definition of natural to observe a phenomena in the natural world. That one's never been clear to me. Question I was asking yesterday, Alpha was saying, was it natural? Because if it's not observed in the natural world, then you're not doing science. And I was saying, if for instance, I'm like working on my car and I notice two bits of metal sticking to one another. I go, I can observe that, but it's in I don't know if you call it synthetic or not natural state. Can I do tests on that? Could I discern something about reality from that? Could I still do all the rest of the scientific method? Your independent variables and all of that stuff. But would it still be science? It sounded like the answer was no. You could do it, but it wouldn't be science. It's got to, for some reason, be natural, and I don't understand why. There's a new flat earther. Somebody's just gone flat as of yesterday. Just need to understand so I can get on the same, sing from the same hymn sheet, We're trying to decide if Roland, are you? Oh, he's not even in here anymore.
Want to hear my new theory about everything, Eggshells?
Say again?
Do you want to hear my new theory about everything?
Tell me about it.
So, I'm of the opinion now that the entire universe is being remade every 5 to 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah?
But the smaller the thing is that's being looked at or visualized, the less amount of change there is. and it's only that compounded change over a very, very massive amount of area that it actually presents a change. And that's why we're always confused about flat Earth and globe Earth, because when it's really, really big, it's just stuff changing. Well, then it can actually change the shape of the Earth every 5 to 10 seconds. But the really, really small stuff that we all agree exists doesn't change.
Hang on, I haven't understood it. So the planets and everything in your globe,
Yep.
NASA cucked worldview are changing all the time. Is that right?
Yeah. They go from flat to spherical to completely different dimensions all the time.
So we need to test this by checking which day on which people did their flat Earth and globe tests.
Yeah, 100%. That's why flat earthers get the results they get, and globers get the results they get.
That would be interesting. But that'd be saying it's sometimes flat, sometimes globe, and having just gone flat, that would be really inconvenient. So I need to find a test that detects if that was true, and if I fail to detect that that's true, therefore it's false.
That's a good point. I think it's down to the ether. The ether does it. We've just got to find what the ether is and test it. And I think that's what does it.
Find what the ether is, or define what the ether is?
Define what it is.
That's a lot to ask.
I mean, you went flat. You've got to do the work.
Well, I think you'll find it's the opposite.
Don't try to shift the burden on the mirror. I don't need it.
No, if you're going to try and show me that the Earth is sometimes globular, it's burdens on you to prove that.
Right.
I don't have no burdens no more. I've got the default position that the Earth stays the same and is always and has always been flat.
I'll have to come up with some tests for it then. I think something to do with electrostatic energy radiating from the ether is causing it. So I'll have to figure out if electrostatic energy can change the position of particles. I'll come up with that test.
It can definitely change the position of things because Witset's got his Van de Graaff generator, which shows that gravity is in fact electrostatics because both can make things go up or down. And that's therefore proof that gravity is electrostatics.
And electrostatics can fluctuate, right? It comes as waves.
Yes, I think it is. It has a frequency or something like that.
So if it's in waves, it can alternate consistently, and it can change the way where particles are. They can interact with particles. So if you interact with them as a wave, then it would make sense that there'd be a constant change to the shape of all things due to electrostatics back and forth from two positions. I think I've just validated my theory.
It would, yeah. It would. There would be a resonance. There would be a kind of frequency fluctuation. That's just obvious. You don't even need to test that. That's just axiomatic. I think it could be. So you're like part flat earther now. You're like a part-time flat earther.
Yeah, I guess so.
And
now that I've validated this theory.
Does these two forms, do they have a preferred style? Like, is there sort of one true shape and the other is a transitory shape, like on its way to being globe, which it is for most of the time, it goes through a state of being flat, or vice versa? Or is it
I think flat would actually be the default because it would have to fluctuate the peak of concavity to the trough of convexity, and the average
So
would
it'd spend
be
most of its time flat.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Look, I can't disprove it. Can't disprove it. But yeah, I guess the burden's going to be on... Oh, hello. Jesus, where did you sneak up on me from? So I guess it could be true. So you're saying like Eratosthenes goes out, he gets... That would also actually make the rectilineator experiment valid as well.
What's the rectilineator experiment?
So a guy in the like early 20th century, whatever, 1900s, wanted to do an experiment to test his theory about concave Earth. Excuse me. And it's like the only physical experiment to date about the Earth's shape, where he made a bunch of H-beams that are like perfectly square. And I think he made like 6 of them, and then would line them all up so they're perfectly square. Or I ate a RPG to the chest. It's okay, I'm fine. And he would sort of get all 6 of them square with one another from one end to the other, and then would leapfrog them. So take the last one and swap it for the first, and da 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 da. And he proved his theory was right, which is that the Earth is in fact concave.
Well, there you go. There's more validation for the hypothesis, because you can't have like 3 competing shapes for the Earth if the Earth is only one shape. So it must fluctuate all the time.
Come on, poke your head up. This could be the unifying theory we need. Well, I can only presume from the lack of outcry from these globers that they are on board with it, that they've accepted your sometimes flat, sometimes concave, sometimes sphere. Because, usually these Globers, they go a bit wild. Oh, you can't think something different to me.
Yeah, if they can't come up with a good defeater for it, then it's like it's got to be true at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. Because it is a more reasonable default position. I'm not sure I'm on board. I'm still only, I only went flat yesterday, so I might stay flat for a bit. But I'll be curious to hear how your progress goes. It's a very inclusive theory too, which we're all about here. We're
I think it
inclusive of
comes from
all
my
worldviews that are not
progressive.
globe.
I
Say again?
think it comes from my progressive political agenda. Like, I'm a very progressive person. I like to break those barriers. Intersectionality, that sort of thing.
Oh, somebody's been messaging me in the chat. Roland. I think that's endgame. I think I've conquered all of Washington, D.C. in my game. Oh, also, here's another proof of the stationary flat Earth. I went and did archery today. How is that possible if the Earth is turning? Look at that grouping. Every arrow there is 10 points. How's that possible if the Earth's turning? The fuck? Why did this put me in a bunker? I was just having a party with a bunch of people on the White House lawn, and it's like, oh, next you wake up in a bunker. Sounds like some pretty big nights I've had, though. It is Tom Clancy's The Division 2. Just wanted a PvE game. I kept playing PvP and it stresses me out sometimes. It's a dog. It's a robo dog. Oh my god, I got killed by a robot dog.
I think I might change my Discord username to NPC Too Far.
NPC Too Far?
Yep, NPC Too Far. Then I can just do flat Earth proofs with my new theory.
I like it. Just keep going until somebody calls you out as a faker. Uh-oh, District Union area has been taken over by Red. No way that's you. Why is it not me? I'm not even playing very well. It's not a, maybe this is going to help. It's not a multiplayer game. I'm playing against NPCs who have been constructed for so that I can boost my ego by murdering them. It's something I said once that it'd be I was like, it'd be very funny to join the Flat Earth and then like introduce some new, things that people start saying,
Yeah, it'd be fun to see what sticks and what sort of fades away.
because it's pretty epic that Walter Bislin's dome model is now, I don't know if you've seen this, but Shane's put it on his website calling it the Shane St. Pierre dome model. Just shows the
azimuthal grid of vision.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that just shows that we're all flat earthers, really.
Exactly.
Flat Earth group. Haven't talked to Shane in a while. He runs from me every time he jumps in a room with me.
Oh.
Last time we spoke, he tried to talk about history. He has almost no knowledge of history outside of fun little talking points, so he got...
Well, the question is, do any of us know much about history? We could be lied to about everything, including this.
It's true. Well, I'm a pretty victorious person, so if Victor's right about the history, I must know about the history, right?
I only recently got interested in history. But but the main one that blew my mind was going to Israel and hearing that the consensus is no longer that Jews came from Egypt.
It's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I've got like big 40-year-old, no, we'll say 50-year-old dad energy, where I'm like, I'm out there mowing the lawns in white New Balance and like a bluey, and I'm on the weekend washing down the driveway, just shit like that. So the last couple of years, I've gotten more and more sucked into World War II history, and I don't want to be that guy that talks about like individual battles of World War II, but it's happening just more and more.
It is such a boomer male thing to do.
Oh fuck! Like, I find myself wanting to do woodworking in my spare time and learn about, the Japanese invasion of Manchuria. Goddamn pathetic.
Oh, that is one I'm interested about. Yeah, the battles I'm kind of interested in. I think I don't have that 50-year-old energy yet, but that is some of the ones that I think is interesting because that explains bits about the world as we see it today. Like it explains a bit about why when white people are like, "Hey, are you Japanese?" and Chinese or Korean people get really offended. It explains why. It's like, oh, it's not just it's a because they did some. All I know is they did some really messed up stuff. I don't even know what that was. Comfort women, I know, is some of it. But just generally, the Japanese don't cover themselves in glory when they take prisoners and that kind of stuff. They are pretty notorious for being pretty fucked up.
Yeah. If you're just interested in the political side of it, there's a really good interview with a historian. I can't remember her name, Sabine something or other, and I'll send you a link for it. She goes into history of the creation of a national identity because of war, the way that Japan, through its invasion of China, managed to actually set up Chinese infrastructure while they were there, and then the rebound of World War II, and it goes into the causes for Japan wanting to even invade other nations at such a small nation, how the US may have impacted that through their implementation of trade tariffs. And yeah, it's really, really interesting, and it's probably one of the most fleshed out interviews I've ever seen with a historian on this type of subject. Go find it for you now.
I do like it in talk format. I prefer it that way. Where when I've got to read it, I'm just like, I can't concentrate for that long. Are any Globers here want to give us proof for this spinning, wobbling space ball that we've never been able to detect? Or even an explanation as to why we can't detect it, you know? Physical proof of drop over distance. I need you to prove to me in a way that I will accept that the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, it's flat. I think we can all agree with that logic. Unless logic isn't your thing, I guess. Some people don't like logic. They prefer rhetoric. I'm ready to shoot down globe arguments like I'm shooting down these NPCs. Look at that, 400,000 of damage, bang. Look at that, wrecked. Globe argument, wrecked. Globe argument destroyed. Hey, the tidy hostage worth rescuing. Damn. I see Jordan B. Peterson in here lots. Reactionary gamer, man, shitposter, Sigma investor, Christian, partnership pings, socialist Christian, socialist Catholic Christian. They seem interesting. Trinity is another south, person from the south of the equator. They should be on board with this idea that the south is the centre. They see what I see. Here we go. Now we've got ourselves a Glober who's willing to defend the spinning, wobbling space ball. Look at all these globe arguments I'm wrecking. G'day, Big Rubes. What are you playing?
Destiny 2.
Ah, right. It's another game that propagates this globe delusion that we live under. Right?
True
It's all
that,
about space travel and stuff.
Yeah, planets and shit.
That's right. Oh, you're a Kiwi as well.
You fella.
You got to be on board with this, right? Do you reckon the southern point, is the centre?
What, South Island?
No, like the south,
Wait.
the southern. What they call what the controllers would like us to call the South Pole. Got to be the centre,
Yeah.
right?
To be honest, I have no idea, right?
South Island can't be the centre.
No.
Be an interesting.
I thought you meant centre in Z zone.
South Island's a little one, isn't it?
Nah, South Island's the bigger one.
Oh my god, I got to pull up a map of
Hey,
it.
land-wise is bigger. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the big one. I had it upside down in my head. I still had the tail on the top one, but a big chody bottom one.
Fucking schlong.
That's right.
Yours.
Yeah.
Oh, not bad. Fuck,
Nice
many
enough.
people talking to this.
No. Usually, we just try to figure out why people think they live on a globe, and try and just encourage them to think a bit more deeply, question their convictions.
Alrighty, Well, you've been in this chair a couple of times before.
Yeah.
I'm just like listening,
And have you ever questioned it? Which side do you sit on?
I think personally maybe the Earth is a globe, but I'm just pretty happy just to chill on. It doesn't matter to me, to be honest.
Fair enough.
It's nice to listen to other people what they have to say, but
And what's the best argument you've heard on either side?
I don't know. I think my IQ is a little bit too low because I keep talking all these technical terms and stuff like electric magnetic stuff, fields and whatnot. So I'm just like, okay. But testing out orbit, like pretty much for a flat Earth is like, so how can you see an orbit like in person and stuff, but you can't? Or this other riffraff.
Yeah, it
But
gets
but when they say,
people get a bit
because in New
high-
Zealand,
high
down in the
written.
South Island, you can see the satellites going over ahead. So I'm just thinking, those satellites were to go in a straight line across my sky.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do they end up? If they're just going straight, there's got
Yeah.
to fucking like where are they gonna go? Because if Earth's flat and it keeps going straight, I don't see how it's gonna arc around.
Right.
Because in a couple of days or whatever, however many cycles until we get the same night sky. Same satellite pattern and everything.
Yeah.
So,
And do you track them that well? Like, would you be able to know which satellite's which?
pretty much, my old mate's got a bloody telescope and stuff, and he's a real whiz at it. And he just keeps a track. There's this group of 5 that goes by real low, but depends on the night, If it's by too many clouds, too much light pollution, that's why we usually go out into the country a bit. But
Yeah.
he likes keeping track. He doesn't even care about the flat Earth either. He's a fucking nut with it.
Yeah, some people get really obsessed with that stuff. I quite like it actually that people get like weirdly obsessed with
Because he
certain things.
mainly, because this fella mainly does photography for different planets and stuff.
He
So
actually
just-
photographs different planets.
Yeah, he just like pretty
Like
much
in
he
the
just says
sky.
it's pretty easy. He just he's an older fella, but he just says I've done it on my phone too. Is where you just pretty much just get the telescope lens, and then pretty much after that, if you can line up your camera, which is a fucking pain in the backside, if you can line it up nice, you can get pretty good decent photo. Just depends on like. He just says the variables and stuff. He says, you have to wait a certain amount of months for this to show or this to align. And I don't see him too many times.
That sounds fun. I like
Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. Never asked him if he thinks the Earth's flat, though. I don't know what he'd say. He'd either whack me over the head or fucking agree with me, so who knows.
It would be an interesting person to ask.
Yeah. Because I'm in the South Island, this guy's just he's a truck driver, but he just doesn't have any socials or anything.
It's a very bloke thing too, I think.
Yeah, he does a fucking...
You know,
he's a
like
funny
just
fe-
get
he's a funny
absolutely
character.
obsessed. You know,
Yeah,
like you
pretty
see
much.
those
He's
guys
like-
who listen to trains. Have you seen that? Or like wait near a
Yeah,
train
yeah.
tunnel or something?
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Some people just like waiting for a specific model just to come by.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, this guy's like divorced fucking truck driver, and then in his spare time it's just fucking planets and shit. Yeah, I can't remember what cluster of satellites they are, but there's a row of 5 that go by the night sky quite often.
All in a line? All
Yeah,
like
pretty
right
much
next to one another?
in a line, yeah. Consecutive.
Those ones, I think they claim those ones are Starlink.
Not sure, but yeah, there's those are the ones I've seen. And then he says there's a whole bunch of other ones as well, because he says the fucking sky's littered with them, so look hard enough and long enough, you're bound to see a couple. If you got your fucking telescope in the right way. Yeah, that's just the one thing, it's like, oh, I got called a fuckwit because on this. I was just said, oh, has anyone seen an orbit? I'll say I've seen a bit of an orbit. I can't fucking just jump up real high and fucking look at the rest of it, but that's what I was thinking. So, oh, something's going straight across the sky. If it was a flat Earth, I would not see it again. Because it'd be linear. That's what I was confused about.
Yeah, I guess it's
Yeah,
some,
there's a bunch.
some good questions in there. Who have we got? One Deck, Daz.
What?
Not many people are talking.
Big Rubes, can you
Yeah.
just call me a fuckwit?
You're a fuckwit.
Thanks, mate. Love it.
Cheers, bro. Be random. Hey, old mate.
Mm.
So if you had given me a reason to believe that the Earth was flat, what reason would that be?
Water doesn't curve. Water's level.
True that.
Right. We've gone out and we've
But is it
tried
just-
to detect curving water and we can't detect it.
Could you just say it's just our perspective being on water level that it seems flat? Because
So
I
what,
mean,
it's like
the
actually
whole
sloped or something?
yeah, it's just the whole thing is, it's like we'd have to get really high in the sky just to even disprove it. So that's why I just don't say, oh, yeah, it's definitely flat, it's definitely curved.
And that's exactly the thing. Like people say, oh, I've seen it. I've seen the curvature from a plane. And then you've got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, well, it's impossible to see curvature from a plane.
Yeah, I don't think we go
Can't
up
get
that
right.
high of altitude to get it.
Yeah. And then that's some of what gets people sus, right? Which is like, why is it so hard to detect? Shouldn't it be easy?
Unless if you're an astronaut, you can definitely get an answer, but who's got a bloody rocket ship these days?
Exactly. Just they only allow, really select group of people to go do that.
Yeah, it's just hard to disprove, and then like you get photos sent up, and then people from Flat Earth will say it's all photoshopped, and I'm like, oh, yeah, up to you, mate. Whatever floats your boat. But what I don't get with
To say
the
it's
photos you
photoshopped,
get,
yeah.
it's like you get the photos, and you'd think like there's a couple photos of New Zealand, especially South Island stuff, and like it's so fucking massive to proportion of like the actual globe. You'd think, if New Zealand was that big, you'd definitely see Australia in the fucking end, but you don't.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're saying you're seeing images, because a lot of
Because I'm
those
like,
images,
no way New Zealand's this big.
a lot of those images that people are like, oh, yeah, I've seen photos from space. NASA themselves, the space agencies themselves admit, that's just CGI. It's layering. It's a composite. It's not a real photo. But it's in the fine print and people don't see it, and then it's like, it's getting to the point where it's verging on straight up dishonesty.
Yeah. Because I just see some of them, I'm like, oh, I say country, and then I'm just like, oh, it's definitely a bit bigger than what it should be.
What you're saying, on photos, New Zealand appears bigger than it should be.
Yeah, just like I think it's from one of the space stations. They're looking down on it, taking a photo. I'm just like, if I was able to map out the diameter of the Earth, why, in like comparison to New Zealand, New Zealand's not a big country in landmass, but it's absolutely massive on that. So maybe it's just my understanding's wrong, and that's actually correct. Because the world is a big place, but you just think New Zealand's a bit smaller than it should be. And like, oh, I'll try and find a photo. If you search up NZ from ISS, you'll see what I mean.
Okay. Oh wow! Right. So that's the South Island. Okay,
Yep.
I've got one. Let me post it
It
in the
just
chat.
seems really fucking massive.
Yeah, so like with the claimed radius of Earth, it's meant to be a tiny part of it, but it looks like it's covering most of it.
Yeah. Give or take, this is only 1.5. I just know for a fact. Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense.
What's the thing? They could be lying to us. They could, there's lots of theories in the flat Earth realm, and one of the popular ones is there could be more Earth. That could be why people are lying to us. They want to make us think we're trapped, on this, because it seems at one level like, oh, it's really freeing. You could go anywhere, but then the way they tell us physics about space is like, well, you actually couldn't. Every time you watch a movie about interstellar space travel and stuff, they always have to make it clear, well, you couldn't actually do that. No human could actually do that travel. And maybe what they're doing is trapping you in a kind of mind prison, where in reality there are places you could physically get to, where there's more land. Resource scarcity. I tell you, there's not enough land, and we're heating it all up, and
Profits and shit.
exactly. Oh, watch out! We're running out of uranium. It's like, no, we're not. We're not really, but if they sell us that lie,
Yeah. Yeah. All in all, it's a big mystery. Unless I conduct my own experiment where I grab a massive helium balloon or something and chuck it up with a whole bunch of cameras, because that would get high enough.
yes, it's certainly what's
'Cause, like,
needed
you
is some tests.
Yeah, because you can
Problem
have
is,
what other
when you get
people
up
do and put them on YouTube and stuff, and they post it, and everyone's going to fucking deny it. So I guess you can't really appease everybody else. You just got to do it yourself and stick your own answer.
Right? Like, a lot of the images that are meant to be showing curvature are just a wide aperture lens, which will show curvature, and make a rule look curved.
Yeah, fisheyes. Yeah, fisheye lens. Well, let me know if you get, anytime you get a bloody massive helium balloon to send up. I'll come out of
Interesting point on helium. You know who the biggest purchaser of helium is?
NASA.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of figured.
Yep. Well, if they're making rockets, what do they need balloon stuff for?
The weather. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. It's good because I've been on this chat a couple times just listening to what other people have to say. Usually it's a bit fucking violent or people fucking at each other's necks, but
yeah, well, Globers are like that.
Yeah. Okay. What's another reason?
Oh, there could be many. Like, how does water is meant to stick to this ball when it's spinning?
But isn't that just because of the gravitational? It's such a large mass in space in a vacuum, which we can't really, what you call it, imitate to that level.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think the main thing is it's just like we take smaller, we just completely get the variables wrong, and then just pass it off effect. But I get what you mean. I was
And
trying
that's
to
the
think if
thing.
there's. It's like it's just that thing. It's like with something so huge and with us being so small, we can't really imitate what's actually happening, and then call it effect. And in theory, it should.
In theory, it should what?
Sorry, my fucking mic's playing up. I'll be back in a second.
All good.
Hello, hello.
Yo, working now.
So, I was just saying, in theory, if we were able to replicate a like small large scale of the Earth and everything, I don't know if the vacuum of space is the same with. Oh, no, we can't because of the fucking gravitational pull on the Earth. Wouldn't be able to do it in a vacuum chamber because of. Yeah, fuck.
That's the thing. And according to the model,
Yes, so that's annoying.
if you put, do you know what happens with water in a vacuum? Not many people know this. If you put a
Falls,
cup of water in a vacuum, it
falls at the same
boils.
speed as the cup.
No. Like
Oh.
it'll boil off. It'll sublimate, or I forget the term for it. But straight up boil, like bubble, turn into vapor, and turn into a gas that fills the chamber.
Oh no, shit.
So what we're expected to believe then is actually not just that the oceans are being held down by this gravity, but the gravity is so strong that it's actually holding down the air, and the air is what's stopping the oceans from boiling.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, fuck you.
Like you need to
Learn something new.
you need to have a couple before you. Oh, I might need to start making dinner, I think. I might jump off. But good talking to you, Rubes.
You fella. You too, mate.
Have a good one.
Hello? Is there anyone in here?
Greetings.
Hello?
How are you doing today?
Not too fucking good, to be honest, but I just had to put my dog down.
Well, that's not a conversation for this place, and I'm sorry that that happened to you. I know that you just want to talk,
I
but
was coming in here to say the earth is round.
okay, cool.
Well, what are you fucking doing?
I'm working on something. I'm just
Nice
listening
fucking
in
job,
here,
man.
making sure nobody's
What are you
trolling.
fucking working on?
Well, I'm gonna assume that you have some kind of issue, and that sounds like a personal problem to me.
Oh, fucking issue you do.
Well, you're cussing a lot, so I'm just gonna mute you.
I
and
haven't even fucking cussed once.
Okay.
Frig is not a cuss.
I don't know. I got fans on, but it's recorded so people can hear. I don't care. So I don't really want to like.
What are you working on?
Chat about much. A
Is
video.
your boyfriend in the background?
But I was just. Yeah, I'm not gonna dignify anything further as a response.
What are you working on?
What's up, Batman? It's quiet in here.
This flat Earth discussion is crazy.
What's crazy about it?
No, it's just no one was talking. I don't. So.
Hey man, you interrupted the silence.
Oh, that's my bad. I'm sorry.
How dare you? Now we gotta start over again. What's up, Eggshells?
G'day, Ether.
I reckon everybody's waking up.
Well, I'm about to go to sleep here.
Oh, right, you're across the pond. Well, I guess you're getting ready to zonk out.
Oh, average left. No average of them.
I wasn't serious about going back to silence, dang. I guess because you got like the mod tag thing. Oh, mod said so. Gotta shut up. They expect if they don't, they might get muted or something. No, let me quit. The funny thing is that's actually a joke no matter what group you're in, that just mods whatever. Like, you know the meme. But it doesn't matter. Like, all mods any place, always. Because authority.
I'm not following. What are you saying? That the people do what the mods say?
No, there's a meme that's like basically implying that all mods bad.
Right.
And I'm not going to say it because the audio will then be recorded of me saying that, and I'm not giving anybody that sound bite. Right. But it's a meme thing, but also there is some truth to it that, like, kind of a power thing influences anybody. So then you have to kind of walk on eggshells, and I guess that makes them flat.
Nicely done. I see what you did there.
At least until one figures out the temperament of who they're talking to and kind of reads the room, I reckon. Well, I was hoping a conversation would get started in here since everybody's waking up and...
I was trying to challenge these Globers to present their evidence for the spinning, wobbling water ball. Or I was asking the flat earthers that think the north is the centre for their evidence that it's not the south. But I can't seem to get either to present their evidence for them. Well, Percentage tried, but all of his arguments were, pretty ineffectual, really.
I'm not sure what to think of you at all, like Shells. Are you like a geocentric Glober or something?
Look, I'm cosmology fluid.
You're collecting worldviews like a Pokemon
Exactly.
master.
Look, I'll play them like any card in my deck. Oh, what's that
It is
chain game
interesting
called?
I'm not sure. You'll have to elaborate.
My friends are pressuring me into getting that. There's some new game out that sounds absolutely shit. But it's like a multiplayer game where you're all chained together at the hip, and it's like a platformer. You've got to like jump on spinning boxes, and basically very basic, boring platformer game. But you're chained together with your mates, so you end up.
So it's okay. It's like kind of like a couch co-op party type game that you chill with your friends and play casually.
I think so, yeah. It seems terrible.
I'll be right back. I need to fix this thing because it keeps beeping every time I hit it.
So again, I'm getting lots of weird noise from your mic.
That's just what I was saying. I'm turning fans and stuff off, and I'm gonna get rid of the beep that keeps on beeping every time I hit the button. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'll
So
do
what do
that
you
later.
reckon, Ether?
I'll-
North the center, or do you think the south could be the center?
From my perspective and where I'm standing, I'm the center of everything I can see.
Right, but the sun doesn't circle you, right?
Now, if I combine my perspective with every other perspective that everybody else has, which is effectively what these high altitude aircraft, satellites, whatever, what they've done, then we have all of that, and you have a bigger perspective, which looks really cool. Like man, I had to map something that took forever. Like it took about like over an hour at least to wrap a star map around a ball. And that's not even the highest resolution version of it. And I really want to do a different version of it that uses the 3 gigabyte file, because that'll be cool. I'll be able to see way more. It's like a wizard's crystal ball, and you can like look down into it and see where all the stars are, and it actually lines. It's weird.
That's good fun. Because you'd be able to make it with lots of information. You'd be able to make that very big.
Yeah, exactly. What would be really cool is to actually get that put onto a crystal, shine a light through it, and project it onto the ceiling.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
You could effectively have a mobile planetarium type thing, like whenever, just find a dome space to shine it up at, and boom, stars. It'd be cool to get that laser engraved too, or have like little bubbles, because you can get scientifically done ones where you have like the bubbles exactly where they need to be, and have it in the position of where like the wandering stars are, and that would be cool as well. I think the only way to actually, man, now I'm thinking, how do you make a gyroscope that's effectively a sphere within a sphere within a sphere within a sphere, and have all of those layers move?
Is this to test the fallacious globe model?
No, it would be more about just layering all of these different star maps together based off of distance and layers. Like, they say this is this distance, this is this distance. Okay, well, then that should be within this layer of the celestial sphere then. And, I don't know, just logic. Like, logically speaking, A and B should lead to C, is all I'm saying. But I don't know, with algebra, sometimes A and B equals, like, X, Y, and Z, so... I've realized that all the information that we have is based off of very limited technology that still has radius. So anything that we get gets wrapped around the radius, and the refracted information that we get off of it, and even radio waves can refract. So it's like we're looking through a glass darkly. No matter how enlightened we get, no matter how much technology we get, you can get the most badass telescope in the universe, and you're still looking through a glass darkly at something from far away. We're not tangibly grasping it, it's way over there. And even still, I do want that really awesome telescope, so I can see way over there. That would be awesome. Like the old, like the wizard telescopes are in a tower, and there's a huge, like comically gigantic thing sticking out. If you can use a magnifying glass as a way of turning the sun into what is effectively a solar-powered laser, then why can't you use a telescope to project stars onto a wall?
I think you can.
Like, I'm just like, with a dark enough room, and that would be really cool to have a setup and see it like a hologram. It's all like, it was just.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to 3D print. Not that I've got a 3D printer, but you know, people can do it for you if you design it. But something where you could get GoPro that's slotted into a little cradle that then has a little artificial horizon in front of it, and then is on an arm that can represent, what, like the radius, the given claimed radius is, and then room projector. You can
I
get
got a
these
one-hand
projectors for pretty
solution
cheap.
for you. You just duct tape a sphere level to a hula hoop, and there you go.
Mine is, though, I wanted to test
the circle
it.
Horizon.
Yeah, I wanted to test it rotating, because you can get these little planetariums that you put in your room, and it's like a sort of black disc with little holes poked in it for the stars.
And it just kind of shines the lights up at it, like at least the primary ones in their general location.
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing has me thinking about something. You know how they have these wizard balls, like the crystal ball thing, and it's just used comically for weird, silly cartoon magic. But in reality, if you were to set one of those underneath a telescope, do you think that there should be a way that you could actually see the stars within it? Maybe you set it on the right thing and in a darkened room to be able to actually see. I don't know. I'm just thinking that there is probably an actual scientific purpose to a perfectly sphere piece of glass.
They're fun projects. They're fun ideas. Do you have something to do? Do you do something practical? Is that your in your day-to-day or your hobbies?
I just experiment with whatever I see. Like whenever something interesting perks my interest, I'm like, okay, let's see what we can do with this, and then try and learn more about it. And then I've been asking questions about what we know about history and what's been given to us, and most of the stuff that we've been given as some comic cartoon crap actually has some real history to it that's been misunderstood, and that's why it's a joke now.
Why is it so quiet?
Because we don't have any globers to
Still
put with
early.
a spinning, wobbling water ball.
No, that makes sense.
I'll be back in a minute.
No proof.
But we'll get some globers in soon who'll be able to explain themselves.
I mean, let's be real. Like, all they're gonna do is just repeat the same stuff that we learned years ago. I mean, it's not like we don't know the argument.
Right.
We don't
But we
know the
just like
reason.
demanding that they say it to us.
No, I mean, they're not telling us anything new. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're trying to look for the proof, not the lies. We don't want to hear the falsehoods that got us to this position. We want to
Right.
hear the truths of why they don't understand how it can't be a globe, ball, sphere spinning through an
We
infinite
want
vacuum.
we want to hear the truths of why they don't understand.
There
But
you
the
go.
Greeks measured it in there. Didn't the Greeks measure the globe?
That's
They
what
measured
tell us.
they measured a shadow from a stick on the ground and then just made up a whole story. Like, I don't think that's not measuring a globe. Not like when you go measure like a basketball, right? Have you ever had a small mini basketball and then you have a big basketball? I think you physically measure that and get an actual measurement. But just to be like,
when
why
you
put a
yeah, but when
stripe?
you research it, that's the that's the answer you get. Some Greek guy
Oh yeah,
measured it.
that's fair.
So
That's fair.
why would they lie?
Yeah, that's fair to say. That's exactly what they're going to say because that's how we learned it. We all learned it that way.
Well, it must be true that. So we didn't measure curvature then.
It must be true. No, they told a story. That's what they did.
They teach it at school, don't they? That's how the curvature was measured.
Very true. You're right about that. They teach you a story, and you either believe it or you don't. Well, at this point, obviously as a kid, you believe it because why would your teacher lie to you?
Exactly.
You know? Because they're good people. They love us.
And there's pictures. You can see pictures from space, can't you, of the globe?
Right,
Obviously,
right, right.
So there's another proof we live on a globe.
Yeah, they're not going to lie to us.
Yeah, all the answers are there. All you got to do is Google it.
No, there you go.
Fucking simple.
It's really simple. Like,
they're
why
deluded. They just believe what they're told, you know.
why do flat earthers exist? They just, don't they have Google?
They're pretty pathetic.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll hopefully maybe someone could bring us some proof tonight.
Well, there's already proof we live on a globe. We shouldn't have to find more proof. Of 24-hour sun in Antarctica. We've already know it's a globe. I mean, why would we look for extra evidence?
But you got to remember, man, they get all of their proof from flat earthers. They wouldn't have any globe proof if weren't because some flat earther proved the globe. Remember? So they look to us for hope so that we can prove it for them.
Mm-hmm.
Once we see that sun above the horizon, then the case is closed for 24 hours in Antarctica. This will be the globe victory.
I agree that will definitely be. But what happens when it doesn't? What happens when it goes down actually and doesn't stay up in the air?
That's the thing. What happens when it comes back and proves that the flat Earth or all these globers going to admit that they've been wrong this whole time?
I hope so. And on the other side of that coin, I will definitely be like, yeah, well, we back to the drawing board for me because I know everything we do is plumb level square.
Well, these flat earthers don't agree that lights in the sky is proof of measurement. So I mean, I don't think they'll be jumping on board with this one.
Well, some will, some won't. Apocryphon said he'll change his worldview if it comes back with a 24-hour sun.
Absolutely. There's no way that on a Earth that Antarctica is the edge of the known, world that we're living on. Obviously, I personally believe there's something even beyond that keeping us from that, but in no way can that sun that goes over the head go behind your head and still be shining on the other side of the world as the sun in the sky. Because if it's behind you, then it's not over there, right? I mean, let's just think logically, guys. Like, come on.
Well, I mean, it could be a non-physical, manifestation of energy that is,
I don't know, bro.
everywhere and nowhere. Or
The only thing that would convince me personally is to start at the North Pole, somewhere between the magnetic and celestial. I don't give a shit, and go dead, like straight up, dead reckoning.
Yeah,
south.
That's true.
Yeah. Cross Antarctica, and then from the other side of that, keep going straight and go north.
I don't think you're asking for enough there. I think that would be. I think you need to make.
No, I'm just saying this me personally for like an adventure. No, not a flight.
Oh, on the ground, you mean?
Unless I'm the one and it's like some kind of Zeppelin and it's my ship and I'm like slow flying over like a cruise and recording the whole thing like a scientific adventure. But no, in the flight, it would have to be like I know exactly this, like it's measurably I'm going this way.
Yeah, I see that.
So
One thing too, though, is like
on
I
the
trip
ground, you're
out.
talking about.
I trip out because in the Book of Enoch, he talks about the way the sun and the moon move across the sky, is they go into like different quadrants through towers and portals. So I'm like, I mean, I'm a person that believes in the scriptures, and I do believe in the Book of Enoch as well. Of course, that's that's my Santa Claus. For people that don't believe in it, that's okay. I don't value for your Santa Claus beliefs, but I'm saying
Hey,
like, what if?
Apocrypha?
Go ahead.
I'd say those portals could also be like vortexes, like the volatile vortices that are in the ocean. It could be vortexes above us, and that could be what it means by portals, because that would operate very much like a portal. It is a portal, in fact. So it could be a vortex that of some kind that it's talking about.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I personally don't know, and I don't fully understand it, but I like your explanation. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's like all weird, man. Like, we'll see, we'll find out. December 14th, right? Hopefully a week later.
Say if that sun, obviously we live on a globe. If that sun is overhead for 20 hours, or just over Antarctica, is everywhere else on the on the other side in darkness?
No, okay, so if the
It must be.
sun, okay, if the sun on a globe Earth is the same way in the south summer as the way it is in the northern summer, then that does make sense in the sense, if it is something that they do see it that way. But if the sun doesn't go around your head 360 degrees in the south, but it's still light, and then that goes back to that coffee cup, that caustic effect. Then because that does make sense. I mean, just in a classroom experiment, that makes sense. That you could see it, you could do it at home. So if you don't see the sun go south of your head as you're looking north, or as a 360, then I'm just saying, like, does a glober then have to go back and say, oh shit, yeah, we aren't a ball? Because it would have to do that if it was a ball. I'm just wondering if globers will do that.
I actually expect funky weirdness in the Antarctic region, and I've actually, using a glass lens, like a half lens on Professor Abizade's flat Earth diagram thing, I shined a light on it, and if you go at the right angle, you can make the outer edge glow completely, like one big ring of light. So a 24-hour sun would not mean globe to me at all.
Well, yeah, the 24-hour light, but the actual physical sun, that would raise questions. I mean, but then again, you have like Nathan Oakley, who he interviewed that guy that was down there for 18 months. These guys are only going to go down there for 3 days, I think 5 at the max. I mean, this guy was down there for 18 months and said the sun never went around.
So they're saying that for like a couple days, you can see the sun for like over 24 hours. Cool. So the sky lights up, and we have an optical phenomenon that lasts longer than 24 hours. Is the way I would see it. It doesn't. It just sounds like because wait, you're saying somebody's going down there, right? Like there's people planning a trip to go down, and it sounds like more drama to me.
Yeah, so the difference is not to say that there's not 24-hour light, because that is documented. Yes, 24-hour light is documented down there. The thing though is that the 24-hour sun is what's being contested, and that's why I'm saying if the sun is south behind you, then it's not the model or the idea that the Earth is not a ball, because in that sense, then it would be. I mean, it doesn't prove that it's spinning. It doesn't prove that it's rotating. It doesn't prove a lot of other things, but it would prove at least that it's not what people always say, like the AE map, and it's like a flat. Even though, like, there's, again, everything that you're doing math, and you're doing measurements, and everything is.
Bro, from my perspective, those maps like that, they're basically a bunch of rich dudes and kings who are like, yeah, this is where my house is. And they all came into one accord within their social circle. This is where our houses are. And this is how big my neighborhood is. That's all that circle is the social circle of a king. And all of his, like, lesser kings and whatever, and the other royals. And then all of us underneath all that crap.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's going to be interesting, though.
We can only see as high as the person on the top of this mountain of bodies that everybody's stomping on that is society.
So, like, for instance, one thing they said, though, is that, like, let's say they're filming in, like, for 4 hours, you can't see the sun because it's behind clouds. Well, that's still okay, because if you just wait, if the clouds cleared up or the sun still poked through the clouds while it was south of you, then that's just that proves that it's going around you, still up in the air, going around and around you. So that'll be interesting. They're gonna take shifts. They're gonna record it. Take shifts recording it. They'll have infrared and the regular camera. What was that?
I don't think they're going to go to the actual South Pole, though, are they? Like, they're
No,
just
they're
going
not.
to that peninsula where all of the lighthouses are.
Yeah, they're going to the like a tourist attraction, like, designation, but it is a place where because it's kind of like the mountains are really far away from the base of where they'll be staying, that you will be able to see the sun up in the sky above the mountain 24 hours, if that is what it is. It shouldn't, it won't actually ever go down below, if it is what the Globers say it is, that it won't go down below behind the mountains. But if it does, like, the second it does, then that's a wrap for the globe, because then it can't do that, because it has to be replicated to the north of what happened.
Is somebody trying to turn an entire mountain into a black swan?
They're trying to make the sun, 24-hour sun, the black swan in Antarctica.
I've already asked that. Yeah, the mountain in question isn't high enough. So exactly as Apocryphon's saying, even if they say it goes behind the mountain, it shouldn't. According to the globe model, it shouldn't dip behind the mountain.
Right. There's just no way it should.
Yeah. They've already mapped the distance, the height of the mountain, and the claimed, predicted, whatever you want to call it, height of the sun, and it should be well above it. So there's a question of, like, if there's cloud cover, I think is the only one that would make it a little bit,
Say they go to the North Pole, though. Say they don't go to Antarctica, and they pretend to be there.
What? Bro, they're going down to south. Come on.
They're flying south out of Punta Arenas. I don't know how they would do that.
Oh my! Who said that? Was that
unless they're lying? Like, unless you're saying that, like,
stuff.
whoever ends up going, Whitsitt and Jaren and whoever, are completely lying, and like they would have to fake a video of being in Chile and then sneak up to the north. And then there's got to be mountains, so there's no mountains at the North Pole. Like, I think there's
more desolate, isn't it?
I think we can come up with a better excuse than they're at the North Pole. I think two suns could be a good excuse.
I was watching this video earlier. They're showing, like, these pyramids that they found in Antarctica. I was like, that's pretty interesting. It's some old bee footage from Bird's expedition, and they have, like, a pyramid from soldiers, like, exploring it. I was like, that's interesting, if it's real. I mean, we can't trust anything nowadays. It could have been an AI generated video at this point. But that made me think, wow, there you go. Pyramids on every continent. Interesting.
Show us these pyramids. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it was. I'll try to find it. I'll just try to
I
Google it, to be honest. But
I
go
seen
ahead.
something on that. And I'm saying I think I seen something on that. But I do like. I mean, I know it's not speculation Sunday, but I like the pond life idea. You know, I do. I think I'm a bit of a ponder. You know, where there's another pond further out.
Oh,
with
outer
another
ponders.
sun.
Yep. Like
Yeah,
there's,
yeah. I quite like that. That sits well with me.
I think that's.
You know, you'll have another sun, and there's obviously other star clusters and lights in the sky like we have here, and then there's another sun over which is keeping the ice melted in another circular motion of the sun, with lands inside there, and different civilizations.
could be. And then you'd be seeing a different sun in the south. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying.
This
I
isn't
think
about
there is
the
a.
Antarctic thing.
No, I just sort of went off track a bit there, but yeah, I wasn't
So like,
suggesting that.
what if this? What if this? Like, think of it this way. Like, what if, like, the same way, like, at a certain latitude, you can't see. I'm sorry, longitude. No, it is latitude. At a certain latitude, you can't see Polaris, right? No matter how high it is. What if, like, there's a certain point beyond Antarctica that the distance away from where Antarctica is, where they let you go, like up to where they let you go, what if they stop you there? Because if you do go forward, you'll see another sun. That's way off into, because that sun is for the whole nother world,
Yeah.
land, whatever. And you'll never know, because, like, so for instance, someone that was born in Australia, they'll never know what the North Star looks like unless, you take photos of it and you show them, like, look at this is what Polaris looks like. Or they go up north, right? But if they never cross that equator, they'll never see that star. So what if that, like, exists, like,
Well, that's one of the things they say, isn't it, about this pond life, is that there'll be another sun further out there doing another civilizations, and something happens sometimes, maybe where the two suns, depending on their movement and cycle, are drawn together, over a time period, and either join or one's extinguished by the other, and one is just dies, say. So that then would result in an ice age in one area, and that civilization being totally frozen. And this is probably why we find things under the ocean, and these things, and then this is how civilizations maybe, for fear of dying and their world being destroyed, venture out, and some of them make it across the ice into another pond, maybe.
Yeah, and what if what if the sun going around and around on a whole nother, set of continents, different map type deal, different countries. What if they're just living their life over there thinking they're the only, and they heard, like, they have UFOs. Those UFOs are the people from here that know about them, and and we're going over there to look at shit, and then they have people that know about us and they're coming to look at shit, like, and they're extraterrestrials all around, just extraterrestrial, extra
Wouldn't
land.
there be like evidence of this other side of the world though?
Well, not if you don't want it to be known. Like, think about that. Like, I mean, the Manhattan Project, people didn't know that existed until they made it known. So, like, I mean, I get what you're saying, but
no, people did know about the Manhattan Project before it was, set to release and stuff.
People that were working on it. You're absolutely right.
No, regular people. That's why spies exist. That's why counterintelligence exists. That's kind of what, like, spy ops is meant to do, is to gain information that could not routinely
Okay.
get, and that's trying to be,
Okay, so
kept
people are
secret.
saying, okay, so people come around online and they're like, "Hey guys, there's this thing called Outer Pond. There's more," and then everyone does what? They ostracize them and they say, "Oh, you're a fucking weirdo. You're crazy. You're fucking batshit loony. You're not
Well,
right." And then you're
that's usually
so then you're saying, "Hey, wouldn't there be people that know? All you have to do is demonize the person that knows and is trying to tell people like, hey, I saw this place,' and you silence them and you make them look crazy even, or maybe even just get rid of them. Who knows?"
Well, yeah, but usually those people don't have hard evidence. There's one thing to say, hey, this thing exists, or this is how something is going to be. And then there's another to show provable evidence and data that this thing exists.
Well, how do you do that in a world that's controlling the data? How do you do that?
Well,
I mean, you've got the Antarctica
photos?
Treaty, haven't you? You're not allowed down there to a certain extent. So I mean that that's why what is down there?
People doing research. Researchers are allowed down there.
Yeah, up to where they can go. They're still controlled. They can't go any further than they are allowed to. So, like, for instance, think of it this way, right? You are in prison and you look to your neighbor right there and you're like, "Hey, why can't we come out of here? Like, what's stopping us?" And you're like, "Dick, it's a fucking prison. You just can't go anywhere. Matter of fact, like, we can't just go anywhere right now because they're saying you just got to stay right here. It's on lockdown." And you're
Yeah,
like,
but
"Yeah,
imagine.
but why we can't go though?" Like, dude, they control shit.
So that Antarctica Treaty was obviously well established after the humanity's been told we live on a globe. Now, if they are hiding other ponds down there, so they've got other suns and other civilizations and continents, then there's no globe, is there?
Say again?
There's no globe then, is there? Obviously.
What?
Then what would there be instead of a globe?
Other
massive
suns.
fucking checkerboard.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the first
continents.
part. I'm sorry, One Deck. I didn't hear the first part. If there's what, then there'd be no globe?
He's saying if there's other outer ponds and other suns and other.
What I was saying
The-
was obviously the Antarctica Treaty came after that. Humanity has been told we live on a globe. So maybe we was told we live on a globe either because they thought we did live on a globe for some strange reason, or that was just a lie. But then they've found out then from traveling from across Antarctica that there's other civilizations and other land across there, and other suns and other wandering stars. Now, so that then would just explode the globe claim wide open.
Hang on, yeah, it'd absolutely bust it. Like, the South Pole, according to these globies, has to be a point at which you cross from going south, and now every direction from there is north. So if you are heading away from there, so yeah, there's if you can step 1 foot further south from the given South Pole, you've debunked the entire globe.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that ever you never see where someone's compass flips like south, 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 north. Like what? We never see that.
Well,
The only way
you
the only way
can.
we see it is when they go down and then they come back up. Like it's like running to the wall and then coming back from that same position. And you could say like, well, I was going south, now I'm going north. But I mean, if you just kept going straight, right?
It
Like
would
if you
the poles would switch though. There isn't a
and then
set
it would be
point,
north, and it would be north.
but there
I'd
isn't
say-
a set point. You're
you're walking
imagining
away-
it. You're imagining it almost as like a point, right? Like there's this set point on the world where if
There's
you
supposed
hit
to
this
be.
limit, yes, but it's more of a magnet. It's like a magnet thing. So yes, while
Right.
there is a point,
Well, that's the point.
that point given variables can switch.
What? What do you mean?
Just
No.
on the other
Okay,
hand,
so
You're either going
So
south or
let's-
you're going north. There's no. Hold on.
So let's say
Yeah, but
that
listen-
your compass is not very good, right? Let's say it's not very good and
Well-
you're in an airplane.
So
Well,
for
how
starters,
about say Well, how about we say we
You're
have a
aware of
good
the difference between a geographic South Pole and a magnetic South Pole. You're aware they're not the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, carry on.
What I was saying was, so let's say you're like in a plane and your compass isn't like, you know, it's kind of old, right? Wait, are you saying that? Never
Compass
mind.
won't tell you. Compass won't tell you. Compass won't tell you anything. According to the globe model, if you're standing on the South Pole, your compass won't work anywhere near it. But let's say you've got a magical magnetic compass that does. It'll be pointing somewhere that's like 500 kilometers. I forget, but it's a long way away from where you're at. So compass isn't going to help.
Oh, so you're talking about the magnetic South?
No, we're talking. No. We're talking about the geographic South Pole.
Yeah, so the point would be is if you're flying from the north and you head south, and then you just keep going straight.
Yeah, you don't turn left or right.
You don't turn left, right. You don't turn back around and then say, "Oh, look, I'm going north now." Only because you're going where you came from. No, I mean you just kept going straight. So then, in this case, you would be flying over Antarctica, and then, and if you're keeping that straight path, then eventually your compass will flip because now you're going north, away from the center of Antarctica of where you would have flown over. No one has ever recorded that happening.
Which is sus, right? Somebody should have done that by now.
Help me understand.
Yeah,
I thought
of course.
compasses ran off of magnets.
Yeah.
So, didn't you just say that if we went, you know, if we passed over a certain point, the compass would stop working?
Yeah, it'll wig out for a little bit, but once you get back to if you're going straight and you're on the other side of Antarctica. So let's say you go from like South America, right? And then you just go straight. Well, then eventually you might be like where Australia would be, but on your shit, it would say you're going north. Because now, if it's a globe, you would have gone under the ball, and now you're going north to get to Australia. No one's ever done that. That's the point. No one's ever shown like, oh, look at I'm flying south, and then I'm.
A simple way to talk about it is this fabled gyro compass that should be pointing due south and due north, and going it should be pointing dead ahead. You should have south at the sort of on your bearing, and then you should hit this point that is the South Pole, and it should freak out, and then wander around, and then settle back on you going north, while the plane is confirmed to have still been heading on the same bearing it was before.
Right. So I'm just
sucks. Like, why has nobody done that? Why has nobody flown over the South Pole with a?
You guys have all those excuses as to why you can't fly over the Southern Pole, so that's why. I mean, it's on you guys, really. We've asked.
Yeah, it's sus. They haven't done it. Like, they should get on that.
We've asked you guys that for 10 years. How come you guys haven't done it?
Well, I don't have a plane. There's no reason why I haven't done it. But like,
so you're saying go from like Brazil to Australia, right?
Correct.
Chile.
But direct. Hold on. Before you speak, let me stop you there. Not to say that people don't fly close to Antarctica and then go to Australia. We're saying where they just transverse over Antarctica. No one's ever done that. That's not what they lie when they show, oh, this person circumnavigated the Earth, North Pole to South Pole. All they did was go out and then they came back. Like if you ran a lap pool, like if you're in a pool and you went to one side and came back, no one went around a ball to get back to the original point. And they'll even show you in their race, in the tracking of it. No one's ever gone around it like that. They have circumnavigated east to west all day, every day. Planes do that. But we're talking about going over Antarctica. No one's ever done that.
Which is sus. Like they should have by now.
Right.
Imagine in an outer pond and there is a civilization and it's an really, really advanced civilization beyond our comprehension.
Oh, I bet there is. There has to be.
and the land and whatever's out, even the
Where the
animals
angels are, bro.
the nature out there is a wondrous, magnificent place that you can imagine.
Why
And
does there have to be though?
I'm just talking. I'm just fantasizing.
He's not
mate.
saying there has to be. It's just
Well,
speculation.
no, someone
I
said there
said,
has.
I said there has to be, because if they have technology that's making our government question, like, what the fuck are we seeing? What is this thing coming? They call them UFOs, right? But they are obviously way more advanced than us to be able
They
to
may have,
have this
yeah, but
technology.
they may have threatened our leaders and governments, people who are in charge of this
And who's
place.
they?
Whoever's over there.
The civilization,
no.
the advanced civilization, say, and they have threatened them to say, we must not be found. This is ours, and we're under threat on a massive scale. And just tell them humans in that middle pond that you live on a globe. There's no land out here.
Why are we the middle pond?
No.
Yeah, we might not be the middle pond. Sorry. Yeah. But anyway, yes. So that we're being threatened. They've threatened us to keep this top secret, else we will be destroyed.
I think it makes sense.
And that's why the governments are lying about everything, because they're trying to keep us safe.
But explain to me why would this other civilization feel threatened by us? If, number one, they're more advanced than us, and number two, that we wouldn't then, if they're more advanced, we wouldn't actually pose a threat to them. And it's been shown time and time again, most civilizations in society actually push for diplomacy.
Because we dress better and we're gonna pull all their bitches.
No, like a serious answer, like something that would work. That isn't just.
Or you're asking us to speculate, and it's always going to be a tricky thing, because then you'll go, "What's your evidence for that?" And it's just speculation. And we're dealing, if we're right, then we're dealing with a realm where we're being deceived. So it's hard to say, but it could relate to resources. It could relate to like a intent to deceive, to hide a creator or some energy source or some other kind of thing. Like, if we knew this, we would gain power. Like there's a rich history on Earth of controllers.
What about
stopping the people within their
what about
domain
this
learning things, right? That would destabilize
that sounds
power.
good.
What about this explanation real quick? Let me just interject real quick. What if they are also human and they know how destructive we are as a species, as humans? And what if
I was going to say that? I was going to say this.
A long time ago, they're like, fuck this place, we're going to go find somewhere else. And then they let Tesla type of technology fucking just expand, and they're way beyond us. But they knew that what they left was kind of what we're mirroring today. And they know how greedy man is, and fucking resources, and people want to be rich, and they want to fucking they'll buy a technology, a patent, and then they'll shelve it because they're like, fuck that, we don't want free energy for everybody. So they know how we are. But what if they're just like, hey, you guys just fucking stay the fuck away from us, or we're gonna fuck you up. We got this fucking crazy thing that annihilate all you guys. And then what if our governments are okay, well, fuck, all right, yeah, cool, well, let us be rich here and you do your thing there. What if that's the fucking thing?
That sounds like a Tartarian if I ever heard one.
And they may just be drip feeding us little bits of the technology information that we need, and that's how we've progressed over the years, maybe.
Well, they drip feed us information so they can see who our brightest minds are, and then they pull a reverse Uno on us and do a backwards paperclip operation, and they take us to other ponds. You hear me?
Well, so Operation Paperclip was for space, and also meant keep high-ranking Nazis out of jail. CIA was, friends with the Nazis, but they weren't all the brightest minds. But that's not a great comparison. But I guess I see what you're saying, where it's like if there is a higher society, I guess, they wouldn't want to deal with us. The only question is then how big is the Earth?
That's a good question. And how do we define Earth?
You got to look at the moon.
And these suns and these stars that we've got here, and the constellations, and the your Mercuries and Jupiters, and this is some sort of this is something. This is a life form. This is an energy system which gives life below it in a certain area, and these clusters of these suns and moons all are working together to give a life below there. And that's what you've got. You've got all these clusters of lights and suns and moons dotted around different. Imagine how, for thousands and millions of miles of ponds and lights in the sky and suns. It's just speculation, of course, but it sounds great.
Well, I'll just stick with Jeremiah 31:37, and dude, no one will ever be able to measure the heights or the depths or the lengths. And God said, and if someone does, then we'll be done. Because of what we done, He will end us. He will pull man from Israel, which is always like an analogous fuel to humans on earth.
What was that? Say that again, mate. Read that again. Sorry.
Jeremiah 31:37 says, "No one can measure the heights or the depths, and if we can, then because of what we've done, He will pull us out of this place. He will end it. In other words, just remember what He did with the Tower of Babel, right? Like they were building it high, and He knocked it down. He's all because of He's like, whoa, like all these people they're speaking the same language, so I'm gonna like scatter them and give them different languages because what can they do if they all came together? What can they actually do? And now we're kind of like in that same boat right now. It's like a modern day Babel. We're building this model, this theory, this heliocentric model is like the new Babel, and we're saying we know the height, we know the depth. He says you'll never know it.
Rockets up.
Yeah, sending rockets. They're all skipping on the water up there. It's crazy.
And NASA, all this NASA lie about going to the moon and everything. These are part of it, and these are they may be doing some research over these lands and over Antarctica. They are actually, but just telling us they're on the bleeding moon or Mars and things like that, where they are putting all this money into some research and going to these places where we don't know exist with other civilizations or other things we've probably never even thought of. So maybe that's what they're doing, but they've got to put this lie up of going to space and landing things on Mars and different planets, where to take your mind out of that, just thinking about.
Do you think they could be doing it? Do you think they could be doing it for some positive reason, like
possibly? Yeah, for the good of human race in the end, sort of thing.
Yeah, like just because, like, if you think about, I'm not a parent, but like most of the rules you would set for your kids if you were a parent, they would be like, "You're the worst." The restrictions you would put on them, or the stories you would tell them, or the like, would be ultimately always for their benefit, but they might not. They might not / definitely don't see it that way.
Yeah, it's a possibility, isn't it? But
we should be thankful to our overlords.
We just don't know, do we?
Or maybe it's one of those things where I remember reading about this parent who would like encourage their kid to argue back. So maybe it could be a thing where it's like not quite a test, but they want you to question authority. It's almost like the sort of Star Trek thing. They won't. These advanced civilizations won't talk to you until you've figured out warp technology. Maybe it's like, you can't get the full secrets until you learn to question the received knowledge.
But maybe these civilizations have given them the heliocentric model because it has obviously duped humanity for some time. You know, there's people waking up to it now and realizing that. Don't think I live on a globe. But that heliocentric model is a very complex model. It's done the trick,
Connor
hasn't it?
decided to come in and pretend to yawn. That was a bold entry, Connor.
I'm sorry. I thought my mic was muted. My apologies.
We're just talking about ponds, Connor, and other civilizations and
I'm
things
tired.
like that, mate. Yeah, so there we
Okay.
go.
I mean, is
Crit
there?
doesn't have an automated thing for his. Anyway, go on. Tell us, Connor. Why do you think you live on a spinning, wobbling space ball?
Okay. I mean, I'm sure. Right. I'm sure you guys are, very well.
I've got a massive dick, if that's what you're asking.
Well, that was part of what I was gonna say. But so big dick, but also.
I got a big.
You guys are well attuned to like having anyone like push back against flat Earth with all the standard ass arguments that anyone from grade school would give you, right?
No, Eratosthenes measured Earth curvature, mate, without any shadow of a doubt. You prove it wrong.
Yeah, I'm just coming here to listen. I yawned on accident. I'm sorry.
It's all right. You tell me how he didn't measure curvature.
I don't know, bro.
He measured bias.
I don't know, bro.
It's
You're
in
right.
all the educational books. We learnt it at school. The guy measured the circumference of Earth. Unless you can say that he didn't do that. And explain how he didn't do it.
I don't even know where to go. It's like, what did you give like standard arguments? I assume that doesn't make any sense in this place. Or like in terms of like, have you ever flown in an airplane? Like blah blah blah. Right.
Well, one you could ask yourself is if you think. I'm presuming you think you live on a
Correct.
globe.
Spinning, wobbling
Correct.
water.
My understanding is the standard understanding.
Yeah. So, what have you ever questioned it, or were you like told it at school?
Absolutely,
and
no,
like,
absolutely, I've questioned it. Absolutely, I've questioned it.
Okay.
I thought all about it, all the like. I've seen the flat Earth models, bro. My brain is open, but I mean, I also I'm trying to find what is real.
Okay. Yep. I think we're all doing that.
You've seen pictures from NASA, haven't you, of the Earth?
From NASA of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pictures from space.
Yes.
Debunk that then.
Yes, and NASA.
Are you telling me to debunk it, or you want the flat earthers to debunk it?
Yeah.
What?
How you gonna debunk a good picture, bro?
You can't, can you? We've got photographs of the round spinning water ball planet we live on.
So I was a little bit of the theory of the moon landing being false, right? Being fake. And
on
I
telly,
think
mate.
And there was
surely. Excuse me, mate. It was on telly. So with you.
Okay. Okay. But I think that certainly if you believe in a flat Earth, you'd have to believe that the moon landing, all of that, everything in the middle, not all the people, not all the engineers, but the general production of that would have been faked. Is that correct or is that wrong?
Why can't you have a rock in the sky over a flat Earth? Is what one of my flat Earth friends said to me.
Okay. Can you talk to me like a normal person or not?
Well, he just said, well, we went to the moon, but the Earth could be flat as well.
Do you think we went to the moon?
Pardon? Well, it was on telly, wasn't it?
I'm almost positive that we went to the moon. At least we have very, very good evidence that we at least left orbit and we're at least halfway to the moon. We have very good evidence for that.
It was on the radio as well.
That's true. It was on the radio.
No, it's not the
What's your
radio.
very good evidence for that?
The very good evidence would be the exact evidence that people who say that the moon landing was false use to make that claim. I think is the best, almost the best evidence. No, I'm not saying I haven't looked through this all
What?
because
The best evidence we got into orbit is the fact that people exist who say that we didn't.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Make your argument make sense to me.
Pretty much what it sounded
So,
like.
so let me tell you the full breadth
Please
of
do.
what I'm thinking.
Go
So I've heard, maybe this is not what any of you guys believe, but I've heard that.
Who told you?
Let me tell you what I'm saying, and then we can debate the into parts of it. Which is that I've heard that so there's a very infamous recording out of Apollo 11, which starts with a view of the Earth, and they say, it's part of the audio recording within the thing, is that I'm halfway to the moon or something like that. They say like I'm 166, 1,000 kilometers away from Earth, something like that. And a lot of the skeptics of the moon landing would be looking at this exact recording that I'm referring to, and they're recording the Earth. They're recording the Earth out of the window of the Apollo capsule. And do you know what I'm referring to?
I'm not following this at all.
I know which one he's talking about. It's where they make them circle out of the window. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so then the conspiracy says that, well, they were not actually anywhere even close to the moon. What they did is they took the camera backwards, like maybe 5-6 feet away from the window of the capsule, and they're orbiting Earth. They're orbiting.
No,
and they made a video. That's where they made the.
No,
Sorry?
they were in low Earth orbit, and they used the thing
You're
to
right,
put the
right.
filter over the window. So you're saying that is your proof that they went halfway because they faked looking like they were halfway there. Do you understand that that's what the whole thing was?
That's
Is
not.
that it
No,
wasn't?
you're not understanding my argument.
They
No,
weren't
you're not.
faking
You're not
that
making a
they
very
were
clear
near
argument.
the
You're not making it
moon.
very easy for us to understand. I got to be
No,
clear.
we understand it. They weren't faking
I
that they
was
were
I was
near
putting the
the moon.
position forward. I was
You have to let
making
other
sure that
people
everyone
talk.
understood what I'm
If
talking
people are going to
about.
let you talk and go on your tantrums, you got to let other people
Go ahead.
engage with you as well. So they weren't faking that they were near the moon. They were faking that they were halfway to the moon. And you're saying that evidence there, even though people claim that it was fake, is proof that they went halfway, yet they were faking that they went halfway.
But they was halfway there.
I'm saying that here's what I'm saying is that when you look, there's one of the things that I looked into when not you, but like people were saying, like, okay, this is one of the best evidence, because part of that evidence, part of that footage, right, is where they like it kind of comes out of you, and they have the lights. Like this shit was all in Joe Rogan, like I don't know, a month ago, and my point is, I looked into this to see, and as far as I could tell, if
Come on, mate. Come on.
if you were recording low Earth orbit footage, it would never look like what was in the picture, right? The picture was static. The clouds were generally
So hang on.
static.
Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
In this theory, what we're trying to debunk is that they turned up on a different planetary body, and then when they were there, they took photos and made videos pretending they were there in a low G environment, playing golf, shooting photos of Earth, and all of those are fake. And we're trying to test if that's the truth. Is that where we're at? And your evidence that they didn't do that faking of videos is, hey, there's a different video that looks the way I expect it to. Do you see any issues with the logic here? Are you spotting any little chinks in this admittedly shiny suit of armor?
I don't know.
You're not seeing any problems at all, are you?
You tell me. You
this-
never let me end my explanation. So keep going.
Because it's taking forever.
Mate,
you a
just
flat earther,
you
mate?
can make it more succinctly, or you don't understand it. Pick one. Can you make it more succinctly? It sounds like your entire point.
I can try to put the points a little closer on the end right here. I mean,
Well,
but I
how
don't know
long
what
have you been
what do you
a
want me to what do you want me to say? You want me to lie to you?
To
What are
make-
you what are you telling
when
me?
did you get
No, I
into
want you to
flat
make your case and make it sound less dumb this time.
I was
Flat Earth.
less dumb. I was trying to just explain one of the main moon conspiracies.
Right. And
okay.
and you were saying that one of the main reasons you have for believing that they
You
made
know,
it
I never
halfway
got to
there
that
is-
part. People started interrupting me.
Please,
Once,
please get there. Please use your
okay.
words. You can do it. I believe in you.
I'll start shouting over anyone who interrupts me. Okay.
Well, just make the point. That's what you
I'll,
could
I'll,
do.
I'll talk over them. I was giving you. I was giving you the setup of the shot that is
Please
considered
get there.
this conspiracy shot.
Please make your
This is-
next
Condense
words the fucking point.
Condense it.
All right.
Condense it.
The point is, it's not real. We can tell from their footage, it's not from low Earth orbit. Okay, there you go.
How
So
can
how
we
long have
tell
you been
from
a
their
flat
footage that it's not
Oh,
from low Earth
that
orbit?
was my point.
This entire
And your
mission,
point is
where the
the
question
fucking-
is, did they fake photos and videos of being on another planetary
Do you
body?
care about the shot that I'm talking about, or do you not?
No, because
I'm trying
you
to
didn't
have you
even-
make it make sense, and it's epically stupid. It is one of the stupidest things I've heard somebody say, and I spend all of my day on Discord.
And that's coming from
What-
this.
what
is
am I
I'm
saying that
it's
is
always
so
a
dumb?
headache whenever Eggshells has to pose a flat earther and crush you. He's not even a flat earther. That's how bad your argument is right now.
Your argument is, oh, they didn't fake these photos and videos from the moon because I saw a photo halfway there and that looked correct to me.
No, absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely, that's not what I said at all.
How did you tell that the photo was not possibly from low Earth orbit and was from somewhere more impressive than low Earth orbit and wasn't faked in exactly the same way all of the other photos would have had to have been?
Let me confirm two facts. Let me see if you can, because if you don't agree with me on these two things, then it doesn't matter, right? So let me ask you on two things. Let me ask you two questions.
Go for it.
Go on, then.
Please
Do you think like there isn't? Do you know what I'm referring to when I say that there's like a very infamous video that was claimed? It was claimed to be taken halfway in between the Earth and the Moon from Apollo 11,
I
and
can
they were
imagine it.
looking. They were looking out they're looking out the window towards Earth, and it's an infamous photo in
Is this
all of
part of the
space
question?
history. No, I'm just making sure you understand what I'm
I'm
referring
not
to.
intimately aware of it, but I can get the idea of a video or a photo
we can
taken from
picture it in our
somebody.
minds.
Like
We've
it's
got it in our minds.
infamous. If you're like
Yeah.
think that the moon thing is a thing, this is like key
Okay.
part
Right,
one of your evidence.
We've all seen
How
it. We've all
how
seen it.
many
What-
exactly how many standard drinks have you consumed?
I was gonna say.
Okay. Is the flat Earth thing?
Right,
Is the
second
flat Earth
question.
thing entirely separate from the other conspiracies?
You've misinterpreted
mate,
what
we just-
you
we
saw and
debunk
went on.
flat
a
Earth
fucking
I'm
all
tangent
day
trying-
long,
on
mate.
it.
I'm trying to be.
Don't come in here, Flurfer, with your flat Earth proofs, mate. Well, Eratosthenes measured Earth curvature. Prove that wrong.
His head's spinning. He's got no clue what's going on.
That is like the dumbest defense of the moon landing I've ever
I'm
heard.
trying to be fucking chill with you guys because I know you're just
It's
gonna
not about
ban
being
me in
chill. It's about
silence.
Excuse
making
me,
sense.
Connor.
It's about
Connor,
saying
what-
something that logically
I'm
stands
trying
up
to make
a
sense. I'm trying to reference. I'm trying to
failing.
reference
You're
something
failing.
very
Connor.
specific.
You're very bad at it.
Failing.
Connor,
You're
Connor, they
failing.
brought a fucking rock back with them, didn't they? They brought a rock back
Okay,
with
so
them.
do you,
If they
I don't
did
know,
any
did
of
they?
it, why would they have to fake any of it?
They might have lost it and put it in the wrong museum, but they definitely brought it back.
Okay. All right, you guys are right. Yeah, it's flat. You're right. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, if the only arguments in favor of the globe are as bad as yours, then yeah, I think it's flat.
So, did you watch the video? A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Is there any Is there any thought in your guys' head you think I'm gonna
Chrono, can you hear me
answer you
talking?
honestly? Yes, I can hear you.
Focus.
I can
Okay.
hear you talk.
Okay,
Answer
so
the
I asked
question.
you
Yeah,
a
I'm
question.
banned. I get banned when I talk, bro.
Hey,
Because
I
you
Well,
don't
asked
if
you.
shut
you're
the fuck
always
up
this
and
drunk,
listen.
that would
I
stand to
asked you.
reason, right?
I asked you a question. Have you seen the full video of a funny thing happened on the way to the moon?
No, I mean I probably have absolutely, but I don't
It's
All right.
infamous. It's infamous.
I posted it in the chat. Maybe go watch that and then come back and you could readjust your argument.
Oh. It just doesn't make any sense. But I mean, he's struggling to string sentences together. So
but I was trying to give pretty legit, like I'm giving evidence straight from the Apollo, being like, this is there's the biggest moon conspiracy guy. He was just on Joe Rogan presenting his best evidence
did he do
for
it
why the
well,
moon
or did
landing
he do
was
it the
fake.
way you did it?
I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not.
Did you watch
I'm
it?
not
I don't know 5
characterizing.
times.
Okay.
So, Connor, when did you start to believe that the Earth was flat?
I never fully believed that the Earth was flat, but I started to look into ideas. I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Like, what am I being told? Is this true? I didn't know, and so I was like,
It doesn't look
open
flat.
my
It doesn't
mind.
look flat, does it?
I know it's not flat, like, but you know,
No, it's not flat.
that's
Do you use similar
yeah.
or
Might as
even
well,
worse logic
might as well
to
kick
conclude
ban
that
me.
it's not flat?
You can
We
feel
don't
it
need to
moving.
ban you. You're great. You come in here each day and you convert people from the globe to the flat Earth because they just
I don't
go,
come in here.
oh wow. Most people
This is the
go, I
first
haven't
time
really
I've been
thought
in this
about it.
channel.
But if the people who have thought about it that poorly, I'm switching sides. So you should come back each day.
So, Connor,
We should have you as like a special guest.
If you think that's true, then don't let me talk. Then maybe you
No, I
won't
want
ban
you
me when I
talking.
start to
You're not
show
hearing.
some
You're
of
not
my
hearing what
other
I'm saying.
pieces of
I
evidence.
want you here converting
You
people
remember that
to
you
the flat
banned
Earth
me
world.
just 20 minutes ago, right?
I don't have mod perms. I haven't banned you at all.
No,
I'm
whoever.
not sure they're being wrong for a 15th time.
Chrono,
asking
you
you
can
to-
feel it. Yeah.
But watch that video that Apocryphon posted, and then come back and have a chat, mate.
Yeah, check it out.
Baby,
I'm back.
right round, baby, right round.
Look at the part where they talk about the video taken from within, whatever they're at, wherever they're at. And then the way they set it up, then when they pull the camera away, and then you could hear them talking, like, just watch the full video. There's a reason why that video exists. It's because they were caught.
Eggshells
lying.
watched it, didn't you, mate? Eggshells watched it, and that's how he converted to flat Earth. Didn't it, mate?
Yeah, probably.
Is someone drinking through a straw then or something?
That would be funny if he's drinking beer through a straw. But I think he took a big rip.
Hello, friends.
It's just a small vape, bro. Chill your dick ass out, you old
Took
fuck.
a big rip off of his vape.
I hope somebody
Everyone's
clips
up
his
row.
responses.
I hope they do, because it would destroy all of your guys' narratives.
Chrono, when you
Narrative.
vape, do you hold
We
it
know
with
they
both
went to
hands?
the.
And I'm not
What
even
narr-
like against.
We know they went to
I'm
the
not even
moon
against it.
Chrono,
because
What
there are
narrative are you-
photos from out of the window of the Apollo that look like they're from halfway there.
hey
What
Chrono,
narratives are you speaking of?
Flat Earth, bro. It feels weird to me. Like, there's so many good actual conspiracies in the world. Why are we doing flat Earth? I don't understand it.
Well, it's the natural state of all of reality. So if you're saying that it's not, then I need to know if you have any evidence against it. So what do you have in the contrary to say that the Earth is
Yeah,
not?
I've flown on an airplane a couple of times in my life, buddy.
Now, what are you
None of
gonna
us
what
have
are you,
done that.
what are you gonna tell about what are you gonna tell about that airplane ride?
I could tell from that airplane ride that I was not flying over a flat Earth. Okay,
How do you know that?
because you literally look out the window and you can
Yeah.
see the curvature of the Earth.
No
You can
shit.
see it from a plane. This is where we're at. This is Globe Earth 2024. You can see it from a plane.
Okay, all right. So you guys have that. Okay, so you guys have that perspective well debunked, I assume, right?
Well, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says you couldn't even see it from the height of the Red Bull. which is
Neil
about
deGrasse
5
Tyson.
times-
Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Google it, bro.
Who cares what he said?
At what height? Just no. Google anybody saying anything. At what height is the curvature of Earth perceptible? And you will not find it is at the height of a commercial airplane. So unless you were claiming you're a
Let's try it. Do
SR-71
you mind if I
Blackbird,
try it? Do you mind if I try it?
yeah, I'm not just making mouth sounds.
Let's see.
Go for it.
At what
At
height
what altitude is the
can
height
you
of
see
curvature of
the
Earth perceptible?
curvature of the Earth? I already know you're wrong because you can see it about 6 miles, but
6 miles now.
it says 35,000 feet or slightly below.
Really?
Which-
Is that what it says?
Is that what it says?
It says the curvature of the horizon can be seen from the ground at altitudes of 35,000 or slightly below if the field of view is wide, 60 degrees, and the sky is mostly clear. The horizon
The field of
at
view
high
is
elevations can be almost as sharp as the horizon at sea level. That's
You
just
sure you're not
that's
talking
just
about
Google.
photography? How is a field of view going to be
It says-
60
It
degrees?
says 50,000 feet if you scroll a little bit lower. My initial one said 35.
Right. There's a big
The
difference.
other one
between
below
them.
says 50,000. I agree that is a big difference because
So,
they don't
but-
fly. They don't fly at 50. They don't fly. Commercial airlines don't fly at 50, but they absolutely fly above 35.
Right, but it's also talking about a 60-degree field of view. It sounds like the article you're talking about is about photography, and there's
All
a
it
whole
did was
different
Google it.
discussion. Right, but there's a whole different discussion to get into is whether you can warp it to make it look curved with a camera lens, which is not what we're asking you for, because you said you saw it yourself with your own eyes. Do your own eyes
Correct.
have a field of view of 60 degrees?
Yes, they have a field of view of more than 100 degrees, more than 150 degrees. Yeah, they have about
They have
180
the
degrees.
wrong. You have the wrong field of view, but you saw the right thing at the right height.
What are you talking about? What does that
Talking
mean?
about a camera. It's talking about a camera lens, and you're going.
What
yeah,
are my eyes? Sorry?
Sure, man. Is it talking about cameras or is it talking about with your eyes?
It's talking about neither. It's talking about what is viewable.
Post the link for us. Post the link for us. Maybe somebody less drunk will be able to read it.
Yeah, if you think that I'm drunk and therefore I can't read, here's the link.
Well, I think you're drunk, but you're also possibly stupid. I can't tell. It's hard
That's
to tell.
fine. I know that's possible. As you believe in flat Earth, so you might be just stupid and stupid. So right, we're a little bit
and
even.
stupid. That's what we're going with. That's your wicked rebuttal.
That was great.
Damn, these Globers are good.
Oh, that's great. That was a good laugh.
I'm sick of coming on. I'm sick of coming on here and getting smashed by Globers like this with all this outstanding evidence. It's getting me down now.
And he pulled up an article from the internet, and he thinks that it verifies his position. But he fails to realize. Yeah, hold on, dude. You fail to realize that even though you said that you saw curvature from an airplane, if that's true, do you think what is the next step for us to actually know or not if that is the case?
I don't know. You tell me, bro. I don't know what what view of Earth do you have. So you tell me what are the next steps to like.
All right. Well, we have to we have to verify that you actually did see curvature. So let's go back
Not
down.
me. Why me? Why am I the person? We have billions of people. Why am I the person? I'm not.
Because you just finished saying that you've seen curvature from an airplane window, right?
Well, sure. There's
Okay.
airplanes flying around the Earth right now at this very
right.
second.
So let's go to your claim that you saw curvature from an airplane window, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay. Now that we know that much, let's go back down to the ground and figure out if we could measure this monkey. What do you think? Think we can do it?
I doubt you can, but yes, we can. Humanity can. Mathematicians can.
The Greeks
I don't
did
think
it.
you can.
The Greeks did it.
All right. So what we got to do now is figure out if you can be able to do this or not. Right. So what method can we do to ascertain this information of the curvature? What's the method? Go on.
There's plenty of methods. I mean,
data,
the
figures,
Greeks.
numbers,
Do you understand how they initially found out the size of the Earth? Do you
we
do you know that?
I want you to tell me.
Do you know? Do you know?
I want you to tell me how we can measure the curvature. Go on.
Do you know how they initially found out how big the Earth
Don't
was?
ask me a question. Just give me the reason or the method by which.
I don't know exactly how they figured it out. Okay, I don't know.
Well, then, you saw curvature. It's like me telling you, I saw
Correct. I saw curvature. Correct.
Yeah, I saw the abominable snowman, and I've seen him. How the fuck am I going to be able to prove it to you if I can't do anything?
You argue with like 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds? I don't
No,
understand.
well, actually, yeah, you do act like a 4-year-old, so yeah, probably. So check
Okay.
this out.
All right.
If you're able to listen for just a moment, I want you to think about the question. If you saw curvature from an airplane window, how can we measure the Earth on the ground?
Whoa. Oh my God, my brain is spinning. Are you kidding? Are you being serious? Did you ever graduate high school?
Can you answer the question? Yes? Is that a nervous laugh?
I mean, no. Like, what is the question? Can I measure the Earth while I'm flying in an airplane out my window?
No, numbnuts. When you land on the ground, right? You land on the ground. Can you measure the curvature of the Earth on the ground?
Not directly, but they did. They did do it directly that way. Yes.
Okay, not directly, but yes, directly.
How do you think? This is why I asked you this question. Do you know when they initially the first person?
Stop asking me questions. Just give me the answer. How can you measure the curvature of the Earth from the ground? Go ahead.
You have to measure from different distances on the Earth.
You have
Okay,
to measure
that's
from different distances.
That's a load of bullshit because you didn't tell me a method.
Doesn't
You
make
just
any
say
sense.
He muted me because he wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm
You're
gonna
not
do it
muted.
again. I do. Yeah, I'm actually stopping him because he's got diarrhea of the mouth.
But I want to know what he means by you measure from different distances. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and expound on that.
Oh my God, I'm unmuted.
Yeah, you're gonna be muted once again. Go ahead and expound on that point.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we're not gonna listen to you. I'm not gonna. Just give us the answer to the question. It's pretty simple.
How are you a slave master?
Answer to the question, please.
Seriously, don't.
They measured from different distances. Sounded like what you said. What do you mean when you say that?
Do you guys have no idea?
Yeah.
We just want you to explain it.
They must have measured. They measured different distances from the curvature.
Yeah, just go ahead
obviously.
Hey, Conroe, just go ahead and explain it. All right.
Oh my!
What did they do?
There's I forget the name of the guy. This is very famous. This is very famous. He took two guys, and he was in Egypt, and he took two guys. He sent them north and he sent them south, and he said, "I want you to measure the distance of shadows, right?"
Yeah.
I just want to hear his ocean of mic for a minute.
What?
There's some sort of sound coming through your mic.
Oh,
Sounds like
sorry.
a seashell.
Yeah. Oh, that confuses drunk people. All right,
So
let me mute up.
that's what you meant by they measure the difference of different distances.
That's how they initially determined the.
You mean they measured the difference in the length of shadows? Is that what you meant to say?
Correct. I'm not. You're right. This is not crazy, bro. This is. All of you guys should have been taught this shit in school.
We've heard
that's-
this one before.
That's how they initially. That's how they.
It's not usually referred to as they measure the difference of different distances. That doesn't make any sense. Whereas they measured the length of different shadows does make sense. And so if that's what you meant, maybe next time, wild idea I know, just say that.
I'm getting muted in the middle of my words. Okay.
Yeah.
So fuck
You were
fuck,
muted.
fuck you guys
whole
because I can't say anything. Go ahead, mute me in the middle of what I'm talking
Not
about.
that
That's the
very
only way
well.
they can win is by muting you.
What?
The only way they can win is by muting people.
I think I can mute. I could beat this guy just by letting him speak.
Well, then
Yeah,
why didn't you let me speak?
You're speaking now.
I didn't want you
numbnuts.
muted.
He's
You're
muted
speaking
me
now.
like 6 times. Are you
Hey,
kidding?
dumbass, you're speaking now. So use
So-
your airtime to give us the answer to the question.
But if I say nothing, you don't like it. Yeah, you're right. You're just gonna mute
So
me.
is there a way? Is there a
Can't
way
there?
on a flat Earth that you could get different distances from a light source, different shadow lengths from a single light source? Could that exist if the Earth was flat?
Who cares, dude? These guys are authoritarians. I don't
You
care.
should. You should care because it's your.
No, I don't care. They've been muting me over and over whenever I try to just say simple things.
You're nearly there now with the proof. Shadows were measured. So just carry on with that. Get to how the curvature of the Earth's measured after that. Go.
Do you? Okay. Listen, I'm gonna try to be honest. I'm not gonna troll. Okay. Do you need me to explain the way that ancients determined over and over the curvature of the Earth? If you want me
Yeah,
to, I will.
are you able to do it without fumbling over your words?
The initial one I know by heart, but after I mean, there's a lot of different ways that they did it. I don't know all of them by heart.
Well, you didn't do a very good job with the first instance of what you just explained right now because Eggshells had to correct you. So sounds like you need help.
I never got to explain it because I got muted in the middle 6 different times in the middle.
Try it now. Rather than whinging about being muted, have a crack. Have a red hot crack. The next words out of your mouth should be a real red hot crack at explaining how it comports with a globe and wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
The initial ways that they tried to determine that the Earth was round was, as I said, I made it very clearly. They called it distance, but that's exactly what they did. Is they took people who had clocks, and they took them to different places they spread from. Essentially, my understanding, they spread north and south from Egypt to, which essentially is close to the equator line. They essentially went north and east, north and south, and they measured what the shadows look like in comparison to time. And when they looked at the shadow difference in these different areas, they realized. Well, I mean, I think they already knew. They already knew that the Earth was a globe, but then that was a way to try and put math to how big is the globe, and they measured here's the angle of the shadow in Egypt. Here's the angle of the shadow somewhere down south, like 100 kilometers or something. I don't know exactly. And
Did
they
it rely on
measured
any
that,
assumptions?
and then they used geometry to be like, okay, this is the size of the Earth.
Right. Did it rely on any assumptions?
Not that I can think of. It might have, but not that I can think of.
Did they think of the Earth as a globe prior to this?
Sorry?
Did they think of the Earth as a globe prior to them doing this?
I think they probably did. I cannot know that for certain, but I think it was already in the ideas of people that it was a globe, and they were trying to measure how big that globe was. I think was ultimately the real purpose of the experiment. Is
Morning,
is that
friend.
wrong? I mean, like, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Well,
wrong because how can you measure something that you already know what it is? You already think it's
What
a
are you
globe.
talking about?
Why is that an answer? That's not an answer.
No, it's not.
Yeah, what do you mean it's not an answer? Shut up, Brenda. It's an answer because if they're already presupposing that it's a globe, then why the fuck are they measuring it to see if it is one?
You can
He's
go
not.
measure this kind of thing yourself, though.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about shadows. What I'm asking you is that if they're talking about measuring something prior to the fact that they don't know what it is, and then they fucking measure it and they say, well, we measured the shadows, the Earth's a globe, well, voila. Well, they already fucking thought of it as a globe. Why the fuck are they measuring it for a globe if they already think of it like one? Huh?
I don't know
Yeah?
if you think you're smart, but
No, I know I'm smart. But the
Actually,
thing is, you don't realize the fact that when somebody presupposes something and then fucking measures it, they're not actually getting the idea that it's something that they didn't know it was prior to the thing they fucking measured. They already assume that it is. They assume that it's a globe, and then they fucking put some shadow lengths, and they're like, oh well, we got these shadow lengths, huh? Well, it's a fucking globe. Now, what the fuck?
you're both kind of wrong.
Connor did say.
No,
Sorry,
kind of
Brenda.
wrong.
Connor did say. He did say they knew the Earth was a sphere before they did this shadow
Yes.
measuring.
Yes.
So who determined it was a sphere before that?
Aristotle.
I think is what Alpha's asking you.
Aristotle.
Yeah, Aristotle. Yeah.
Right.
By what?
How did he go about that?
He reasoned.
Okay, so reason is not a measurement, is it? And so if
No,
you're
shape-
saying that it's a globe by reasons, then any reason will do. You could say the Earth is
No,
by
that's
that
not how
reason.
reasoning works. That's not how reasoning works.
I can
Why do
can
I
reason
get
with
muted
myself.
and this guy can just shout off nonsense?
Because this is a flat Earth server.
Duh.
All right,
So
so
he reasoned that we live on a globe. So talk us through that then.
Oh shit.
because ships go over the horizon, that's why.
Yeah, ships go over the horizon.
That's what
Where-
Aristotle said. That was one of the reasons that Aristotle said that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
All right. So they see ships disappearing from the bottom up, and then they're going to do Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows. But what you're saying is all of this has to deal with them thinking that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. No, they knew it was a globe. They knew it
They
was
know
a globe.
it's a globe.
Yes.
So they know, but then they're using reasons. The reason is
Yes, that's
because
called reasoning, yes.
They know really. So how do you know something's a globe before you measure it? Pray tell.
You
He
have
he
logical
just gave you a
arguments.
couple of reasons.
No
Yeah.
reason. You haven't measured the fucking thing. How do you know it's a sphere?
You don't have
The
to measure.
consequent of it.
I
Yes,
don't
you
have to
do.
measure
The
a
consequent
baseball
of
to
a
know
sphere-
that it's a ball. I don't have to measure a
what the
baseball to
fuck?
know that it's a ball.
Yeah, you don't know it's a fucking ball.
Actually,
unless
I
you
do.
Actually,
No.
a sphere. It's a consequent of the Earth, actually, because you don't see the actual shape standing on the damn thing, do you?
Yes, you do. When ships go over the
Where?
horizon. When ships go over the
No.
horizon.
Yeah,
That's-
ships go over the horizon.
Yeah,
You're
that's
not
the
seeing
curve. That's the curve.
It is. It's a curve.
Yes.
What is it? What is the drop over distance?
What? 8 inches per mile. Yeah.
8 inches per mile. And how come every time somebody
Where?
goes out and does a line of sight test, they don't see 8 inches per mile, Brenda?
Because you use the wrong formula.
We're the wrong formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the right formula?
It's fairly complicated, but if you want to know the amount hidden,
Yeah.
if you
So,
want to know the
fairly
amount,
complicated.
yes, if
So
you
the
want to,
average Joe,
I'm trying
the
to
average
answer
Joe
your
goes out
question,
there-
dude.
Yeah, but the average Joe goes outside and sees this drop over distance, and as you said, 8 inches per mile.
Square.
So what they're going to do, squared. What they're going to do is make sure that the globe adheres to this principle, right? Of seeing the measurement done by 8 inches per mile squared, right?
It doesn't tell you the amount hidden.
So how do we get to that?
It's a more complicated formula.
Oh, it's too complicated. Okay, so that's too
I
complicated.
just said
We can't
more
figure it out.
complicated.
Okay, then go ahead and expound. Go on.
We don't have to. You just use.
Don't expound to this guy.
No, go ahead and expound.
As if he would care about any single piece of any of it. No.
All right, so are you just a
He's
cheerleader?
not listening to anything that is being said. He's not responding to anything that is being said. He's just continuing to put his own narrative forward.
Yeah, we don't need to hear your stupid mouth. You're inebriated anyways. Go ahead, Brenda. Expound. Yeah? Expound away. Do I
Hey,
hear
Brent.
crickets?
Is Brenda, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to back up for you, but you totally shot yourself in the foot. You're like, what DMOC is doing, your claim was.
What?
DMOC.
DMOC isn't in here. What are you talking about?
No, on PNR.
Yeah, but I left that, so.
Well, yeah,
Drop
because
it.
Well, the thing is, though, I'm trying to help you out. That
Why-
if you think what DMOC is doing means he's mentally ill and should be muted, and then you do what he's doing.
But you said it. You said that people could curse.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no problem with
Right.
cursing. There's no problem
Right.
with dropping. Yeah.
Then
So
why was I muted when I cursed?
Because the whole shtick of yours was that that's something I tried to
So-
back up for you.
So
but
there
I
is a
couldn't.
problem with cursing then.
No,
Is there?
the problem
Isn't
is
there?
there's no problem
But then why was I muted when I cursed?
because you just started randomly just dropping curse
Yeah.
words
Yeah, well, so
as
what's
a
wrong with that?
sign
What's
of
wrong with
mental.
that?
Because inside your worldview, you think that's a sign of mental illness.
Oh, you said it was okay.
It is okay.
Hey, Craig, can
Yeah.
I
So
finish
then
the
why
point with
was?
Brenda?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. He wants to bring old shit in here. I don't know why he wants to do that.
All right. So expound on the 8 inches per mile squared.
What about it?
You said it's more complicated to find a hidden
Yeah.
height.
Yeah. So you just have a computer
yeah.
do it. You have a computer do it. There's several Earth curve calculators on the
Really?
internet. Yeah. So what you do is you put in observer height, right? Distance, and various other variables, and it will calculate how much of a distant object should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. 8 inches per mile square will not tell you that. There is nowhere in 8 inches per mile squared to insert observer height.
Really? So observer height would also mean the angle at which you see across the field of view, right?
Straight line of sight, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
What do
What-
you mean? Your field of view as you see off into the distance, Brenda.
What,
You know
field
what
of
I'm
view?
fucking saying.
No,
Yeah.
field of view is horizontal, isn't it? We're
No
talking about
shit.
vertical. Yeah, we're talking about
Vertical.
vertical. Things disappear up and down, not left to right.
Yeah, when you're looking across left to right, you don't see any fucking curvature.
That doesn't
which
mean it
means
isn't.
It's a horizontal field of view.
No, it
numbnuts.
doesn't. Number
do you mean,
one,
no, it doesn't?
we're not
What's
talking
your
about
field of
that.
view when you're looking? What's your field of view when you're looking off into the horizon and you're seeing ships disappear? What's your field of view?
My field of view is about, I think it's about 160 degrees is how wide you can see with your eyes.
Yeah.
Something like that. That doesn't
Yeah,
have
so
anything
it's
to
pretty
do.
much-
What does that
pretty
have to
much
do with
horizontal.
why ships disappear over the horizon?
Well, you have to factor in
Well-
that you're seeing across the surface of the Earth, Brenda.
No, we're
Hello?
talking about field of view is left to right, moron.
Yeah. Well, how the fuck are you gonna look if you're not looking left to right? Numbnuts.
You're looking
Off into the-
forward,
off into
dude.
the
You're looking
distance.
forward. Ships
Yeah.
disappear forward, not left to right.
Yeah, and so when they start disappearing in your field of view, you seem so fucking confused every time somebody speaks and they're making
Well,
sense.
Krona, do you see how
We're not gonna
ignorant,
appeal
how
to Krona.
ignorant these people are?
We're not gonna speak to Krona. We're gonna
Incredibly
speak to your
ignorant.
dumbass.
Cannot
We're gonna speak
think
to your
for
dumbass.
shit.
Yeah, no, you can't think for shit because obviously you said hidden height is complicated. We gotta let computers do it. Really? So you don't have the answer to why hidden height is actually factored in from
I
a line
told
of
you
sight.
already. I told you
No,
already. You
no,
use the
you're-
curve calculator.
Earth curve calculator.
Don't dis-
So that's you're appealing to a calculator that somebody.
Yeah.
Hold on one day. You're appealing to a calculator that somebody else brought in that you don't know how it was constructed and what is factored in with the hidden height. there's something that you're not telling the rest of the people here. It starts with the letter R. Well, actually, there's two,
What?
but well, you're not saying it. Well, I'm not going to say it for you.
What? What is it you want?
What do you see when you're seeing something in the distance, and then sometimes it appears as if you could see farther, and sometimes it appears as you could see closer? What is that letter? It starts with an R.
That would be zoom on a camera or binoculars.
Zoom on a camera.
Yeah, when you
Well,
can
I'm
see
not gonna
something
tell you,
closer,
you
that
don't say
means
it.
you've used lenses, right, to zoom in. That has nothing to do with why things disappear over the horizon.
Oh yeah. So the predictable
yeah.
distance of the Earth's curvature should be at a specific distance every single time, right?
No, it depends on how high you are above the Earth.
Yeah. So let's just say that you're a 6-foot person making an observation. Yeah. 6-foot person making an observation off into your field of view, off into the distance, right?
Yeah.
So
About
we're
3
trying to
miles.
figure out.
About 3 miles, dude.
Okay, so about 3 miles. So we got a predictable amount of where the Earth's curvature should be at. Predictable,
No.
right? Every
No,
single
the Earth,
time. So
the Earth's
tomorrow,
curvature isn't at 3 miles. It curves
Yeah?
everywhere all the time.
so where the fuck is it when I'm looking off into the distance?
That's when it starts to disappear. That's when things start to
Where?
disappear.
3 miles. Okay, so can we count on that every day? When I go tomorrow, it's going to be there again.
It's
And
going
then
to
the next
depend.
day,
It's
and
going to
so on and so
vary.
forth?
It's going to vary depending on refraction.
Oh, here we go. You see, now you said the
Yeah, she
letter
said
R.
it.
He
You
thinks this
said
is a
it. Now,
gotcha, doesn't he? That's
no,
hilarious.
it's not a gotcha. Your dumbass didn't say it. So now that
Why?
you did, you're invoking the magical word, right? So
It's not
how much
magic. It's
refraction?
well
Yeah,
understood.
it is. According,
It's
according
not.
well understood.
And we
Okay,
make
so how much?
lenses. We make lenses for eyeglasses based
Yeah,
on
I
refractive
understand.
index.
I understand the
So
refractive
it's
index
well
that's being used.
understood in physics. It
So I
has
want
been.
you to, yeah. So an eyeglass or something that's used like a refractive index is something that's able to be understood because it's something that they use like that's static, that's not malleable. It doesn't fucking move,
What?
right? So if
Yes, it does.
what your eyeglasses?
No, the horizon moves.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm saying the things that are applied in physical natural. Like if you're saying that you're seeing off into the distance just out on the beach, well, that's something that you can't count on that's going to be the same all the time.
Yes, but you
So
can.
there isn't
Yes, but
what? What?
you can figure that out depending on observer
Really?
height and the refractive index at that
Oh,
time.
what's the refractive? What's the
It's going
refractive
to
index?
vary depending on the environment, on the conditions.
Oh, so it's not a predictable place at 3 miles, Brenda, as you so stated, is it?
No, would be the
What?
typical distance, given how things are
Typical.
typical. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
typical. So
yeah.
is every day typical? When do
Um,
we have typical days?
on typical days,
Which are what? Just
the
Monday and
average,
Saturday?
the average usual conditions. What's wrong with that?
And what's average to you? What is average?
That means a
Yeah?
mean calculated over time.
A mean calculated over time. So what's the what are the parameters for that? The max and the minimum.
It's going to depend.
Really? It's gonna
Yeah.
depend is not a numeric value. It's gonna
Right?
depend is not a numeric value. I need numeric values. What's the minimum
Why?
and maximum? Yeah, you don't know it, do you?
There really isn't a min and maximum. It can
Well
depend on
then,
a lot of
how
things.
is there a fucking average?
There's an
Numbnuts?
average because that's how things are that day, right?
Yeah,
And
but
compared
you
to
don't
the
have a
next
min
day,
and max, do you? What the fuck is your
right?
min and max?
You don't
Min
need
and
that
max.
to calculate an average
How the fuck do you know something's average if you don't know the min and max?
because you just measured over several days
What?
and then you take the mean,
Yeah, what if the other days preceding that are gonna be even more extreme? Huh?
right? That would be
Yeah, how the fuck
that
do you
would
know what
be
typical is then?
that would be not the typical day then, would it?
Yeah, well, no shit. When the
Yeah.
fuck do we have typical days, numbnuts?
We had typical days are an
Typical
average,
fucking days, dude. This is your
right?
globe proof.
So the
What a
average
shame,
temperature at the North Pole is going to be different than it is
Oh
in the
my God,
Sahara
dude.
Desert, isn't it?
You're off the fucking
Isn't it?
reservation, North Pole. We're not
Isn't
talking
it?
about that. A person that lives in North America or Europe or some other country that is not the North Pole are going to be needing to know how they can view the Earth as a fucking globe with something that they can use that's a
Oh yeah.
standard.
Yeah, yes.
Oh yeah.
Like standard refraction. Yes. There is such a
Standard.
thing, standard refraction.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go with that. So is every day a standard day?
No,
Oh shit! Then why are we using standard refraction, nuts?
because
Why?
on average that's what it's going to be.
On average, what the fuck is average when you don't know the min and max?
You don't need to know min and max in order to figure out an average.
Oh, so let's just make up what min and max is, and then just say from there we can just know that the Earth
Hang
is a
on.
globe.
Well, but the point, like I can determine the average height of a man without being able to tell you how tall men can get. Can't I?
Of course you can.
We're
This
not
is
talking
like
about humans.
middle school mathematics from like seventh grade, and he can't do it.
Middle school mathematics.
Middle school
Now-
math, yes, is
now let's go back to-
calculating an average is middle school math
All right,
learned
so
in
what's the
grade
average?
school,
Then
in
what the fuck is-
elementary school,
All right,
and
Mr.
you
Elementary-
can't
Mr.
do
Elementary
it.
School. Mr. Elementary School, I want you to tell me what is the min and max, or what is the average?
An average, you
What is the
add
average
up,
for refraction? What is the average?
you add up
Get
the
some
values
citations.
over time. You add up values over time.
How much
then-
time?
Whatever is more is better. Fewer
More
is
is
not as
better.
good. More is better. Yes.
You are a fucking numpty of epic proportions. I can't believe that you're saying this shit. And everybody else, like eggshells, just fucking co-sign your dumbass. All right?
I didn't co-sign it. I just was challenging the idea that you need to know the min and max in order to get an average.
Bullshit. Shut up, dude. You just fucking co-signed this shit. This is absolute retardville. All right?
No, you just don't understand sixth grade mathematics.
Yeah,
where
you don't understand what you're talking about.
I
I'm
do.
actually pointing-
You
no,
don't, and you're getting
didn't
angry
give a numeric
because
value.
you don't understand things,
All
and
right,
you're
so what's the
frightened.
numeric? What's
Anger
the numeric-
is a sign of fear, isn't
Shut
it?
up, dude. What's the numeric value for the average?
I don't know off the top of my
All
head
right,
what
then.
standard refraction is. I
And
could
there
look
you
it
have
up.
it. There you be. You don't know.
There
what
I
you're
be
talking
what?
about.
There I be what?
You don't know what you're talking about, Brenda.
That doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't
Yeah, it actually does. I just asked you for the numeric value. You couldn't present it. Therefore, you don't know what you're talking about. And I have eggshells co-signing your dumb ass. I don't need that. I need people to understand that when people come in here and start saying that they can see curvature and then they can't see curvature because they don't know where it is. 3 miles? Oh, well, that has to be a typical day. What the fuck is a typical day? I don't know. We have to get the average of many days. How many days? Well, we don't know how many days. You see where this is going? Into nowhere. Nowhere. You got nothing. I just exposed you.
But Alpha,
and
she did
everybody
say-
else who wants to co-sign after you will get the same treatment because you don't have the answer. I asked you for it specifically.
But Alpha, she didn't say she's seen Earth curvature. She just said ships seem to disappear over the horizon.
Yeah,
That's
but we
nothing
went
to do with curvature.
we went bouncing around until we figured out that Brenda didn't have an answer. So it went all over the place. You know, Brenda's still all over the place, but we still didn't arrive where we have some numeric values that we can actually get put forth to anything that the Earth has for it to be a globe. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Yeah?
So
Yeah, I understand
muting
what you're saying,
people,
but
muting
boats
people
don't
is a sign
disappear
of
over the horizon.
muting people is a sign of weak.
Don't need to hear. If you got nothing else to contribute, then off you go. Go on, get.
That's 2 for 2, Brenda.
Hey, no, I'm not Brenda and the rest of the guys that come in here. They often try to do this whole little spiel thinking that they gotta win. Look, I show them the door quickly. Because really, they're just going to waste our time. And especially Brenda. Because, I asked her, do you have the numeric value for the average? Nope. Got nothing.
Yeah, that's quite the showing. So on one server, she declares, if globe, that swearing and all this stuff is a sign of mental illness. And then she starts to do exactly that. Then she comes over here pretending like she knows something and doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's going to be repeating. That's repeatable, observable, and measurable. It's going to be day in, day out. Like, if you don't want people to think you're dumb and mentally ill, at least inside your own worldview, maintain some logically consistent framework where you're not labeling yourself that.
I want the answers to the questions that are being raised here. And if they can't produce them, then why are they spinning our wheels? Because if she's talking about an average and you're bringing in things like, well, typical days, and this is all a bunch of horse shit. We don't have any answers to the questions that we're asking specifically. We got these ambiguous terms that are being used. And then you say things like field of view, and this numbnuts over here is just like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean? And then when you actually, say something about it, Brenda's quick to say, well, yeah, I know what field of view is. Duh. Really? The one instance you didn't know what I was talking about, and the other one you're like already knowing what I mean. It's irritating. Either you know or you don't know. Don't act like you don't know and then tell me that you know what it means afterwards.
But when she was talking about the Earth curve calculator, was she referring to the straight line of sight above surface level?
I think Walter Bislands or, I don't know, Mick West, whichever one is out there right now.
I know
appealing
you
to
don't
that.
like. Thank you for unmuting me. I know you don't like.
Yeah.
I mean, I was muted for like an hour. Thank you for unmuting me. I know you don't like my criticism of the ideas here, but I think I'm being fair. I don't know. I don't know exactly know how to critique your ideas without getting muted.
I don't give
That
a
makes no
shit if you
sense.
critique. I don't give a shit. The only thing I care about is the answers to the questions that I ask. And if they're not met with what should be sufficient, then you're going to realize that you don't have the answers that you thought you did. Now, on the case of Brenda took a hold of the reins of the conversation, which was afforded to you. You were the one that was supposed to give us the answers. But I don't really care. I want to hear the answers from whoever wants to step forward. The mic is yours. But if you don't produce the answers, you know what's going to happen.
See this? Well, how about this? How do you critique something that you don't even know what it is? How valuable is your critique when you're not even a ranked amateur? You're completely clueless of what the topic or what the conversation is about, and you're going to offer critique. How valuable is it?
So here's the thing, and I have to say this because Eggshells jumped in the middle of the conversation with Brenda. How the fuck are you gonna find an average of something you don't know the minimum max of?
Sure, yeah. Like the minimum and maximum possible is different to the minimum and maximum recorded over a certain period, and they won't be the same thing. You do not need to know the maximum possible ever refraction or whatever, right? At length of an alligator, weight of a coin. You don't need to know how possibly massive they can get. All you need to do is get a set and go, what is add them all up and divide by the sum of the number of them. And that's all you need to know. You don't need to know what the maximum one is. You need to have plugged in the value of the maximum and all of the ones you got during that period, but you don't need to be able to go,
So how
Do you
many
get what I mean?
days?
It's just a mathematical
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
just
it's
math.
mathematical garbage actually. Because
Is it?
what's the
Okay,
length?
go ahead.
Yeah, what's the length of days we're going to be using here for the parameters for this average?
I'm not making a claim about refraction, how you measure it. I'm making a claim just
Well,
that's simple about averaging.
yeah,
how you
no,
average something.
I'm not. I'm making a claim. Well, not. I'm actually refuting the idea that you can actually grab an average from length of a typical fucking day.
What? Why is it length
Yeah.
of a day?
Yeah, or length of time of how many days, typical days that you're going to be using here.
What's it got to do with the length of a day? I'm not following that at all.
Okay, so if you're going to get an average of what refraction's doing over time, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think over time means?
You set it up and you keep recording, and then you divide it by the amount of
Yeah,
time
so
you're doing it.
you can
But
do
you
it
don't-
within the length. You can do it within the length of a day, the length of a week, the length of a month. It doesn't matter, right? You're gonna just do it in whichever way you're gonna be able to do it, right?
Yeah. So why is the length of a day relevant if you could do it for a month?
It doesn't matter. The point is, what is the parameter that you're gonna set forward to put in average? What is it?
What do you mean? What is that? I can't make sense of that sentence. What is
Oh
the
my
parameter?
God, you and Brenda are in the same fucking
Oh.
category. It's
I just
pretty
can't-
fucking
Is it a
simple,
day?
man.
You gotta
It's pretty
chill.
fucking
You gotta
simple.
chill out, bro. You're
I don't
Shut
need
your
you
dumb
helping me,
ass
mate.
up, dude. If you're not gonna say anything constructive, shut your pie hole. Don't need to hear you yapping. All right, go ahead. Does anybody else have anything to contribute? Because what I'm asking is very specific. I don't know how eggshells, it boggles my fucking mind how you, Brenda, and the rest of the people are just confounded. Absolutely confounded. You're like, what is it?
But
What's
you don't
going
need to
on?
make all this
Who am I?
noise. You can just
What's
tell me
going
what
on?
you meant by parameter.
No, the
What
fucking noise
parameter?
is actually needed
All of them.
because you don't understand how stupid you fucking sound when I'm asking a specific question.
Well, it's
It is
not
so
specific.
specific. Yes, it is.
There are a bunch of parameters. Which one are
Okay.
you talking about?
The one that's being used for the fucking average.
There's multiple.
Which
You
one?
dribbling retard.
Which one?
There's multiple.
So which one are we going to use?
Well, you were asking about it. I said, which
Oh
parameter are you
my
talking about?
God.
And then you spurged out like a weirdo.
Yeah, spurged out because your dumbass is sometimes, dude, I swear to God, you guys, you amaze me at the level, the depth of how
the
dumb you guys
amazing
can
thing
be.
is how authoritarian you have to control this.
Shut your dumbass
I don't
up,
need
dude.
your help.
I already told you.
Wait. Listen, what Alpha's saying is we can average it over a day, a week,
Sure.
a month, a year,
Yeah,
5
agreed.
years, 10 years, 20 years, a century.
Ah!
So, so that's what we're measuring. What's the period?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
Sure,
and you could do it. You could say this is the average over a certain amount of time. You could say, I measured it on different days, right? Because I don't think doing it over a month would make sense. To me, I would, if I were doing something like that,
but
I
you'd
would be
say,
doing it over.
This is my minimum maximum over a 24-hour period. This is my min max over a 7-day period. This is my min max over a month period. So you've got all the data. Which one are we using?
Yeah.
But the minimum and maximum are as
Thank
valuable.
you, One Deck.
I agree with what he's saying, but the point I'm making is the minimum and maximum are as valuable as every other bit of data you recorded.
Jesus,
dude.
dude.
They're no more or less unless you can explain.
All
how
right,
they're more
let's get fucking hell. I don't know why this seems to be so hard to understand. Fucking One Deck
because you're
understood
wrong.
it.
That's why you're
He's
not
still-
understanding why we don't
he's still
understand.
man
You're
my
saying things
position
that are
correctly.
factually incorrect.
No, factually incorrect. I'm not the one making this fucking argument. What I'm asking for
You're not making
is
it well.
whatever. The point is, whoever is gonna come in here and says that it's done over an average of fucking what? A day? A week? A month? What the fuck is the
Well,
average about?
This is secondary to the point I was making. That's just
I'm not.
completely
It was even
off on another
Brenda's point.
tangent.
It was even Brenda's point, not even yours. So what I was
I know,
asking Brenda, yeah, I know. So what I was asking Brenda was, what the fuck is the average? Which I didn't get an answer for. So
You
you
said,
jumped
"What's
in
the
and talked about an
min-max?"
average height of a person, which was totally non-fucking sequitur to what I was asking her.
What's about averages?
I don't give a fuck about the average height of a person.
You need to
What I'm
take a breath,
asking
man, and
for
have a think
in
about
the
this.
in the case of refraction, what are we using for the average? Yeah.
I think if you had a breath and think about this and come at it from like a calmer perspective, I think you might understand what I'm saying. Because I'm not even arguing
dude,
against what you.
It's not even.
I'm not
what
even
you're
arguing
saying,
against the point
dude.
you're making. You would need to know all of the available data.
What I'm saying is, what is being okay? One day, you understood what I
What
said,
do you think
right?
I'm saying?
For God's sakes.
Yeah.
Can you steelman me
Yeah.
if I'm wrong? Can you steelman
You
it?
probably, there should be data on it. So it's like sea level, isn't it?
Agreed.
Over a
Agreed.
time period. Yeah. So there'd be
Agreed.
data of a time period of the minimum and maximum
Agreed.
of whatever we're talking about. It's just
Agreed.
simple as that. Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't
So-
change what I was saying.
Back to the point. Where the fuck is that data? Huh?
That's a valid question.
No shit.
Yeah. What is the minimum maximum is not.
So
It is as valuable as the rest of the data. So to say where's the data, great question. What's the minimum and maximum? Not relevant.
well, I'm
Unless you want to
asking
find
Brent-
like the what is it, the mean
well,
or the median or
okay.
something, which is halfway
So-
in between the top and the bottom value,
So, yeah.
then it would be a totally valid question.
Well, no, because I still made a valid point. The point is, if you're gonna say within a day, within a week, within a month, within whatever time frame you're using two types of beginning and ending points. So it's gonna be the average between those 2 points, is it not? Between the start and the end? Yeah. See? It makes a valid point. Now that's what I'm asking. From the start to the finish, what is the average of that? And what are we using for the parameters? Is it a month? Is it a week? Is it 1 day? What the fuck is it? Nobody fucking knows. And this is being introduced into this conversation like it's some fucking thing to say. Which I asked Brenda specifically. Yeah. We're using the average of a typical fucking day or a week or whatever the fuck over a few typical days. Over whatever, however long. We don't even know that shit. It was all made up on the fucking spot. As some bullshit explanation. See,
Could be.
it's
I wasn't
irritating.
joining in defense of the globe. I was just joining in because I thought you'd see what I was meaning and then adjust
I
what you were
didn't wanna
asking to say,
hear-
where's the data.
The
No,
worst
you didn't
thing
want to hear
was-
any kind of criticism because you're thin
What?
skinned.
I'm
I
what?
know, I get it.
No, thin skin. No, your bullshit kind of jumping in here and saying, well, it's an average height of a person. I wasn't fucking talking about people. I was specifically talking about
Any average,
refraction.
just describe any average, and I will tell you how to get it. And it's add up the
Alright,
values,
how do you get the
divide by
average?
the number of.
How do you get the average of refraction? How about that?
You could do it by adding it up for every minute over a day, and then dividing by the number of minutes in that day.
So is that how it's garnered?
I don't know how it's garnered. I'm telling you how averages work. That's again and again. The only point I'm trying to make is just a point about mathematics and averages.
Yeah. So I'm asking for what is being used for the average.
Sure.
Got it?
And I'm telling you what you need is all of the data and to know how many of them there are. And you add it up and divide by the number of
Don't
results you
have
took.
that. That is what
Which
I'm
is fine.
asking for,
Which is fine.
and it's not being presented.
Which is fine. It's just like it's I don't know how to make it any simpler for you, man. It's fine to
No,
ask
it's
for the
not
data.
simpler for
To
me.
say
It's
what's the minimum
simpler-
maximum
it's not
is
simpler
as
for
relevant
me.
as saying
You
what
don't
is your
have to
mean
make it
value
simpler for
or
me.
what was
You
your third
don't have to
recording.
make it simpler for me. It's
Well,
not simpler for me. I'm the one making
debatable.
it simpler for you.
Well, you're not fully following it, are you? So
No,
you might
you're
have
not
made it so
fully
simple it's
understanding.
wrong.
Once again, I had one deck explain it to you when you didn't understand. He steelman me correctly. Yeah. He steelman me correctly.
Oh, if you want me to steelman you, sure, I can steelman you.
No, he did.
I know what you're
You
saying
didn't
and why you're
understand.
wrong.
You didn't understand at first what I was saying. He steelman me, and then you understood.
No, I
oh,
know
well,
what you're
yeah,
saying. I'm
okay.
just trying to point out why it's wrong. Can you steelman me? That's the real test.
Nah, I don't really care to. The only thing I wanted
Exactly.
to know.
That's the point.
No, it's not the point. You don't have a fucking
Yes,
point.
it
was
is.
Brenda's argument on a fucking average for refraction. And so what I'm doing is exposing Brenda's dumbass on the point. You co-signed on some fucking average of people. I didn't need to know that shit. I'm talking about
averages
refraction.
in general. You add them all together and divide by
averages-
the number you took.
General-
you don't.
listen,
The
no one
again
gives
and
a
again.
fuck about
Hey,
general
one deck.
averages.
Do you get what I'm saying? I think
No
you
one
get
gives
what
a
I'm
fuck
saying.
about general averages. The point was how
Well,
is
you'd need
the
to know about
average?
them to make an argument against
No,
them.
yeah. Well, it's not your argument. You just stole it from Brenda because you wanted to
No, I'm
chime
not
in.
arguing Brenda's point. I'm not. I
still are?
I don't think Brenda's right. I just think you're wrong.
I'm wrong. How? I didn't make the claim, dumbass.
You asked the wrong question.
I didn't make
You
the
asked the
fucking
question
claim.
that is irrelevant.
It's how can I be wrong if it's not even my fucking claim? How?
I don't know. You're still managing it.
You
somehow.
don't know. That's exactly
It's
right. You
remarkable.
don't know.
You're
So then
managing
it's
to not make a
remarkable.
point and still be
It's
wrong.
remarkable. It's remarkable that you're charging me with being wrong when it's not my fucking claim. That's remarkable.
Sure.
And you persist.
Can you explain what the
I don't
relevant
want to
then
explain
is?
to your dumb ass. I don't need to.
Are you,
I need Brenda.
Don't want
I
to
need
or
Brenda
not able to?
explain.
It's hard to tell the difference between the two
Yeah,
sometimes.
Eggshells, I don't really need to explain to you. I need Brenda
don't
to
need to.
explain. Yeah, I need
You'd want
Brenda
to,
to explain.
if you could.
Yeah, well, you see how you keep interjecting? I don't know why you
We
persist,
both
dude.
are. Don't be doing it and then being a sook about it.
That's a new word.
You haven't heard sook?
No.
Being a sook? Being a wuss? That kind of thing?
No, I don't know what.
Having a sook? Having a whinge? That kind of a thing?
No, I've never heard of that word.
Oh.
Anyway.
Might be Australian.
So Brenda's being.
No, Brenda's
muted for a
wrong. The
while.
Earth's flat.
Well, I know that.
Right, but it's just if we're going to be debunking these globers, we want to be right about our maths. So to say, what are the values, or over what period were they taken, or did they test them all along? Sure, absolutely, those are valid questions. To say,
Go ahead.
I would say you could use like a weighted average too. Like if something only appears for 1 second, you can just say that doesn't count.
Yeah, I think that
Let's
would
use
be
a
a really
second-
strong point to say. Actually, an average is irrelevant because you're never going to have an average day, and you won't know if the day is average. But a weighted mean will give you a much better indication of what you would see on any given day.
Yeah, well, we're just feeding the wolf.
That's what I did. That's what I did with Bob's data, and I got like 14.04. So it's like 1 degree off from what the globe would predict. So I could post that again, but so like any data that didn't show up for a significant amount of time, I don't know. I think it was 45 seconds. I threw it out because it could be like he bumped the table or something, you know?
Yeah, indeed.
All right.
Also, here's an interesting one. I found my building sways in the wind.
I don't think we have any. Is there any more Globers in here? Is it just Brenda? I don't want to have to unmute Brenda. Fuck.
David D, I think, is a Glober.
What's up, David D?
What about the guy earlier who wanted to critique flat Earth and didn't even know what flat meant?
Who, David?
I don't know. The Destroyer was a Conan the Destroyer.
There we go.
Or something like that.
But I'm sure Brenda was saying.
Raiden for sure is a Glober. Tell us, Raiden.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what it is. His whole shtick is that if you want to know something, you ask government and they'll tell you.
Oh wow!
Nice. And we got Abstinent in here, and hey, we got Eli. What's up, Eli?
Yo, what up?
Chilling, fam. Just got off of work. You know how I do what I do?
Yeah, nice. I'm basically doing some work myself.
Oh, you're off to work?
Yeah. Well, not off of work. About to put in like an hour or two of work, and then I got this meeting at 9 o'clock.
Hopefully all goes well.
Yeah, I'm just tired as hell. Today is like the first day in I don't know how long that I pulled an all-nighter. And it's not because I did it on purpose. It's because like I eventually, when I went to sleep, then I had one of those sleep paralysis situations that just woke me up, and I just stayed up after that. I only got like 10 minutes of sleep. I woke right back up. I said, F this. I'm up.
That sucks.
All right.
Just on the sleep thing though, what works for me, because I have it, and someone told me to try this, and it works for me. So if you pick a topic, say like refrigeration, I fit refrigeration. So you wake up, you can't get back to sleep. pick a topic, and then you just go through the alphabet, starting obviously with letter A, and find something within that topic that begins with A, and then go to letter B. It could be cakes or toffees, or anything. And it switches part of your brain off from that paralysis, and you just drift off back to sleep. When I've not got past letter H yet. When I've tried it, and I'm back to sleep.
It's really easy, man.
Counting sheep.
Yeah, no.
I try to think of really abstract things, like just like try to let my thoughts go from one to the other. But what I've found it works since then is just listening to any kind of historic podcast about history.
I lay down, try to get as comfortable as I can, and go from head to toe and try to isolate each individual muscle and try to flex it.
Oh, that's similar to the Navy SEALs teach that one, don't they?
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
Solid, I like it.
I think if you recorded Brenda's voice talking about averages and boats disappearing over the horizon, I think that'd send you back to sleep.
Let me unmute Brenda so at least Brenda can say some shit before.
Brenda, what's going on?
Nothing.
Should we bring Right the Hand in here? Would that be okay?
Oh, fuck.
Right the Hand's gone away from the flat Earth, haven't they?
He's never been a flat earther.
Really?
No, he's a troll. Like you.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh,
off the top
chose
rope.
violence.
That's violent? That's not violence.
Come on now.
Brenda,
listen. That thing? Somebody woke up and chose violence?
Yeah,
Eggshells.
the Game of Thrones.
Eggshells are you a flat earther, Eggshells?
Leave him alone.
Oh, that's trolling. That's what I meant. You're trolling. You're LARPing as a flat earth. You're LARPing as a flat earth.
LARPing, I mean, trolling to me is deliberately trying to get somebody upset. I don't do that. I try to do the opposite.
He's just LARPing. But check it out. Like, even I think Scott Mackey gets under his skin that he does that too. But fucking Eggshells does what he wants. Why the fuck is he can do what he wants to? Why does anybody ever have to say anything about what he? I don't know, man. It's whatever. You guys can say whatever.
What does it piss off Scott that I laugh?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, because Scott is worried that flat Earth speech is harmful. So
yeah,
it is. It is. Yes.
See,
like,
he thinks like Brenda does. So
yeah,
you know, it bothers him.
It bothers him that I might be recruiting more people.
Lies pollute. You know, the intellectual space. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So free thinkers don't exist in your arena. You have to capitulate to mainstream rhetoric.
You're not a free thinker.
Really?
Right. You're an authoritarian. You're the opposite of a free thinker. You're the opposite of a free thinker.
Oh, so if somebody's in here and they said, I think the Earth's a globe, and I said, well, that's fine if you believe that it's a globe. Am I an authoritarian over that person because they believe that the Earth's a globe and I don't care?
No, you're authoritarian when you mute people in order to win arguments.
I don't mute you to win
That's
the argument.
literally what you
I
did.
mute you to stop you talking from saying dumb shit.
Yeah, things you didn't understand.
Which
like
is what?
averages. Like averages.
Averages. Okay, so what's the average of refraction?
That literally doesn't make any sense.
Well, you was talking about averages. Give me the numeric value for the average of refraction.
That doesn't make any sense. That
Well, how
shows
do
that
you get the average for refraction?
That shows that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't
Well,
have
if you
even
do-
an elementary understanding of what you're asking.
All right. So, what average do we get for a typical day for refraction?
So if I want to measure, say, if somebody has a temperature, right? I have a kid who has a temperature, but I want to get their average temperature. I would take their temperature, measure it over a period of time, and then I would divide by the number of times, and then I would get the average.
Okay, so what do we get? How do we do that for refraction? Go on.
You would measure the index of refraction over a set period of time.
How much?
It depends on what you want.
I want to know the average for a specific day. A
Then
typical
you
day.
would measure it for a typical day. Then you would take it over successive days, wouldn't you?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know what an average is?
No, you go on to tell me. What
Do you
would I
know?
need to do?
You know what an average is?
Oh, you don't have to keep asking me that. Just tell me how to do it.
I just did.
Over how many days?
I just gave you an example with temperature. Do you remember it?
Well, yeah. If you're gonna use what? 2 days?
Sure.
Okay. So how would I know what refraction would be today?
You would measure it today,
Uh-huh.
and then measure it tomorrow, and then divide.
And how do I get refraction?
And then you would get whatever the appropriate method is, right?
What's
To
the
get-
appropriate method?
Well, to get somebody's temperature, you use a thermometer.
We're not talking about getting somebody's temperature, Brenda. I want to know how to
Right.
get refraction.
Right?
What do I do?
I don't know how they measure the index of refraction. Does that matter?
Yeah.
How come?
Part of your argument.
What if
Well,
I
not
don't know?
anymore.
What if I don't know how a thermometer works? I can still get an average, can't I?
You do know how a thermometer works.
But what if I don't?
Well, what do you mean you don't? So now
What
you don't know what a thermometer?
It's
how it
what
works?
if. It's what if. Do you know what a what
Well,
if
we're
is?
not playing that. We're not playing those games.
I am.
You either.
I am.
Yeah. Well, why do you play games? We're not here
It's not
playing
a
games.
game. It's not a game. It's a
You either
hypothetical.
know. Listen. You either know or you don't know. Let's put it that
Right.
way. If you're in this arena, when you speak on a topic, if you say I
No,
don't know,
It's a
that must mean
hypothetical.
that you don't know, which it should
Do
be.
you not
like
know what a hypothetical is? You don't know
no,
what
it's
a
not a
hypothetical.
hypothetical.
Yes,
do you
it
know or
is.
not? Do you know or not about taking temperature? Do you
I
know a
think
thermometer?
I think I'm allowed to use hypotheticals to explain concepts like taking temperature.
But we're not talking about temperature. We're talking
It's
about
an
refraction.
Yeah, that's
You are a
that's an
hypothetical, by the
average.
way. You
That's
are
an
a
average. Yeah,
hypothetical.
cry harder, cry harder.
No,
So
I don't
that's
know what
it's an
you
example it's an example from common experience to help you understand, but I guess it's not working.
yeah, it's not working because you don't know how it's done. So how can you talk
It
on the
doesn't
topic?
matter how it's
You
done.
have no idea. You don't even know how it's
I
done.
could be somebody I don't know how, those thermometers that you just point at somebody's forehead and you can get the temperature. I don't know how those work, but they work, and I could use one to get the average temperature for a kid to see if they have a temperature or a fever.
Oh, have you ever got the average of refraction?
Thermometer, or you would.
You're roboting one deck. So I don't have to know how it works in order to take an average.
Have you ever got the average of refraction?
No, I don't. I wouldn't know how to do it. If
Well,
I
there you
wanted
have
to,
Yeah.
there I have what?
There you have it. You don't have the answer to
Have
the
what?
question. I mean,
What's the question?
we're all done here. We're
What's
all
the
good.
question? What's the question?
I already asked you. What, do you forgot?
No, what is? Yeah, I think you have, right?
I didn't forget. I'm asking you. I just finished asking you.
I can get an average
Yeah?
without knowing how it's done.
What the fuck?
Just like I
whatever,
can
dude.
get, just like I can take an average temperature without knowing how a thermometer works.
Yeah, you don't know how anything works.
You're just crying now.
Well, because you don't give me the answer I was asking for. So
Yeah,
what else
that's
do we
too
got?
bad.
But basically, we're all good over here. You're not going to have anything to contribute to this
So-
conversation if you don't know how to get refraction.
So how I get it is I look
how
it
do you
up.
get
I look it up in a reference. That's how I get it.
a reference.
Right.
What reference?
In science, people do take measurements and they publish them and they collect them. Right. So you can, for instance, you can get the average, the standard index of refraction, and you can look it up in a book, just like you can look up other values in books or references.
Why do you talk like that? You're pretty weird when you talk like that.
What do you mean?
Well, in books, Like, dude, we
books
already know
are-
that where you can get information, you get it mainly from the internet.
You can get it
But
from,
the problem
no,
is,
that's not where you. No, the index is horrible for getting real information. The internet is full of false information.
all right.
The last thing you should do is rely on the internet. There might be a few places, but you have to vet them.
Yeah, don't you see a problem with that? That the information age abruptly destroys the space age.
So
And
you know what's
your-
weird?
You know, so I see how that has anything to
Yeah,
do
but
with
you
what
know
we were
what's-
just talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
because
I
your
do.
information age is marked with disinformation.
Yeah, see, the thing is, though, we're on the internet right now, and you're on there speaking nonsense. So maybe it is. Maybe
I'm
you are
on
right.
Discord though. Discord doesn't use HTTP.
Well, we are on a communication medium, so it doesn't matter. We're still using the information that's being produced by people in here, such as yourself.
Hold
So
on,
can
let
we
me
just
post
count you?
something for Brenda.
Brenda, you messed-
HTTPS // discord.com. That's what I'm on right now.
Yeah,
so
Brenda-
it does use HTTP. What
But
are you
I'm using
talking
the
about?
app. I'm using the app.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's still through the website. See, Brenda,
I'm
the app just allows you
using
to connect. Yeah, the app just allows you to connect to the website via
Does
mobile
it?
device.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
100%.
Are you sure?
So-
sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't
you
just
don't
pull
know
the
how the
servers
internet.
correctly. It doesn't.
You don't know how the internet works, and yet you're trying to critique the internet. This is embarrassing.
That's the third
website
time?
says it uses
Crit?
HTTPS and REST API, which I think is probably the best way of going about it.
What is a REST API?
No.
Oh man, we're not gonna get into that. We're way off the reservation. We're trying to figure out what refraction is, or the claim of the Earth being a globe, to actually ships disappearing over the horizon. So if you think the Earth's a globe, what's your best evidence? We're not gonna go into that other topic. It's not conducive.
Well, it's just a showcase that Brenda never knows what she's talking about. Never. It's
And we get-
like Brenda is always wrong. It's always the exact opposite of what Brenda's saying. And that's why she does this sort of double entendre and tries to say all the internet's wrong. So her level of wrongness is not as wrong as other people's wrong.
Why is she muted?
I mean, she's running around telling people that she's not on the internet. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, I just don't think I think like mute and move on, or if somebody's broken some rule. I think it's a bit rich to-
Somebody.
Oh, concern trolling. Yeah.
Somebody's
It's not concern trolling.
over-moderating.
It's like I think anybody would consider it fair enough if you're debating against a point someone made. You don't do so while they're unable to respond.
Eggshells. There's a few people in here who hold mod powers. You got to respect that, man. Whoever's doing the muting.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you
What?
do.
Do you have to respect your government?
Then leave, dude. Leave.
Yeah,
Then
you
just
don't.
fucking
No,
leave.
he's right. You don't have to respect it, but there is consequences. You can do it. See, the best part. This is repeatable, observable, and measurable. Like, go into any of the channels and just start telling the mods to fuck off and see what happens.
That's not what I'm
Right.
doing. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah. I don't have to
if you're
respect
still
you.
debating against a point somebody made, it's
I don't have
weird
to
to do
respect
so
you.
while they're unable to respond. It's weak
but
to do
you
so
know
while they're
what?
unable to respond.
No, it's
We-
clearing the air because we can get a full. Because Brenda is known to really just start making chicken noises and whatnot. So to make sure she can't do that, you gotta kind of control the mic.
Hey,
She-
Crit.
Yeah.
Do you think that Eggshells could get away with that in other channels?
No.
Absolutely, I could.
All right, go ahead and do that. Toodles.
Oh,
Go
okay.
go test your luck out in some other channel. See if that doesn't pan out for you.
Sure, yeah. What now?
If you want. Obviously you you disagree with like respecting moderation, so
Yeah, I'll challenge bad moderation anywhere I'm at. Why would I not?
I don't know. Because maybe you get fucking
what
muted.
reason would one have to be silent in that space?
Well, like
Fear?
I said, you would get muted.
Fear of being temporarily muted, so you give up your morals and your
Morals. Yeah,
honest
you
honest
got.
view about what makes for is conducive to good conversation. What
Yeah,
I mean, that's a weird worldview to hold, man.
Yeah,
That's
we
really
already
weird.
know. We already know people here are siding with those who think that the Earth is a globe because they want those guys to keep speaking.
No, it's nothing.
Yeah, we
No,
know.
because
We
Eggs
know
is being the flat
we
earther
know
today.
I do
Yeah,
the
no,
same thing
he
regardless of who
tries.
gets muted.
Right,
If somebody's
he
being
tries,
like,
but he tries,
if
but it's
somebody's
not doesn't work.
I would
His
say
it's a pretty
colors.
obvious point. You don't mute and backfill. Like
Well,
it's
how
it's a
about
weak
this?
position to mute and backfill.
Well, no, how about this, Eggs? Like, so
Darth
let's say
Vaulting.
you are trying to get. So Brenda said that she is not on the internet. She's not on an HTTPS. Like, how long would you bog down the channel just to articulate she's wrong about that one point?
I think you just I don't quite get what was about that point, but I think you just
Oh,
Google it.
then maybe let the
Google
moderator
it.
handle moderation. Eggshells.
I'm answering. Can I answer
That's
the
Because
question?
her thing is flat earthers are always wrong. Okay,
What's the
so
question,
it
Jane?
doesn't matter. Like, you could tell her straight facts. You are on the internet right now. You are 100% sure you are on the internet. You are on Discord. You are connected via an HTTPS. And she'll never believe you because in her worldview, flat earthers are always wrong. They're always wrong.
Concern trolling has been a fucking plague, dude. It's just like we don't need it.
Trolling. The concern trolling is somebody
we don't need it.
playing like they're concerned for your sake, right?
Yeah,
it
you
would
like
be
you're
concern
concerned for
trolling if
Brent.
I were going, oh, I'm really worried for your sake and for the sake of your children that you're a flat earther. That would be concern trolling. Saying I think it is weak to mute somebody is not concern trolling. It's just criticizing moderation. If you're saying I shouldn't be criticizing moderation, then what are you doing?
Shut up, dude. Fucking hell, dude. We can't move forward and we're
Yeah.
getting bogged down with this bullshit. You know what I'm saying, Eric?
It got a little too meta. Yeah.
Nah,
Fucking
yo,
hell.
Alpha, bro, Alpha, I fumbled it, bro. I fucking fumbled it.
Did you?
Nah, bro, listen. So, you remember the one time where we were talking about the flat earth and then the family settings and shit like that?
Yeah.
Like, whenever somebody comes up with a fucking question. So, perfect fucking opportunity, bro. So, I was here. It was like me, my mom, and my dad. So, because we were on the way visiting my grandma.
Mhm.
Like, they picked me up from my house. And then this motherfucker started talking about conspiracy and shit. And then I don't know what the fuck happened to the conversation, but it brought down to flat Earth. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, this is the perfect fucking opportunity right now.
Let's
Bro,
go.
my fucking mind went blank. I fumbled it. I fucking fumbled the whole fucking thing, bro. I was like, did y'all know? And I'm like, fuck, I forgot. Oh my god, bro! I was so fucking mad because I didn't want to say anything and start looking fucking crazy. Like I wanted to actually come up with something like
Yeah.
But, dude, and I'm like, you gotta send me some links, bro. You gotta send me some
should've-
fucking links that I can
You
read.
should have fucking. Oh, hey, you have our Discord, don't you?
Wait, hold up. I think I do. Oh
'Cause
man, bro, I
got-
was so fucking pissed.
You should have came in here, man. Because usually we're
That's
in
what
here.
I'm saying. I completely forgot about that, dude.
Listen, Aries, grab one of the fucking moderators. Say, look, I need you real quick, and I'm sure any one of us will be happy to go like into a Discord call with you. So you if, like wanted to say, hey, just talk to this guy or whatever. Like, trust me, dude.
fucking
Like,
fumble it, dude. I'm like, fucking hell. I should have.
and were they ready? Were they ready to listen? Like, were they all talking about it?
Yeah, they were talking about it, and I was gonna say something, but I was like, oh, you know what, fuck, I forgot. Let me remind, because I didn't want to say some shit and start looking fucking crazy, and then they're gonna start, oh yeah, what you're saying is fucking wrong, or whatever. Like I watched it, I wanted to come up with something like, like I didn't. Oh my god.
Hey, remember we were talking about that prior to you actually doing it, like because you were saying you were gonna have a I don't know, it was like a family reunion or something, and we're like, dude, if you do happen to do that, fucking well, I mean
What?
now you know, but
Why bring up that contentious topic at a family reunion? It's never gonna end
Oh
well.
my god.
I mean, I'm here in
Well,
Italy, and every time we
for next
sit
time.
down to have like a family lunch and we start politics, like just everybody goes apeshit. It just doesn't.
Yeah,
No
well,
politics.
anyway, so yeah, this next time, just get a hold of us, man. One of us will hook you up.
Bro. I gotta read some shit too, bro. Because the thing is, like, I wanna get, like, I know now I remember, but like at the same time, I was like, I need to read some other shit, bro, like, so I can retain it or just go back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, dude, I fucking fumble that shit, bro.
Were you kicking
Oh
yourself
my
afterwards?
God. Huh?
Were you kicking yourself afterwards, like after?
Yeah, bro. The
thing?
whole time on the right back, I was so fucking mad at myself. I'm like, you know what? I'm so fucking pissed right now, dude. Because they switched the conversation. I'm like, fuck. You know what? I was so fucking mad, dude.
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
best
God.
part is, same thing with my family. They are like, I live in northern Minnesota. Okay, this is a lady called Michelle Bachman. If you don't, or Tom, and currently Tom Emmer, a right wing shock jock, is our representative. This is hard right wing, like this is QAnon country. And my family is very right wing, and I cannot talk to them about flat Earth. When they hear me, when they hear me say flat Earth stuff, what they hear is I had joined Antifa. And once in a while, yeah, like they see it. They basically hear flat Earth as somehow, like when they say "Make America Great Again," they are talking about the Nixon era space program. That is America great. And they see like what happened to Nixon as the liberal media taking down the president using communist conspiracy theories. I mean, I think it's even more out there, okay? But every so often, they take jabs at me once in a while, like at family events about flat Earth, like, Crit's a flat Earther. If every so often I go, okay, enough of this shit, right? And I just start kind of spin just off the cuff, right? I don't try to think of it. They're not really listening anyway. But every so often, something will just click. Like you just see the light spark in their eyes. Because my uncle he's really on about fluoride. So we were just talking about like, hey, are all the live streams fake from the ISS? And they were just pulling a few up on their phones. And one of them just by chance, okay? Like this is why I know there's a God and how God speaks to us. Just by chance, they clicked on the video about how to brush your teeth in space. And the astronaut told the kids, swallow that toothpaste.
Ooh.
And my uncle was like, what the fuck?
No shit.
Yeah, just like that.
They're
So
getting pretty raw with it, huh?
Yeah,
Wait,
so
is that a bad thing? Am I missing something?
Yeah. If you think fluoride is a toxic chemical that you're not supposed to be ingesting, and they think that all the ISS videos are all above board and legit, and then you see one of the astronauts tell kids to swallow your toothpaste.
Damn.
That is a wake-up call.
Fluoride is a byproduct of making aluminum.
So then after that, eventually I was able to kind of like, boot scoot. I was able to kind of fade into the darkness because now they were arguing amongst themselves.
Yeah, you did a little mic drop, huh?
Yeah, it was. Yep. And that's all you got to do. Like, don't try to like counterpoint, like a family member. Just get them into a conversation that can go somewhere. Like, like using like something like you gotta be like careful because people won't listen. Like you bring up, different figures or different experiments or or FE Core or the Nat Geo stuff. That might not resonate. You gotta find the topic that flat smacks them. Like for me, it was the solar eclipse.
Yeah, and you could pick current event topics that are like, oh, they're talking about the new Elon Musk rocket mission or whatever the fuck, Jeff Bezos or just use any segue to get in there, I'm saying like this, Aries, like the next time it will present itself again so that you can do that, but
yeah, I know, but the thing is like I don't want to say I'm not much informed. This is why I come here because I want to inform myself a little bit more because I'm not much informed about it. I'm not that much educated on it. So like I don't want to say some shit and then for them like I'm looking all here stupid. Like I want to actually be more informed of it and say something. But fucking hell, dude, I'm like, yo, this shit doesn't come that often. Like I know eventually these motherfuckers will start saying some shit about it too. So I'm just waiting for the right fucking time, dude. And that was it.
Nah, we'll get him, man. Don't worry about it. We'll get him.
I mean, wouldn't it be
Yeah.
just like if you hold the truth, wouldn't it be just okay to just tell the truth and let people like figure it out? Like you don't
Yeah,
have
but
to
I mean,
complain about it, right?
I'm just gonna, but I'm not just gonna, I don't know,
You can
yo,
tell it
flat Earth,
once.
like it has to be like
Yeah, you have to be able to articulate. It's one thing knowing truth, and it's another to articulate it to people. So how you articulate your truth to people, that's how you convey it to them. Because any Tom, Dick, and Harry can have the truth, but it's takes somebody that actually knows how to articulate their point that makes it to like actually resonate with the person.
I think the biggest uphill battle is the difference of standards of evidence. I think that will be probably like the most challenging thing for somebody who's not into flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, listen, Aries. Hopefully, all goes well. I got a boot scoot,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
So, but I wish you the best, man. I like just like there's a bunch of people in here, man. Like One Deck and Crid and who else is in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Radwin.
Think about it this way: you set the stage for a future conversation. Because now they're going to be like, they think they got an easy win. Like you're talking about Flat Earth, and it was like, oh, bang, and they globe smacked you. Now, the next time when you're ready and you're in the right mind space, like maybe this is what they needed to be open the next time. Like today, it was a closed conversation, and the creator, God, let you know that and didn't want you to waste any of your good talking points or any of your effort. And now next time they bring it up, they're like, oh, you're still on that flat earth shit? And then you can drop the flat smack. And they won't be
Literally,
ready
bro.
for it. Because they're already expecting you to be dumbfounded, like you're tongue twisted. And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, where you spit just straight facts and they don't know how to respond to it, then they're going to have to think.
Waiting, bro. Just gonna wait for that next time. What the fuck is it? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm playing Civilization 5. Currently, the Russians taking over that.
I heard about that game. Is that game good?
Yeah, and the world is on a 2-plane. It's not a globe.
Oh.
No. Video games, a lot of these video gamers come in here. If the Earth's a globe, then why is all my video games flat?
Bro.
Good
That's kind
question.
of true. I mean, you can ask why do they represent a map of a fictional world like that? Like, why? And it's not even the Mercator where the projection is like skewed because of perceived globe, right? It's literally a flat map. Like for example, Civilization does the world. It literally has the world map where it's a flat map and nothing is skewed. No, none around the equator or the poles. And it's a donut world, right? You go from one side to the other. Whatever. That's not important because game mechanics. But in general, it's not a skewed projection of the world, right? I mean, you can say it's like practicality or whatever. Like human minds are only capable of accepting it that way. Who knows? So many reasons. It's a good game, though. I'm gonna try
Yeah, that's an
Civilization
interesting
6.
point. The reason why they render things out as flat Earth is because that's the way we will perceive it. A game that's rendered out spherical wouldn't people wouldn't be able to navigate on that because it would be like navigate through the game world because it's so against your lived experience.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be kind of weird if they do that. Because like every time you scroll up to the north from the equator to the south, you see how like the terrain has to shrink in to fit within the correct proportions. If they're doing like a Mercator projection, right? So that's gonna be weird. And it's additional like rendering cycles for the render method, which just consumes more resources completely needed. Usually, like all board games that have like a large open world map are also flat. No skewing, no projections. I discovered rocketry, ironically.
Hello?
Yep, what's going on?
Hello.
What up?
Yo, what's up?
The sky is up and the ground is down.
Yeah, but technically the sky is also down if you circumnavigate the planet Earth.
Incorrect.
Yep.
The sky would still be up.
Nope.
Wherever you go on Earth, the sky is always above you.
Nope, because look at it this way. If you dug a tunnel deep enough to go through the other side of the world and looked through that tunnel, you would see the sky.
Do it up. Get it hot. Start digging.
Well, no, because I can't do that by myself.
Then
I
don't.
need NASA. Well,
NASA
it's
can't
just a
do it either.
hypothetical. It's a hypothetical theory you can't debunk, really.
Yeah,
That's
because
what that is.
it's easy to test that. Because you would be able just to test it on a very local level.
What do you mean? Yeah, but even at a local level, it would still pass the test. So
Yeah, so
where are you
you'd be
going?
able to do that.
Yeah, but what local level are you talking about? Can you describe some experiment you would do at a local level?
No, you, not me.
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
but explain it.
Yeah, I know with 100% certainty the sky is always up and the ground is always down.
Hey, Crit. Talking about the sky, I do need to ask you a question. Is the sun yellow or white?
Yeah, it kind of changes color. Sometimes orange, white, yellow.
No. What? No, I'm saying, is it yellow or white?
Yeah, the sun changes color, dude.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
sometimes white.
It doesn't change color. It's always white. It's called air molecules, aka particles, that dilute, let's say, the brightness in the sky, which then dilute the color, which why it looks yellow. Like if you look at the Himalayan mountains, why is there no white? Because the sun's white.
It can be red,
yellow,
orange, yellow.
Yeah, I just said that air molecules dilute the particles, but the particles.
Why is it not green or blue?
Because
I think they said that in space the sun is
because
green.
it dilutes the color.
Yeah, I know it dilutes the color. I know air particles dilute the color, but why don't they dilute the particle? Why don't they dilute it blue or green or any other color? Why does it have to be
right
orange?
here?
Airborne particles really are just orange.
According to NASHole, the sun is a blue-green color.
Yeah, but the air particles can dilute it any color, can't it?
There you go.
Why does it
There's
have to be
according to
orange?
NASA.
No, it can't.
Why?
Because
Here's
when
big
let's say
thing.
when it comes to air molecules and diluting, let's say the natural light on the Earth, the reason it can't be blue or green is because it's a non-diluted color. It's like when you look at green, right? Green is a abstract color, same as how kind of blue is in some type of sense. But orange isn't really an abstract color. It's a faded color. It's a faded yellow.
Okay. And
Same as like how yellow is kind of a fading of light.
all right, okay, we get it now. Thank you. Anyway, moving on. Back to this. If you dug a hole deep enough to go through the other side of the world,
That is one of the worst. That's one of the worst questions I've ever actually seen. I'm just being honest.
I know. Well, it doesn't. Stupidity isn't a quantitative factor. Just put it this way: stupidity is a qualitative factor.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
anyway.
one thing I will say is, if you want to look at a better test to not really talk about, let's say, whether the Earth is spherical, because it's more of a ellipsoid than say a perfect globe like people think. I think a better.
That doesn't make any
question
sense, though. If everything in the sky is a ball, why is the Earth a pear?
What?
Why is the Earth the only thing that's different? Like everything
No,
else
no,
is a
no, no,
ball.
no, no,
If
no.
you
Harry,
look up
Harry,
in the
no,
sky,
no,
it's
no,
all
no,
balls. They're all
no,
spheres.
no,
But the
no,
Earth
no,
is
no, no,
different.
no, because
The
for the
Earth
naked
is a
eye.
pear.
Are
How
you
could
gonna
the
let me
Earth
finish?
be a pear?
Are you gonna let me finish, or are you gonna keep on cutting me off?
How is the Earth a pear if everything else is a ball?
Because with the naked eye, since it's so large, we can't see it. Like when you look at the moon is also an ellipsoid. It
It's
isn't a
a
perfect
pear.
sphere.
It's a pear.
Anyway, shut
Look,
up.
I was
Stop
going to
screaming.
say, the one thing I
So
will ask
anyway,
you
can we
is,
get back to like regular debate right now because
wait,
this is
Crit,
getting stupid.
You
Crit,
gotta
I'm
make
gonna
a
ask.
claim if you want to debate.
Crit. I believe gravity is real. I think gravity is
I
real.
did make a
you
claim. This
believe
guy
something.
hijacked my claim.
Yeah, my
You
claim
His
is that
believe
gravity is
airborne
real.
particle theory. I made the
something.
claim that if you dug a hole deep enough through the earth, you could see the sky from the other side of the earth. If you dug a tunnel deep enough through the diameter of planet Earth and you look down that tunnel, you could see the sky on the other side of the earth. That's my claim. You haven't refuted that claim.
Wow.
I don't
Go
need to
do it. You,
refute your
you can
claim.
only dig down 7.6 miles. So how are you going to prove that?
I
You
don't
can
need to
only dig
refute
down
your
not
claim.
7.6 miles.
You're
Your
complaining.
claim will require Earth curve, which you haven't demonstrated the first part.
You're
Before you
complaining.
even start digging, you'd know that the surface is curved. So you demonstrate curve first, then you would start digging.
No.
Before.
Cassio, that doesn't make any sense, bro.
No. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Because you don't have a reason to dig yet.
Cassio, no, your point doesn't make
There's
any
no
sense.
reason.
Well, look,
There's
how
no
many
reason
people
to
are gonna
dig
shoot
yet.
at me right now?
You gotta find a reason.
Is this
How
guy
many people are gonna?
retarded?
Is this guy
Until you have a
retarded?
reason to
Is this
dig.
guy
Cassio, you basically said,
No.
like, there's a giant dildo on the other side of the moon. Prove me wrong.
Well, yeah, I could do. That's
So
a
many
valid
words.
thing to say. I could
That's-
prove you wrong.
that's kind
but
of-
what's wrong with
that's kind of
saying
fucked
that
up.
if you dug a tunnel down deep long enough,
It's already been measured, mate.
It's
Listen,
a
mate.
hypothetical.
Oi, it's already been measured flat, mate.
The flat Earth is not.
Why do you want other people to dig a tunnel for you? Why can't you
Do you
dig
not
your own
accept
tunnel?
hypotheticals? Is that not part of your debate structure that you can't?
Why
As soon as there's a hypothetical, you say, "Well,
Yeah,
we'll
here's
prove
hypothetical.
it."
Dig your
How the
own
fuck am I going to
tunnel.
prove that? I need
Dig
at least $1 trillion and
your
a
own
NASA drill.
tunnel. Dig it.
Mate, latitude. It's already been measured, mate. Latitude, flat Earth elevation angle measurement. The Earth flat.
Hey, Crit, do you believe in gravity?
What is that?
Okay, here I'll
Something
ask
he
you this then.
worships.
Here,
A worshiping
when it comes to
tool.
here, the thing is, when it comes to gravity is real, and I'll give you an example as to how gravity could be explained, and in a way I think you would very much understand.
No, just what is it?
Imagine-
Okay, define
I'm-
it. Define it. Is gravity a noun?
What?
What is gravity?
Can I at least finish what I'm going to say? Then you can ask the question. That's how
No.
it works. I give my claim to you. I'm putting the claim. I'm putting the example of my claim. Then you ask me the questions on that.
No, thank you. Okay. What is it? You asked me, do I believe in X? Okay. Are you, let's start very simple. Is this a action or is it a person, place, or thing?
Do I really have to answer that?
Yeah, so I know what it is. Since you won't tell me what it is, let's play some sort of game where we try to get you to at least define it. So is it a verb or a noun?
This is something much retarded.
Okay, try
He
again.
never can answer a question.
Yeah, you can't even, you're like, hey, do you believe in this random thing? I don't even know what it is. How am I going to believe in something if you can't even tell me it was a verb or a noun? Like, you
Okay,
don't even know.
Stop playing with semantics, okay? It's about hypotheticals.
Okay, dig. Just start digging. Okay, North Shore, you can talk if you're able to. Now, are you talking about a verb or a noun?
Am I muted?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a noun.
Okay, so is it a person? Is it a place? Or is it a thing?
It's a thing. It's a force. Is that easy enough for you to understand? Now, can I?
So, do
get
I
to
believe in a force called gravity? No, I would say no. I don't believe in.
Okay.
I don't believe in
Here.
magical forces. Like
Here,
the
now-
dark side. Is it a light side force or a dark side force?
Here, instead of playing semantics,
Okay, is it light side force or a dark side force? Is it Jedi or
Okay.
Sith?
What?
Which one?
Okay.
Is it
Okay,
Jedi or Sith?
Crit. Just wait.
Is it Jedi or Sith?
Is this seriously the way you're gonna go about this? You can't be an adult.
Dude, if you could control yourself and just answer questions.
Dude, I can't answer a question if it has.
Is it
no
Jedi or Sith? Which one?
This has no relevance to the actual debate itself. This has
Yeah, you
absolutely
said
no
it's a
relevance.
force.
Okay. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference between forces that are real and forces that are in movies, or are you unable to tell the difference?
Yeah, I think you don't know the difference between nouns and verbs.
Okay. Now, can we stop the bullshit and can we actually talk about this? This is I want to actually talk to you in a genuine discussion, not about semantics and about bullshit. So come on, stop. Okay.
Okay, so is it a force like the Air Force, or is it a force like a push? Like a verb? Is it a noun like the Air Force?
No.
Or is it a verb?
It's a pull.
So it's a verb.
Yeah.
Okay, so why did you say it's a noun?
Because I said gravity. Gravity, the name gravity is a noun. Pull.
Holy fuck, you're retarded, dude.
It's both.
Yeah, it's all of it. It entwines all life in the universe. And then I follow his logic. I'm like, okay, it's a noun. I know it. You told me. He said it's a thing. Okay, is it the light force or the dark force? Now you're playing semantics. Holy fuck, dude. I followed you to your conclusion. You told me you're playing with nouns and their forces. I'm like, okay. So which one? Is it an Air Force? Is it a Jedi Force? Is it a Sith Force? What type of noun force are we talking about? Dude, you would fail 7th grade English class. It's embarrassing that you don't know the difference between things and actions. It was even more breathtaking is Einstein fucking told you. He called it a spooky action at a distance. He defined it. It's like just go read this shit, okay? You don't need Flat Earth today. Flat Earth is too much for you. Just go, watch whatever sort of 45-second attention span video. Do something with your life. Because if this topic has caused you to completely brain fart the difference between verbs and nouns, you're better off doing something other with your life.
Yo.
And this comes on the back of him asking me what color the sun was. Like, holy shit.
I believe the earth is flat.
Okay, Dear Diary. Did you write
Yep.
that down today?
Well, I was doing my Sudokus and you know, I actually remember thinking it was flat, 70 odd years ago. And people would say sooner or later that it was round. So then I actually ended up being right the whole time, that it was flat. Kind of interesting. Because when I think of a flat Earth, people, some people think of the Earth as being a globe, being round, right? I think of it being flat, or I know it being flat for a fact. It is a fact. It is the truth. It is the only truth. It is the reality. That it indeed is indeed is flat. Like when I was going fishing, you can actually look off. While the fishing rod, of course, has the nylon or whatever. It's in the water, and you're pulling the fish up. You're catching the fish, and you're seeing what you see. You notice what you notice. You feel what you feel. You hear what you
Hey,
hear.
Crit, you would fail
And
year 3 science.
there's like an internal like knowing that I just know for a fact that indeed it is fat. It is flat. It's like if you're gonna go somewhere, for instance, right? It's like whenever you go somewhere from a different place, you're really coming to that new place, and sooner or later you're going to be coming somewhere. So you might as well go ahead and come to a new awareness that the Earth is a globe, right? Or the Earth is whatever it else. And so that's the very interesting part. Think about like the consideration. It's like keep not thinking about unhearing what you already know, that the Earth is a globe, when you want it to be now, because by the time you've already not thought about it yet, because you know it is so deeply, that knowing your identity as a person is way beyond thought thinking and into truth knowing, which is always so much better. So stop not knowing that the Earth is a globe again now. You know what I mean? And that's the uh that feeling that people have. Because if you think about it, that feeling is just a thought that you've been thinking, and how you feel about it now could cause a thought to come to begin. So you begin to find a different way of feeling. It's not really a thought, is it? Because it's a feeling that's not very rational. And so you can skip thinking and just go ahead and know this is true just because you want to. What do you think about that feeling now? And talking to her and getting her opinion on it, her thoughts, her mindfulness, her expansion of awareness of how the communication can step on top of the old beliefs and push them aside, and then create a clearer picture of the truth, the reality. And everybody has their own personal experiences where they think about something and they have all these details that are sort of written out in front of them. And their mind can almost describe a thought in the future before it's even happened. As who wouldn't you not be if you weren't to be the person you are today? And this time aspect of it is very important because we exist on a plane, a field. It's like a simulation. Now, with the details of how the simulation is, and how this existence exists and how specifically it does that, and how someone might even see or hear or feel or experience, through the senses, how that might be. It's important to notice what they notice and actually have these aspects of reality and existence in mind and unconscious exploration and inner exploration of thought and discovery and self-discovery, openness, to create peace and relaxation and, whatever other oneness or completeness and, sense of understanding and knowingness, because our minds can almost look at these new choices and understand the intention of the intention of the intentions, and then generate new choices and new behaviors. And, perhaps there might even be metaphorical in speaking or understanding or knowing. It's like when you're at the bottom of the mountain, your intention is to be at the top of the mountain. Good friend of mine loves climbing mountains. And so he acts and does the behavior of doing a certain thing to achieve the intention. Once you're at the top of the mountain, having that intention already, you can look back down the mountain and think about how you got that intention. And perhaps at the same time, it might be the case that, someone may generate a new, better way to better serve that intention. Maybe instead of climbing, they discovered a new way of achieving that intention attentively in a more effective manner, because effectiveness does create mindfulness and awareness of aspects of knowledge and understanding and truth. And so this consideration of like truth and knowingness and these new learnings of new patterns and attention, and how attention can shift into consciousness and change perception of reality and mindfulness and discovery, and the learnings of the how and the know-how and the doing become almost like the second nature of, perhaps it is intuition, perhaps it is something else entirely. And always anybody can always at the same time know how to think about something and listen carefully in a way where one may enter this very deep like into a discovery, throwing a maybe like the fishing rod off into the sea, noticing it go deeper and deeper inside a place where it does pull out resourcefulness and inner resources, and these notifications or these identifications that we use to understand perception and life and meaning and meaningless meanings and existence, and how all of this abstraction of communication can create a deep sense of peace and knowing and understanding. It's a life way. It's about life and all the different aspects of, life and, control. And specifically, consciousness can describe a future.
You cut out?
Oh, got a red mic from somebody.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. You there, Key? Is it K?
Yeah, why did they mute me?
I think maybe just because you're going on for a while. So the main thing I got that you're putting down is that you believe the Earth is flat because your intention for your life has always been to figure out what the Earth is, and it's always been a flat Earth for you.
Right. But why'd they mute me? Damn. I was in my
Yeah, I think maybe they got the context, the whole story, and maybe you're going on for a little bit too long. I don't know. I'm not sure why, but they just you just were muted for like literally a second. Maybe just to break the train of thought, because you were going on kind of long. I pretty much got what you were saying almost immediately.
Right. That's good. Well done.
I mean, there's a little bit more to it, but the nitty gritty is that when you set an intention, that's the best thing ever. I mean, when people talk about 10-step programs and whatnot, or setting goals, number one is to buy in, invest in that.
So the dude with the red mic, he left. Anyway.
Yeah.
I asked him if gravity holds water to the ground, and he said one word: inertia. So I'm gonna have to Google if inertia equals yes or no, because I'm not sure now.
Yeah.
He keeps leaving the server and coming back. As if I want to waste my time like reporting. I think it's got to be more than just mute, though. I think you have to like channel ban, and then they have to leave and circumvent the channel ban.
Now he came back. He couldn't hear me before.
So who's the
He
person?
keeps leaving and he won't answer my question. So is gravity held to the does gravity hold water to the ground? And you said inertia. Is your inertia a yes or is inertia a no?
Mr. Batman, Mr. Batman, I have a question.
There's no O in inertia, so there is a E, which means it must be a yes.
There's no O in National Socialism.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, good job, bud.
There's a lot of dumb shit today. Brenda not knowing what the HTTPS is. Dudes not knowing nouns and verbs. Other guys not knowing what sources and citations are.
Well, they.
Like, it's like,
Oh, there we
holy
go.
shit.
That's not an invite for you to just talk over people.
Wait, someone sent me a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in my link in bio, in my messages.
So
There's
Is that
actually a
like,
whole Flat
is
Earth
that like
Discord.
you guys?
Yeah, that's
No,
us.
it wasn't me.
I didn't send it.
Is that your server?
Yeah.
And there's a
Hey,
lot of people in there.
Hey,
There's a lot of
please, can I?
sources and citations there. If you look down at the very bottom of the server,
Are there any globetards in there?
Yeah, one wants to talk about inertia or something.
No, I don't want to talk about inertia. I want to talk about something else. But then we got off track. So
We're not talking about roller coasters.
no, can I at least say what I'm going to say? You're going to cut me off. Like,
Yeah,
I want.
after you, since you answered my question, I have a follow up. Since you said
No,
yes.
I only said one word, and that was inertia. So you can look it up. I
You
want
said
to
yes
ask a
to my
question to Crit.
question.
I
You
want
can't just
to.
say yes and go move on.
No, I'm just saying. Can I ask a question to Crit, or are you going to continue to cut me off? Okay. Yeah.
After
Crit.
we're done.
Okay. Well, Crit. So I was going to say. So let's say.
You just don't get it. Guy.
I think his goal is to be as annoying as possible. It's like this is a kid whose parents sat him down with a tablet in the corner of the room, and now he's an adult and does exactly the same behavior. Like he's just stuck. His parents never gave him any attention, never really talked to him, probably rarely ever even called him by his name. Then when he turned 18, they opened the front door and booted his ass out, rang a bell.
Word.
Hold on, everyone buckle up. One of the biggest dumbasses is we just like his parents are like embarrassed or like, yeah.
Hey guys, is this Pancake Earth? Deadass room. Pancake debunked.
Are you a globetrot?
There's a little
Poor guy.
pancake.
You're a
Village
globetrot.
Idiot Convention, right here. Get your tickets now. Pancake Earth.
If you want to talk
Yo,
about
are you a
No,
globetrot?
you're in the wrong room,
don't
dude. You need to go to a cooking
want to
channel.
go to your convention. There's
I
no
can't hear you. Your mic is cutting out,
point
man.
selling tickets to your
Old dude, your
crazy
mic is horrible.
convention
Old dude,
here,
no one can hear you.
my friend.
Old dude. I can hear like every third syllable, so
How's
yeah.
it now?
Still trash. Sorry.
Well, I was saying that if you're here to talk about pancakes, you're in the wrong room, dude. You need to go find a cooking channel.
Okay, well, not talking about actual pancakes. I want to talk about like the Earth pancake. Do you know what I mean? Like flat as a disc.
No,
Whatever you want to
Space
call it.
is fake.
No.
Space is fake, kid.
Really? I can see it with a telescope. I can even see it with my eyes.
You're so gullible.
You're so wrong. Haha.
Rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks on you.
And whatever you say bounces off me and sticks back on you. So, I mean, nah.
Well, no one here is claiming a disc or a pancake or a pizza or whatever your belief is in space.
That's just what I saw on like YouTube videos. So maybe you think something else. I don't know. I don't want to
Never
strawman
seen
you.
that in a YouTube video. You can't even point to a YouTube video that shows a pancake flying in space.
I probably can, yeah.
No, you can't.
You want to place a bet?
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is?
Go ahead. Put one up.
So if I can find one right now that I've literally watched, right? You will leave this call, and if I can't, then I will leave this call.
We'll see. Let's do
No,
that.
no, let's make an agreement like men, right? Unless you're a pussy.
Let's see what you got first.
That's not how an agreement works. No, and it's not how a bet
So if
works.
you have a Glober,
You don't
making
bet
up a
after.
video,
You don't bet
if you have
after a game. You bet before,
if you have
right?
a Glober, if you have a Glober making up a video, it doesn't count.
I never said it wasn't a Glober, so it does absolutely count. So I'm glad that you redacted the stupid fucking comment.
Well,
Thank
let
you.
me,
You're a retard, man, baby.
Let me clear
Thank you.
something up for you, Nick. Okay, no flat earthers worth their weight in salt are going to claim any type of shape or disc or whatever you see by the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, we will give you a description of the surface properties, the horizontal reference plane. If we can't verify shape, we can't verify thickness. There are other things we can't verify, so we don't talk about them. We don't speculate. We just talk about the surface properties that can be measured as flat.
But then you don't know the Earth is flat, right?
Well, you do, because it's measured flat, utilized as flat. Just because we don't know the overall dimensions or shape of the Earth doesn't mean we can't see what the surface is doing.
Ah, gotcha. So you're making a claim to the surface. Is that it?
Yeah, correct. We have a topographical plane, obviously. We see valleys, mountains, hills, trees, whatever's upon the
Oh yeah, no,
plane
there are
of
small
the
ups and
Earth.
downs. Yeah, no, I get that.
Nick,
No,
you
I mean like
posted Globers pretending there's a pancake in space videos. I told you not to.
I'm talking to this other dude. I don't know why you're interrupting. You're a man, baby. Please go on mute. Okay, so you're saying topographically you're not making a claim, but I don't understand like the implication, because if you're saying, well, we can only go from surface level and measure that as flat, and then we can only assume that that holds true throughout, right? Because you haven't measured the entirety of Earth. I'm assuming. Have you?
No, we haven't, and that's why I wouldn't claim an overall shape or size. However, there are dimensions given of the globe, and we can test those dimensions, and what we see is that according to the radius, there is no curvature at the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at that point, if the radius is debunked, there is no more globe, because everything that's done on the globe, every model relies on that radius. Now we can show a flat horizontal plane out to hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in celestial navigation when we're creating circles of equal altitude. The point is that on a sphere, there are no truly flat surfaces.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. So, wouldn't it be right that you're not really taking a position about Earth being flat, right? You said there were propositions as to some of the surface level that you have measured, and then they don't curve with this rate that you mentioned, 2 point something, right? And then you can have this celestial sort of constant distance to object to reassure that this is correct. But what I don't get is then, why is the room called flat Earth? Like, why isn't it just called like globe denial or prove the globe or something like that? I don't know. It seems that it's kind of like a bait title then.
No, if there's no curvature that can be measured anywhere, and everything we utilize the Earth for is a horizontal reference plane, no matter where we are on the Earth, then we have a topographical plane.
Yeah, but then you also said you haven't measured the whole Earth, and it could be triangular or squared, or it could be
well, it could
that
be,
you're measuring.
It could be triangular or square, but that has nothing to do with the surface properties. And if you're talking about a triangle or a square, it's a two-dimensional shape, not a globe or a sphere.
Well, you then say a cube, right? Or I guess the 3D object of a triangle would be a pyramid, or I don't know. But in any which case, if you 3D model it out, it doesn't really help your cause. It just creates more dimensions, right? So I'm saying, like, at some point, if you're gonna suppose or sort of like put forward a proposition that the surface is flat throughout, at least according to the measurements, then at some point you're gonna have to cave in that there would be an edge, right? Regardless of the shape.
Well, why would I need to make any claims about the edge when we utilize the entire Earth as a horizontal reference plane for building, for mapping, for navigation?
When you say continuous, do you then mean that it's infinite?
Like I said, I'm not going to make any claims on that. I don't believe anything we can demonstrate to be infinite. Yeah, but.
And then how can you use that?
Because I can't tell you where an edge is. I haven't been there to find it. I haven't been there to see it. But an edge has nothing to do with the surface properties.
I would disagree, and I think most people, both in math and in geography, would as well. But that would just be an opinion of mine. We'd have to look that up. That would be an appeal to majority without substance. So I'm aware. I'm just saying I think that is the case. So we disagree there. I think it has importance, and it is a feature in mathematics and in nature that every single flat surface has an edge somewhere if it's not continuous or infinite, right? Which we don't have an example of, so we can't even say that is an actual thing because you don't have infinity in nature. So
do I need to show an edge to show a horizontal plane of reference?
Then I would be won over.
I'm not here to win you over. Yeah, that's not my point here. My point is to have the conversation, make people think, and people can come to their own conclusions. I'm not here to force anything down anybody's neck.
I wouldn't see it as force. I would just say that's a solid argument, and my mind has been changed. You know, logic prevails. But here it seems that it's, for me at least, and it's okay that it's not like that to you, that you have a different sort of like standard of evidence, or you accept something on a different basis than I do. But I think without confirming, the finite length or the edge point, then you have a conclusion without any substantiation, and I couldn't accept it. I wouldn't accept. So.
Well, Nick, let me just ask you this, man. Have you ever personally went out and measured curvature and seen it?
I mean, with the ruler or with my feet?
Well, see, like neither technically. There's a formula and how to measure it, right? But nobody has ever truly done it, right? We're told that the measurements are X, Y, Z, whatever, but you can't actually do them. That's the issue, right? And there's only three possibilities. It can be concave, convex, or horizontal, right? Technically four vertical, but that's just absurd. So three.
Well, if it's relative, then I guess wouldn't really matter if it's vertical or horizontal, but it's just from the point of reference, right? So yeah. But
the place that I'm kind of like perplexed is you said nobody's ever measured it. I'm pretty sure we have like a good grounds for distances on the maps that we use, right? And I have actually, went for a run or a long drive, and yes, I've been in airplanes too. And when I follow those on the maps, they line up. And so yeah, I have like remeasured, you could say, or tested the hypothesis of the maps, and they do hold up. So
Let me put something in the side chat for you then, my friend.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
And I'm happy to see you in a different VC, man. Sorry
Same.
about that.
No, you're good. The guy was just out of line. I respect it. Yeah.
Give me 1 second to pull it up. I got a lot of screenshots. Way too many.
Lay it on me, man. Lay it on me.
Could it be here? I'm gonna have to re-screenshot it. Give me 1 second, please.
No stress, homie.
Phone Discord is quite annoying.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I agree.
Okay, now it should. Give me 1 second. I need to leave the VC to take a call.
Are you in a phone call? Alright. I'm gonna switch to mobile then. I think that's easier for me as well, because I do need to go. So while you take your phone call, I'm gonna just switch and come back, and it'll probably like be fine.
All right.
Right. See you in like a minute.
So PNC Bank commercials running on CNBC. First shot was somebody taking a picture of a rocket at a launch, and then they went into something else, beach or something like that. So they just put it everywhere for you guys to watch.
well, looks like AT's not coming back with his alt account.
I was wanting to buy a ticket to his Pancake World or whatever he was trying to sell.
Yeah, it's making me hungry.
It's always the same when the Girl Scouts come round your door with things that you don't need and you just shoo them away and then you think, man, maybe I did want that.
Yeah.
Cookies and candy and such.
Oh, dude, where are you from, man? I'm having a hard time keeping up with your accent.
Sorry. Scotland. Would it
Okay,
help
that makes a
one
lot of sense.
would it help if one spoke more England? One could be somewhat more English if it would help.
Oh, you good, man? I just need to make sure to actually focus a bit more when you're speaking. But you're good, man. I was just like, is he speaking a different language? Am I going crazy? What's up?
It's the west coast of Scotland. You hear is Irish in my voice.
Do you have Irish blood in you?
Yeah, yes. My father was Irish, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly, got it. You're awesome, man.
Life's awesome, bro. Why deny it?
Are you well versed with like Scottish history?
Not particularly, no. Bits and pieces, yes, but not in depth or specific cases.
Okay.
I'm like everyone else around here. I'll get into a fight just as easy as all the rest without knowing what I'm doing.
suggesting it's a ball.
When it comes to
because we
what do you mean?
Their claim, and I understand.
Is from the physical standpoint of measuring the Earth, that is their claim. There is no more. Like, listen, there's the globe. Let me break it down to you like this. There's the part about the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the sky, the shit in the sky, the stars, the moon, the planets, right? How they move, their motion, how they appear, right? Their periodic motions, their patterns, their cycles. There's that. It says nothing about the Earth, right? Because you're not even looking at the Earth. And then there's the Earth itself, right? Its physical form, right? Which you can measure directly.
Yeah.
If you look at the literature, geodetic surveying, like you can look at Helmert, which is considered the grandfather of geodetic surveying. It's like in the first 3 paragraphs. He talks about since the Earth can't be measured in all its places, we have to rely on the theory of gravitation and its revolution and its rotation.
And if somebody
had
an objective empirical way to show that to you,
if they had that, I would look at it, and I would I would evaluate the experiment, right? The same way you evaluate an experiment. You look at sources of error, you look at assumptions, you look at all that stuff, right? You evaluate every experiment the same way, right?
Because they could
evaluate the experiment. You look at the data. See, I look at data. I don't look at interpretations of data. I'm one of those people. I'm not going to be like I'm going to read the conclusion, and that's what I'm going to just go with. I'm going to actually look at what they did. I'm not. I just don't look at the conclusion. It could be easy
to just take it on face value of somebody else's calculations, but we don't know.
A human being has to. Yeah. Well, their calculation can be whatever. It can. But the thing is, there is subjective interpretation of data, and there's how data is processed, and then there's the equipment used, and then there's sources of error and controls, and there's all sorts of stuff. You have to take each experiment on its own. You evaluate its own merit. Right? You just look at it as okay, this is what they went out and did, and I'm going to evaluate that on its own merit. Is this data probably reliable based upon that? And if it is, then I look at the data and I go, hey, what does the data tell me about, what they did? What conclusions can I draw from this?
If that empirical evidence was contrary to what you saw with your own eyes,
I wouldn't care. I would just accept the data. That's what it is.
So you would So if you saw that objective empirical method to determine some sort of measurement, and you went, actually the measurement doesn't match with what I'm seeing, I would disbelieve my eyes and go, well, my eyes are not a reliable way to know things.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say my eyes aren't a reliable way to know this.
This, okay.
Yeah, this particular question.
Okay. All right. I'm also
because I'm pretty sure I can recognize my mother unequivocally all the time, and I'm not probably going to doubt my eyes about that.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Tell me, how do we get here in the first place? Hurtling through space. Yes, I make you smile. It was only a fool for a while. Now he is broke. Twas a big joke. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you?
Awesome stuff. Bush Baby, number one, you've got control of your mic. Just unmute yourself, buddy, and we can have the conversation about the shape of the Earth and all that good stuff. So, Bush Baby, welcome to the server. Don't let me down, bro. You sound very cheerful and like up for a conversation.
Oh, wait,
voice.
hello. So yeah, hello. It just took a second.
Hello, my
to
friend.
unmute.
No, you're good, mate. You're good.
Okay, so
well,
my main question is why?
Why what?
Why what's convinced you to think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally, right,
Just got into
so-
you in general.
Yeah. We'll ask everybody else in a minute, but for me personally, and you'll probably get the same answer for most people. If the Earth is said to be a ball, then there should be observable and measurable curvature over distance. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't observe it, and we do not directly measure any curvature over any distance of any water. Being as they say the surface of the Earth is over 70% water, we should be able to observe and measure it there. Unfortunately, we don't. So if there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay. So
sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I'm a physics student.
Cool.
And I have measured the curvature of the Earth. So that's interesting you say that because with lasers, incredibly high. Oh, sorry.
I'm asking in reality.
Yeah, no, in reality. No, yeah. You know Lake Geneva?
Yep.
It's a relatively large, Lac Léman, if you've been over there, I think that's what they call it. Well, if you be measured across the lake with a laser, and it's sort of difficult to measure because obviously the ripples of the water could disrupt it because you want the laser to be as close to the water as possible. But there was a curvature. It was interrupted a bit by the ripples of the water, but we did measure a curvature. That's for sure.
What was the distance, my friend?
Oh, probably a good 60 kilometers. Well, no, not that long. I have to look it up. I mean, this happened like 4 years ago, probably. So yeah, 4 years and a half actually. I'm not sure. I believe I. Oh wait, I have to look it up. I need to find the actual two places that we were at. But have you ever thought about, aside from that, how everything works with a flat Earth? Okay, so aside from
Bash, you didn't give us any distance, any data for that.
You'll get that.
This is something that has happened 4.5 years ago. I mean, I'm gonna have to now bring it all up.
Oh,
but
you have some observation what you cannot present, but it's there.
No, okay, right, yeah. Basically,
but we
I
can
mean,
to be fair,
I wasn't coming.
Sasha's
Yeah,
done it himself.
sorry.
It's all right. Sasha has done this himself, so it's interesting.
Not myself in particular. With other people, obviously, it wasn't just me. I mean, it was a thing, not just me. I was with other people, 15 other people, decent group.
That's fine. The reason why we're asking for the distance is we're just going to turn around to you and give you other laser tests of distances between 10 and 25 miles over distances of water where we hit the target that we were supposed to hit. And then what we'll do is we'll point out military targeting systems that use lasers over distances of water over 100 miles using direct line of sight targeting to blow shit up, which is called applicable technology. So it's interesting you bring up one laser test, but you say you've measured curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, you keep cutting out.
I know for a fact the militaries of the world use direct line of sight laser targeting systems. So they don't measure any curvature.
You're cutting, Jedi.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, he will come back.
Alright, okay. Hello?
Quick microphone check. Is that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Awesome stuff. So just to recap on what I said, it's interesting you bring a laser test. We could give you up laser tests 10 miles, 25 miles. And then what we would do is we would compound the issue by bringing the Navy into the argument and point out their laser targeting systems that target ground-based targets of over 100 miles.
Okay, so with this, so how powerful are these lasers that you're using? Because that's a big thing with the laser tests, is that because we're using this, the light will start to refract as it moves forward, as it moves further and further away. So although you may have, say, the diameter, you may be a meter at the source, it may also be several centimeters at where you're actually measuring it, especially if you're especially at 10 kilometers away. So there's that problem part of it. So
yeah,
you've
that's
got to
what
account for all of that. So when you say when you do a measurement like that, often you have to use if the laser isn't that powerful, you can use how strongly is your mathematics?
It's all right.
Okay. So have you heard of differential equations? Potentially, maybe not, maybe. But you can solve one of those effectively to figure out where the exact center of the light is in respect to the larger diameter at a certain range is. And you'll find that if you do that for that particular laser, that you do measure the curvature. In these tests, how close to the waters did you do them at? Have you done one personally, or at least witnessed one?
Right. So we could show you ones that are done, say, a couple of inches off the surface of the water. This was the one done in the south of England, down at Brighton, over a distance of 10 miles. A couple of inches, blue and red lasers opposite end of the spectrum. The ones that are done over Lake Bissell, I think it's Hungary or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Both laser and target were about 2 meters above the surface of the water. And then we can start talking about Navy ships, and I'll give you 20 to 30 foot above the surface of the water.
All right. Okay. So I actually haven't looked into all of this, because the reason why we did this test in the first place wasn't actually to debate flat earthers. It was more of a what's the word for it? We were actually originally at CERN, with as a trip, and it was just something that we were given the opportunity to do. So we decided, why not? Because we had a few days to burn in Geneva, so it was something that we did. But I'm just interested. I've never actually thought about what you guys have said with the lasers, with the different tests. So I'll have to probably have a little look into it to see what you guys have done. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you can point to the Earth points the Earth to being flat?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
Sorry?
Celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
No. A sextant?
Okay. Yeah, do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
it's an angle measuring device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So a sextant is basically a glorified angle measuring device, right?
Right. Oh, is it one of those sort of like things that they use? I don't know what they're called. I'm not sure if it is, but carry on.
Okay, so they use them at ships at sea to, get elevation angles to stars at known times of year, so they can navigate across the Earth using the stars. Yeah, that's what it is. Awesome. You know that. You know what a triangle is, right? You sound like an intelligent man. You know what a triangle is, yeah?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Can you measure an angle with a curved line?
No, you can't.
Awesome stuff. So understanding that a sextant is a glorified angle measuring device, and it's used on the surface of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars. You will understand that, being as you just said, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you're doing it on a curved surface that would be the ball Earth, then a sextant would be non-applicable. You couldn't use this device on a curved surface, for example.
What you could do,
celestial navigation.
Sorry, I point something in. So there's a few things about that I would like to say. You heard of tangents? It's sort of like to do tangents and circles. So you can.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a similar thing you can do with a sphere. Instead of using a tangent, you can sort of intersect it with a plane. Now, if the sphere is huge, the Earth, the curvature at your point will be so small that I mean, I'd have to look into the map, but I doubt, especially with quite a crude measuring device. You know, is it the thing that you hold in your hand and sort of bring to your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that. Well, then I doubt that the Earth's curvature will prevent you from measuring an angle from that.
Okay. So, do you know what a GP is?
A GPS, you mean? I think.
Yeah.
Did you say? Yeah.
No, a GP. So, a GP of a star. Do you know what a GP? Yeah, a GP of a star is. Do you know what that is?
A GP of a star. No.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. It's the ground position of a star.
Okay. Yep.
Now, the ground position of a star can be in excess of over 1,000 miles beyond the horizon.
Okay.
The ground position of that star has to be 90 degrees.
All right.
So, ground position of the star, 1,000 miles away, straight line towards you on that boat. Now, understand what you said about tangent lines, but you'd have to understand how we use sextants in celestial navigation. In every single calculation, you will bring your... Well, I'm just going to tell you then. So, in every single calculation, you will bring yourself down to the plane of the Earth. Yeah, you can draw your tangent line from altitude towards the horizon, but your next calculation is going to bring you down to surface level. So your altitude is 0. Understanding that you are looking for the ground position of a star that you've just got an elevation angle to, and understanding it could be over 1,000 miles away, means that the surface of the Earth must be level for every single boat at sea all of the time to use these things. So not just you, but another boat 100 miles over there, and another boat 100 miles beyond him. Every single angle is done on a flat surface. Every single calculation will take you back down to that flat surface after you've drawn your tangent line. Now, you also have to understand as well that they were using these devices well before the Earth was a ball.
Yeah.
So they weren't doing ad hoc calculations because they thought they were on a ball. But the crux of the matter is you could only use this device on a flat Earth. You couldn't use it on a ball. And if you did use it on the ball, you would have to take yourself down to a flat plane. So, laser transits and celestial navigation. Do you want some more?
I'm just going. Yeah. I'm just carry on because I'm afterwards. I'm just gonna have a look at it myself and see if I can get the hang of it. But yeah, carry on. I'm just willing to listen.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still waiting for your evidence as well.
Yeah, no,
I know a few.
You carry on and then I'll talk, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's fine. We're just going to be talking about direct line of sight transits of signals as well. You know what a radar is, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that was 2 journeys from the radar to the object and a ping back again, yes?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Now you understand this is also direct line of sight technology used from boats at sea to other boats at sea up to a distance of, as far as I found, 450 miles. So that would be a 900-mile transit from the boat to the object and ping back again. Now, this would be impossible over a curved surface because the curved surface would get in the way not once but twice.
Yeah, but the thing is that waves diffract as they move through a medium. So, again,
that's fine.
They will...
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. And that's fine. You said you wanted me to talk, so I'll talk. So I'm just going to be pointing out all of the technology that the navies use. The first is instance was the celestial navigation. They've got to get places. They wouldn't be able to use this operation on a curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants for that. I'm then going to point you to the laser transits, where we have direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to 100 miles. I've now just pointed out radar systems. But first of all, we're going to have to see the object, and that's why we use infrared cameras. Infrared cameras see the object. We then make sure with the radar that that object is actually there, and then we ping it twice with 2 different lasers, one blue, one red, to make sure that we've got a target. So 4 pieces of technology that would only be applicable on a flat Earth. They wouldn't be applicable on a curved surface. Keep saying that.
Okay, so that's
There's
okay,
4.
yeah. Okay, so have you got anything else, or shall I do you want to talk?
No, let's go. Let's go to your stuff now.
Okay, so so the first thing that my personal biggest thing is actually gravity, because obviously, as someone who studies physics, it's something that is very integral to everything we do. So a lot of things that we do. So, and the way gravity behaves is not possible now on a flat Earth. Like, it just physically will not work. And you can you think about it. If a gravity, you understand that the vectors to the force weight, which is the force that is applied on an object due to it being in the gravitational field, point directly towards the center of gravity, as they call it, center of mass, I guess you can also call it, of the object.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Oh,
what's gravity?
Gravity is, well, what is gravity? That's an interesting question. Well, the force that object experiences is weight, and that is because it is in a gravitational field. I'm talking about Newton's explanation of gravity, not general relativity, which is beyond. Well, I understand it at a reasonable level, but not enough to explain it to someone else. But
Bush baby, real quick,
yeah.
you know that those two are entirely incompatible on a conceptual level, right? Maybe they give the same outcomes, but they're incompatible. You do know that, right?
Universal gravitation, though, or Newton's laws of universal gravitation, help us. But sure, the explanation. But Newton's laws of
laws. But if you say they are laws, then Einstein was kind of, wrong.
No. You got to listen. Universal gravitation doesn't explain why gravity happens and why we're seeing this. That's what general relativity does. Universal gravitation.
No, they're incompatible. But sure, go ahead. You need to look it up, mate, because you said it was beyond your scope, right? I guarantee you, it's entirely incompatible because they're conceptually different. It's not a force. It's not a force in Einsteinian gravity.
No. Yeah, I do get you, but that's the explanation. When Newton developed all of these, but
look, if you put a piece,
he had no idea. Okay,
no, mate, it's entirely different. If you put a piece of cheese on the floor every single day, right, and when you wake up, it gets taken away. There are 2 different theories. Either like a person takes it away, like your sister, or it's a mouse which eats it, right? Now, both of those theories would offer reasonable explanations to why the cheese vanishes, right? But they're incompatible.
Newton's. I don't know how to explain
Newton's
it.
and Einstein's are incompatible. A force is incompatible with Einstein's, where there is literally no force. It's just space and time curving. The whole point of Einstein was that Newton was wrong. That's what he said himself. So don't go saying that they're compatible, because they're not.
I never said they're compatible.
Okay, that's great.
I never did.
So
I never said they were compatible.
They're incompatible then, right?
Yes. Well, at a conceptual level, like you said, yes, they are.
Okay, nice. Yeah, sure.
I never claimed that. Newton's laws of universal gravitation explained what. I don't know how to explain it. They modelled how objects moved in gravitational fields, not why they move. That's Einstein's part, the why. The how, or not, how's a bad word, but what they're doing in the gravitational field at at our level. I don't know, it's very difficult to explain, but how they move, if you see what I mean, can be modelled by Newton's laws of universal gravitation. Why they move, that's Einstein. If you see something, I probably butchered that horribly, but
yeah.
One thing that Newton's laws of gravitation, the equations that we can use, to predict where objects are and how objects fall, they do work. So Newton wasn't completely wrong. His explanation for why they worked was wrong, but the actual modelling of it wasn't. So if you think about it, if you think how we model, say, even an object just falling towards Earth, a simple ball, we can model it using Newton's laws of universal gravitation, and we get a right answer, the same experimental answer that we do if we just dropped the ball and measured it, or performed a measurement on how.
Yeah, exactly.
Or how fast it. So, yeah, okay. Well, the point being is that you cannot if you had a flat Earth, the Earth, and it's a giant flat Earth, like a flat disc, like us.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. All right. So I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. There's no gravity on a flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, but then what's the explanation?
Yeah, there's other explanations, but we'll get onto that. My question for you is, have you actually got a scientific experiment that's proven any of this, mate? And if you have, can you give it to us?
Yeah,
yeah. Because, hold the fuck on.
Right,
so, when we stop talking through me, mate.
I'm listening.
Talk. You're doing yeah, thank you. So when we go and, watch educational programs on TV, when we speak to any of these science communicators, they will turn around to us and say, gravity is not a force. You know who Brian Cox is, don't you? That's a question. Yeah. So you know who Brian Cox is. He says gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Unfortunately, I don't like the guy, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah. He doesn't know what gravity is, mate. So I can run through George Musa. You can think of gravity as a force, but it's not.
Yes, and that's exactly what I just said when I said you can model
doesn't
it
matter.
versus
But
why
I'm giving you this skill, mate. A lot of backup from science community. Like people talking through each other, it's starting to really annoy me.
Okay, so the evidence for it is that if you have a vacuum chamber, and you don't even need a large one, you can have a tiny one actually, a meter. But not even that, you'll find that the objects will accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate, independent of all their masses.
Okay, what happens if I drop gas in the vacuum chamber?
Well, then you've put an extra parameter, which is air resistance.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not dropping anything else. I'm just dropping gas.
What do you mean?
What happens to the gas vacuum chamber? Which? Yeah. So you said all objects. Okay.
Yeah.
Gas then, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to impart gas into a vacuum chamber, which direction does that go?
How much? That's another problem. That's because then you get a thing called pressure, which also
some gas.
Some gas.
How'd you get pressure?
Because if you add.
How'd you get pressure? How'd you get pressure, mate?
If you add a fluid.
How'd you get pressure, mate?
What do you mean? How do you get pressure?
Just so I understand, because you said pressure. So what is pressure? How do you get pressure for gas?
Well, pressure is the force that particles exert on the side of the container.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll come back. Awesome stuff. We'll come back to that in a minute. But after I've imparted gas into a vacuum chamber, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which way is the gas going?
How much? Because that's again. You can't just say I'm putting gas into it. How much? That's the question. And how big's the vacuum chamber?
Tell me.
Well, if you put very little gas into a very large vacuum chamber, it'll be accelerated towards the Earth.
So it would fall down.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Sorry, it will spread out. Spread out.
Yeah, it will go in all directions, won't it?
Yeah, it will fill the space as best as it can.
Yeah. And it will also press up on the limitation of the chamber, which will be up the ceiling. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, just a quick question. How in an open system do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying, what do you mean? Sorry.
How do we have gas? Sorry. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth in an open system, adjacent and within a vacuum?
That is a good question. There will be. Well, I cannot answer that question.
No. See, this is the problem. So we can talk about gravity all day, and I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. But at the moment, it is observably not affecting gas because gas goes in all directions. You've already admitted that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. They declare the Earth is an open system devoid of containment and adjacent and within a vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas will fill that space. The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, unless stopped by a physical barrier. So, we've got a huge problem with what they tell us about the Earth and where it is, because you can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. You've already admitted that, haven't you?
I have.
So I can give you gravity. Yeah, I'll tell you, whatever gravity you want to give me, that's fine. But observably, in science, we don't have the phenomena to even ask the question about because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you say objects, so you can drop a ball and that will go down.
Well,
that's why I gave you gas.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So understanding the second law of thermodynamics, understanding entropy, invalidates the heliocentric idea of uncontained gas bodies in vacuums. You can't have that.
I'll have to look into that. To be fair, that is a point.
It's one of the main reasons why I'm here, mate. It's a law of nature, right? Applicable always. You understand what a football is. You understand what a tyre is.
Yep.
You know that when you impart gas into that volume, you will have gas pressure. The force of the gas is exerted on the walls of its container. Now, you know what an open and a closed system is. In relation to thermodynamics and matter transfer, they declare the Earth is an open system, rockets to the moon and remote control cars on Mars. But that would also mean the gas, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, uncontained from a vacuous space. That situation could not happen. Laws of nature trump unvalidated pseudoscience, gravity.
Interesting. I'm currently thinking about this.
That's fine, mate. I urge you to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Just for me and for everybody else, just slow down a little bit, mate. It's not a race. Enjoy the conversation, all right?
Yep.
I just wanted to add a little something on top of what you were saying. Keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, they're claiming that it's an expanding volume, that the universe, the edge of the universe, is expanding outwards faster than the speed of light. So keep in mind, they're not just claiming that there's a vacuum of space above our heads. They're claiming that there's above our heads an expanding volume while we have consistent gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth. But, as far as practical demonstrations go, if I were to have 1 cubic foot chamber, a chamber that's sealed, it's 1 cubic foot. On the inside, we have ordinary 14.7 psi, at sea level. And if we were to somehow change around this container so that while it still keeps enough of a pressure seal, expanding the volume of it, it'd be 7 psi. It'd be much less than 14.7 psi. So this is a practical demonstration of how volume and changing the volume has an effect on gas pressure. And so it's just think about this practical demonstration when you hear them and their story, their fairy tale, like, oh yeah, the universe is expanding, but still have consistent gas pressure.
Okay, well, okay. How?
Balls of gas just don't coalesce in vacuums. Gas disperses in all directions and feels the limitation of its volume. It will then press on the limitation of its volume and you will have the consequent of gas pressure. If you don't have a physical barrier, you will not have gas pressure and there will be nothing there to keep the gas there.
I'm just thinking, well,
Gravitational idea only applies to the Earth if it was a ball. Whether it is mass of the Earth attracting other masses to it, or the mass of the Earth bending and warping, a reification of concrete nouns, space and time, and that's not scientific, that's mathematical equations. But both instances do not have a fully verified scientific method experiment that's validated any of them. You can't do it with Einstein shit because that's maths. That's not science. And Newton's idea, you can go to Cavendish, but that's not an experiment either. Not according to the scientific method. But gravity only exists on a ball. Doesn't exist on the flat Earth. There are other reasons why things go up and things go down. Scientifically, being as the only thing we very manipulate would be the density of the medium the object is in, then it's relative density in science.
Explain
like I
how
said,
relative density works in your, because like, there's a term that's thrown around the flat Earth community. How's that? What's the how?
Let's just put it. Let me put it like this, right? In science, the only thing that we ever very manipulate is the medium the object is in.
Yeah.
For example, if I was to have a boiled egg and I was to put it in a solution of water, the boiled egg would sit at the bottom, right? I add salt to the water, make the solution more dense, and the egg rises. Now, what have I varied and manipulated? Well, that would be the medium. I've made it more dense. So scientifically, that would be the density. We can have an anvil sitting on the top of liquid mercury, for example. Why is the anvil not falling through the liquid? Well, the liquid mercury is more dense than the anvil still.
Yeah.
Again, it will only be the thing that I can physically manipulate within a scientific experiment, which will be the cause. Now, there are laws of nature, things that are outside the scientific method experiment, that we literally get down to the one last thing and we just do not know. Like the cause of entropy, for example. Fuck knows why it is. It just is. Now, mate, I do not know why we have a directionality to our world. Don't understand that. But all I can do is very manipulate things within our reality, and they will go up, they will go down, or like gas, they will go everywhere. And gravity only applies to a spinning ball in space. Just think about it. I can drop a ball, and it will go down. Calculate the rate of fall. And within my mathematics, I can then say, I tell you what, there's a force that's pulling the ball down, and I can say that that force is the mass of the Earth. There you go. I have the phenomena. I have the rate of fall. I can just do some mathematics, and there you go. I've just made up a force. I could equally say the sky was pushing things down. Just do some mathematics. There you are. Because the phenomena will still be the same. And then I can make predictions with it. But the phenomena is still the same because the ball will always go down.
No, I'm just thinking. Sorry, you can keep talking if you want.
You're fine, buddy. Just notice your speed has kind of slowed down as well in the last 5 minutes. We get this a lot sometimes. People come in here with a shitload of stuff to talk about and they keep talking and they won't listen to anybody else. They got 1 question, 2 question, 3 question, 4. Yeah. It's always nice when people slow down a little bit and listen to what is said. So I'm glad that bit got you. Because it is something that is worth thinking about, and I guarantee you, mate, it's one of the main reasons why we're here. I've been in the flat Earth, for example, for the last 8 years. This argument, gas pressure without a container, is one of the main ones. The other one is there is no measurable curvature to the Earth, even though you're still yet to give us your laser test that you did in some place in Europe. I can't remember where. I do apologise. We can look at that all day, that's fine, but we will just give you other ones. We'll give you long-distance observations. there is, in our mind, no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature to the Earth, which is why I brought up things like navigation and direct line of sight, because the curve of the Earth would get in the way, or you wouldn't be able to use these tools if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, the majority of the evidence they will give you is from space. Here's a picture of the Earth from space, it's a ball. Well, that's a bit of a problem, being as you can't have gas pressure without a container, which will kind of ruin every single fallacious story they give you from this place. We may as well just start calling Narnia.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying the sky doesn't exist and, hey, that's not the moon, and Mars doesn't exist. We will just debate the story about what we are told about these things. They claim that this is a vacuum. They claim this, that, and the other. When we try to verify these, find out that they cannot be true. You can't have.
Real quick, I noticed Spryster, Turbo, and TKD joined. Guys, I don't have a whole lot of time to talk, honestly, if any at all, but I've given you a listening pass for now. It will allow you to text in the text chat, in the live stream voice text. If you leave the call without getting the DC verified, the server mute will be restored automatically. If you quickly wanted to speak up, I've got like a minute. So either one of you guys want to quickly chime in. Otherwise, I'm just going to stick the recording back on for now. Not a problem. You guys can message somebody anytime and we can fix up your role there.
Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a call. Go for 5 minutes and call my child. I'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys.
The recording is still going. It's just there's I guess there's some downtime, but it's still playing.
Everybody leave. What's happened? Oh, I see Jan's back. Cool. Jan's back from the shop. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
Yeah, I have my groceries, so I'm okay.
Good stuff. We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. But yeah. Glad you're back from the shop, my friend. Sorry for jumping right in. I just had to give my child a quick phone call. So where you at, Bush Baby?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the your atmosphere dilemma.
I mean, I urge you to think about it, mate. For sure, but are you trying to come up with an idea of how you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas pressure button?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, good luck with that. You went to vacuum chamber in our conversation, right? Which is interesting because you need a physical barrier to separate the two vastly
Yeah, but you do realise it's
different
the atmosphere outside
pressure
pushing
areas,
against
right?
the barrier.
If you
not...
didn't have that physical boundary between the two, you wouldn't be able to have a vacuum, would you?
No, because the air from the
No,
outside of the
exactly.
vacuum would push into it.
Yeah, exactly. So the open system of the Earth, the gas would disperse into the vacuum, wouldn't it?
Wait, no. Because in the example that we had a vacuum, and you put a gas inside that vacuum, and it will disperse to fill that vacuum. That's true. But
yes, the
force that's pushing against that vacuum is there is going to be a force obviously from within the vacuum, a very tiny one, but the larger force is going to kind of crush the vacuum from all sides. That's going to be atmospheric pressure, right?
Yeah, the gas will fill the space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The higher pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Yep.
Push baby, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you now compare the size of our atmosphere? That's the paradox, but doesn't matter. With all this out of space vacuum.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is stronger, our atmosphere or that? You know how big is that vacuum space comparing our atmosphere?
Evidently huge.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine that. I cannot put that in my mind. With that given numbers of space and everything. I cannot even. This is something like. I will try, and this is nothing. This is even small numbers. Something like a lighter in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that lighter has the small around big air, you know, and that water cannot go in. Yeah, that's the comparison. Of this open system in this out of space. And plus that open system it's going together with the Earth in orbital speed 66,000 miles per hour. Not only static, you know.
Sorry, what did you say with about 66,000 miles per hour? Sorry.
I'm saying that all this gas it's also moving together with the air because it's going around this. Yeah. That's also interesting.
Yeah, but you're not going to feel a force because the speed is constant, velocity is constant. Even. Sorry, and the.
I'm telling you that open system it's going through that. What Jedi explained it to you. What is that vacuum, and what the gas will do in. Let's say in some. If you put a little bit. Do you remember when you said if you put a little bit in gas in some vacuum chamber? Now imagine how much atmosphere, how much that is gas for this vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
I told you. Compare that, and we are there. That's ridiculously small. Even if it's big, doesn't matter. You will still fill the space. Problem is natural law. You can now deny the natural law and say, yeah, okay, I'm not agreeing with the natural law. That's the point.
The size of the vacuum. Are you saying the size of the vacuum increases the force experience? The force of. Are you saying are you saying the size of the vacuum is proportional to the force.
I mean, volume or. Do you mean the volume of the vacuum?
Yeah, the volume of the vacuum is proportional to the size of the
Not
force.
necessarily. We
Well, then the argument about how big space is not relevant.
Well, no, that's just an aside to compound the issue.
Yeah, well,
okay? If space is getting.
Well, the size of space and how large space is and how large the vacuum is itself is irrelevant. I believe, it will be irrelevant to the force experienced by the particles pushing against each other and then effectively trying to push against and escape and move away from each other.
Okay. Yeah, basically all we're doing is it's just an aside which compounds the issue. We're just saying the volume of the vacuum is increasing within the heliocentric model because of expanding space. But ultimately, it's irrelevant. Ultimately it's irrelevant. But the point is this: out there is a vacuum. Down here we have gas pressure. To have gas pressure, we must have a physical boundary for the gas to press upon. If there is no physical boundary, then the higher gas pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy. So it's a big fucking vacuum. The rate of the vacuum is 10 to negative 17 torr, I believe. Whatever it is, there's an awful lot of, this is why they call it space, because there's a lot of space between whatever particles there are up there. But the point is, it's a lower pressure environment. Uncontained and open to the Earth's high pressure system. That cannot exist.
Jedi, how much we can produce on the Earth a vacuum chamber?
Sorry.
I think it's negative
six. Yeah.
It's 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah. But that's 10 to minus 17. That now that's not that it's between 11 zeros. It's not like a double. It's 11 zeros. That means 1 million times, 1 billion times stronger.
Stupid, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Container. So I'm going. Oh my days! I remember fluid. I hate fluid dynamics. Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We understand how gas acts, don't we? We understand that when we contain gas with a physical boundary, the consequence of that is gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary. To keep gas in a space, you must have containment. Gas will disperse high to low. This is why it's in the law of thermodynamics, because hot goes to cold. Yep. It doesn't happen the other way around. My coffee's not going to spontaneously get hot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And exactly the same in this situation. High pressure goes to low pressure every single goddamn motherfucking time. So when they tell us there's a space vacuum out there and the Earth is an open system, for those who have critical thought, you must understand that that situation can't be true. I don't care who says it, how many badges they've got, how big their institution is, and how many of them are jumping up and down on a bandstand saying this bollocks. If you critically think about it, you will understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Every single demonstration of gas pressure is with containment. You can't demonstrate this in any other way. Therefore, that
Yeah, I'm just yeah.
Probably at work or something, knowing him. If you're busy, my friend, it's me.
What up, Jedi?
What's up, Mayhem? How you doing, mate? We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. We've been talking for, say, maybe the last half an hour or so. We've just got up to, well, not just got up to, about 10 minutes ago we got up to gas pressure without a container. And, yeah, we seem to have maybe reached a point where he's starting to think a little bit.
Okay.
Because he understands, he's a smart lad, right? He's a physics student. He's done all this type of stuff before. So we're talking about gas pressure without a container, and poof, he's gone quiet because he's trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the
that is.
practicality. Go on, Bush Baby.
No, I was gonna say because there is actually a point there.
The practicality should strike you, as in, it should cause you to pause a little bit, because if there's a narrative that says one thing and reality says another, then you should go with what reality is telling you, because it doesn't matter what anyone says; it only matters what the truth is, right? So,
yeah,
the fundamental laws of our nature is what's going to govern. You should govern what your understanding should be, not what people are saying.
Yeah, I really want to do math right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, no, I was just the only real because obviously the point with containers and gas,
right?
That there is a point there.
Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a necessary antecedent. So, in order for their gas pressure to be there in the first place, you'd need to have a container. It needs to be contained. That's how you attain pressure in the first place. Containment.
Yeah.
And that's natural law. And of course, entropy would dictate that if you release the pressure from that container, gas will disperse into any and all available volumes and fill the space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's almost common sense. Everybody on Earth can know that. Or it should be anyway. But it also, demonstration-wise, that can also be shown as well. So what we're saying can be followed up by demonstration. It can be falsified. It could be proven empirically. So there's no need for whether you and I believe in something or not. It just matters that it's true.
Have you heard of bromine? Or bromine, as in the BR2, the gas, heavy gas, very heavy gas.
It's man-made gas. Yeah.
Well, it's an element. It's how bromine exists elementally.
Oh, bromine, but yeah, you meant like the. Go on.
Well, it's a gas, and if you open a container, it will stay at the bottom of the container. It will sink to the bottom of the container.
How long will it stay there for? Will you be able to have an open container of bromine forever? Or will entropy still take? Yeah, entropy will still take.
Sure.
Yeah.
The gradient.
So we have the same kind. We have the same kind of thing with sulfur hexafluoride. You understand that one?
Yeah.
So it will stay in an environment that is open to the atmospheric pressure for a short amount of time, but ultimately, in the end, entropy will take effect, and it will disperse.
Yeah.
Again, all we're doing is demonstrating that one dense gas, in relation to the atmospheric pressure, will do something. Will sink because it is of a higher density. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Let's put that bromine or that sulfur hexafluoride adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier and see what happens. Oh, it will disperse into that available space until it reaches the
that's the
limitation of its environment. Going to have the same result.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I know, mate. I know.
Look at that. Oh, this is actually really annoying now.
This is what?
I said it's really annoying now.
Oh, why? Why is it annoying?
I can feel it.
I haven't
Yep,
ever
yep.
thought about
But like, hats off to you, mate. Usually at this time, we're having massive arguments with people.
Well, it sounds like you got a beat on this because I mean, if you're in physics, then you literally work with these elements.
Yep. Fluid dynamics.
Well, that's the thing, though. Nothing that we're saying is like it's something that you could say. No, you guys are going against like the laws of nature. You're just that's not what happens.
Yeah.
So basically, we're just keeping in line with what everything can be discovered, like what we already know. But it's weird that we're saying things against. It's contradictory to what they're saying about the globe, because in this open system that they claim with the globe, there is a vacuum of space, and so the vacuum, adjacent to this pressure air, it's pressure. There has to, in order for the gas to have pressure, it needs to be contained. But you don't have containment in this open system because matter and energy can transfer in this open system of the globe Earth.
Yeah.
And that just can't happen when you have the dynamic system that we do have here with low and high pressures. You can't get these pressures if there isn't any containment. So it doesn't matter. Like you can have a gradient pressure and it shifts. The dynamic system that we live in, these pressures are always interchanging, low pressure to high pressure, and weather systems happen and so on. But like these are always mixing. They're always shifting, mixing. It's in constant motion. It's never something that's static. So the globe Earth has tried to give you explanations as to how things are, but when you start to like say, okay, that's an explanation, now let's go into the field and test to see if what you're saying is correct. Nobody's actually put them to the test, which is what we're doing here. We're saying, has anybody ever done that? Like it's nice to say one thing about the Earth being a globe and it's got a vacuum of space out there and you got pressure air here and it's an open system. But the convenient excuse is gravity, the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. They're saying that's what's holding the gas here, right? Gravity. But then again, it's like, well, then you're going to have to say, when does gravity hold any of the pressure of gases? Which every instance, even the one you described with bromine, will seem to like have a heavier than air kind of dynamic within the air that it's in. But at some point, it will disperse. It doesn't stay. I mean, you can even see that with liquid water. So water itself will be sitting in a cup for a while. And then
that's very true. That's very true. It does actually.
I mean, and this is kind of like what we're trying to tell you here too. This like, yes, they do have their physical properties, but they interact within the dynamic system that you're in to always be in motion. There's not a constant where it's like always a downward vector. Because if the downward vector were true, nothing would move into any and all directions, which is the nature of like gases dispersing into the available space. They would immediately, if you let go of the nozzle of a balloon, like when you blow up a balloon, if you let go of the nozzle, the air would just go straight down if gravity was holding everything down to itself. But you know that in every instance of containment with gas pressure, you open up a nozzle, the gas disperses into the available space into any and all directions, all vectors. So there's no vector of down. It just it does go down, but it goes up and sideways in every which way. And so this is just a practical means of looking at the applications that you use like in your line of work or whatever you're going to be using for your studies. It's like we're not saying anything outside of real science, right? So if we are, then there's an issue with what we're saying, but there isn't. We're in line with everything that natural laws dictate.
Yeah.
So hopefully that, like what Chris was saying, Jedi is kind of helping you along. But it's not that you didn't know. It's just it's the indoctrination. It's what it is. You have this like educated idea of what people have been saying all along about the globe Earth. We all have, and it seems kind of like very strange that somebody would go against that narrative. And the reason why we stand against it is because it's not what reality dictates. Reality is that it's a flat and stationary Earth that presents itself to you, me, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And to say otherwise would be a grand claim that is unsubstantiated. And we're always asking, okay, if you have the evidence that the Earth is physically a globe by way of demonstration, go ahead and provide the evidence to us. I mean, if you're standing on a geometric shape, then that needs to be proven. If gas pressure is held down by gravity without containment, that needs to be proven. If the Earth is in motion some way and we can detect it, that needs to be proven.
Yeah.
We can go a little bit deeper, but like these are the grand claims that the Earth, or the people that would say the Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter who's saying it, whether it be a professor, your next door neighbor, your parents. Like nobody's rivaled it. Everybody gets scared when we start talking about it. They get angry. Let's not talk about that. We already knew a long time ago the Earth's a globe, 2,000 years ago. Even.
Oh, that's a stupid argument. You can never use that as an argument.
Well, that's what everybody's claiming right now. Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And you can look into that, Bush, if you don't believe us. If somebody proved that anytime in human history, and you can look into that, and you will find out that nobody proved that anytime.
Yeah.
But it's hard because if you're in academia right now, you're going to find out really quickly, Bush baby, that you can't stray away from the paradigm that's already created. If you want to play ball with them, if you want to have a career, if you want to continue to work within the scope of the realm of like what they want you to be in, like that's what you're choosing is your passion. If you stray away and you say anything outside of that, the thing that maybe you don't know at the moment, but perhaps you do, I don't know, is that if you start to think critically, then you're going to be outside of the curriculum, outside of the paradigm. And they're not going to like that very much. So this is why we're saying it's just something you should weigh considerably if you're going to be staying in the field that you are. Because, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of good scientists might lose their jobs if they would say the truth. They would speak truth, which is like what it should be, right? Like you guys should stand up for truth, working in the fields that you do. But, I mean, if you want a livelihood, count the cost, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's a tough deal, man, I guess. Because it's like, well, stay in a really great career or speak the truth, like, I mean, I wish it could be both, but I don't know if that's the world we live in.
Yeah, pretty hard to get that research grant renewed if you're going against the status quo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you raised some good points. Definitely.
Either that or just stay a closet flat earther for the rest of your life.
Don't be flat earther ever.
Let's I'll tell you what, let's see if we.
One thing is that you can be very respectful. That's for sure. I was actually surprised.
Try our best.
No, I was surprised that you, because the representation that you guys get online is that you're angry, delusional.
We can be, but not delusional. Well, we can be angry. It's more of a zeal, a passion for what we're talking about. Because imagine speaking to somebody about your field, physics, right? Something that can be demonstrably true. That there is no, like, if you say that you're wrong by proving something that you're actually doing, then people are just batshit crazy because you're demonstrating to them in reality what's going on with physics, right? Like you're not just, there's not a theory, that you're working with tangible things. So if you're speaking about something that you've done with demonstration of, and you've maybe written a paper on it or something, you can demonstrate to someone how something works. That's the lunacy of somebody denying that is probably the same as what is happening in here, which is probably why we get the rep we do, because the delusion is actually on their side. They want to stay to the delusion of the globe. It's like it's a lot more fantasy than it is reality. So And that's kind of the zeal that we have. But go ahead, Sasha.
We are grow up like that. I grow up like that. I grow up like this. It's obvious. It's a fact that Earth is sphere. That's my position. Without any knowledge about that, that was my position.
I'll tell you what,
guys. Let's try and move this on a little bit further.
I mean, I don't have much time here. I've got to go in 5 minutes, 5 minutes. But I mean, yeah,
not a problem. I was just going to ask you a couple of questions, mate. And hopefully, it won't take too long. I just want you to be honest with your answer. Okay. If you know, then please, I'm going to ask you for verification of how you know it. If you don't know it, then just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. So, just going to ask you: do you know at any point in history how the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done and proven to be so?
Not the measurement itself. No, sorry, I don't.
No, okay. But would you say it might be a belief that somebody has done this, you just don't know how?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. Second question. Kind of the same thing, but with regards to the motion of the Earth, the actual spin and its orbit around the Sun. Do you know in any point in history how the motion of the Earth was measured and detected?
I think its spin can be picked up with a gyroscope.
You think? Is it like first-hand knowledge you can give me all the ins and outs, or you just got a vague recollection of it?
Vague recollection, I guess, yeah.
Okay, cool. But would you say it's probably a belief that you've got it might have been done somehow with a gyroscope, but you're not sure how?
Yeah.
Okay. The third question I'm not necessarily going to go into because we've kind of covered it for the last 10 minutes, but I'll ask you anyway. Do you know any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon?
Nope.
No. See, those are the three main claims that they make about the Earth. They say that the Earth is a ball of a known radius, diameter, and circumference, and this ball, Earth, spins upon its axis and travels around the Sun, and it does this within the vacuum of space.
Right.
Now, all you've done really to me, mate, is kind of, you've been honest, and you've kind of just elucidated that it's more of a belief that you've got. It's most definitely not first-hand knowledge, is it? You don't know this first-hand. You just believe it, don't you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the honest answer, mate. And to be honest with you, it's the only answer anybody can give us. We only believe that we're on a spinning ball in space because somebody's told us possibly somehow that it's been done. We don't know it firsthand. For example, we don't feel any motion of the Earth now, do we?
No, but that can be explained.
Yeah, but that can be explained. But first-hand knowledge, we don't feel any motion of the Earth.
No, we don't, but that's because the Earth is moving at a constant velocity. I mean, I can explain that, actually.
It's not.
I mean, well, if you're talking, it's also changing velocity over time. If the time is very small and the change in velocity is tiny, the force you're going to experience is so small that you're not going to be able to, you will not be able to feel it.
Awesome. So what you're doing is you're giving me an explanation as to why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. You're not telling me how it's actually measured or that you actually feel it, right? You just give me an explanation, ad hoc one.
Well, so you can measure the force that an object experiences based on its change in momentum, and that's something that you can definitely measure for objects on the Earth, a car or whatever, plane or whatever. And if you apply that to the Earth, then if you apply that to the size of the Earth, then and you apply the same principle, then you would be able to explain why the Earth isn't.
Remember the second question that he asked you, Bush Baby?
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The second question that he asked you was about the Earth's motion.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
I can't even remember what the question is. Sorry, I'm really tired. Carry on. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. He was asking you the question about the Earth's motion. So axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and its motion around the sun. Like there's different motions that he was referring to. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of is the Earth actually spinning? Then because you don't experience a force, that doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you can't know that the Earth is physically spinning. But the fact that if the Earth was spinning, you'd also not feel a force. I mean, it's.
But that you're telling me what it's not doing. I want to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so the second question was actually geared towards what your knowledge base is on its actual motion. Like, how do we know that it has been detected that it's in motion, and what I don't know, apparatus or device has been used to measure this, or can we know? And so the answer there was that you don't know.
No.
Right, and so that's the issue. The issue is that people that want to look at this logically and be able to detect physically if there's any motion, it's not able to be detected in any way, shape, or form by a device or an apparatus that can do this. Okay. But as far as ideas go, theories, I mean, that's anybody can come up with those things.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Science, not being reified, the method thereof, when applied, is also dealing with cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it in water boils.
Using the boiled off steam rather than the boiling water itself seemed to eliminate most of the intractable variations in the temperature. Interesting that, isn't it? But when we take it away from the vessel with the variations in and just go to the point of just pure water, just the water vapor, all of those variations disappear. So I'll just read the final quote from them. The heat of the steam therefore appears to be not sensibly different in different parts of the same pot. Neither does there appear to be any sensible difference in its heat, whether the water boils fast or slow, whether there be a greater or less depth of water in the pot, or whether there be a greater or less distance between the surface of the water and the top of the pot. So that the height of the thermometer tried in steam in vessels properly closed seems to be scarcely sensibly affected by the different manner of trying the experiment. The recommendation to use steam came most strongly from Cavendish, who had already made the same proposal in his review of the instrument used to the Royal Society. I'll leave it at that.
Wow. Fascinating. So,
go on, Owen.
Yeah, it is a complicated thing, right? To me, what I learned at a very young age is that the evaporation due to heat of water actually starts before 100 degrees, I think around like somewhere in the 80s. And the thing is, though, that what I learned is that even if you then introduce more heat, all that happens is just that more than 100 degrees, the water will just evaporate quicker, but effectively it will stay around 100 degrees.
Okay.
Right? But this is interesting about the steam.
It's called the latent heat of vaporization, and you will get water. So water molecules will share that latent heat with each other, which is why even at room temperature, water will evaporate off. Okay. When you boil it
very slowly.
However,
yeah,
the assertion of methodology dumbed down with an explanation of water boiling as a phenomena, isn't the question what point in temperature does water boil? The question is what causes water to boil? That's the question. So while we are using a dumbed down explanation to simplify the methodology that establishes in the hypothesis, if A, the cause that you assume will cause your effect you are studying, then B, the effect you are studying, and the contrapositive, which is if A, your presumed cause of the thing you are studying, then not B, not the effect induced by you varying your presumed cause. That's a hypothesis. If A, then B, and if A, not B. Now this is what the philosophers of science came up with to form empiricism upon variation of A. In this case, heat. So we established that with the application of our presumed cause of the effect we are studying, the effect being water boiling, not what temperature water boils at, why does it boil? Well, in the hypothesis, you have a presumed cause of that effect. That's an independent variable, A, in my example and logic. A is heat. If A, that's if heat, then B, that's water boiling, is your alternative scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, which also has alongside it the contrapositive known as a null. If A, my presumed cause of the effect we are studying, that's heat, then not B, not water boiling. Now, upon variation of A, that's application of heat to water, then you will either cause water to boil, in which case you have validated your alternative hypothesis, you have proven it, or you apply heat if A and water does not boil. So, the only things we need to know is how much heat. Well, you can give that in a control sense because everything that's not being varied, that's heat. Not trying to ascertain what temperature. The arbitrary mathematical scale we assign isn't what we're concerned with. It's the cause. The cause,
I think it's
is what we're trying to establish. That's all we're trying to get across to Jaren, Globebusters, Bob specifically, who I've done this many years ago, and I'm having to repeat myself now. All we're interested in, the cause of the effect, and the effect is boiling water. Not what temperature. That's it.
Just before you go, John, in all of this paper, that established scientific fact is a given and implicit in what they do and test here within all of these things. And none of the things that they're testing do they try to make water boil without the use of heat. In every instance, it's given and accepted that to make the water boil, we're going to need to add heat. What they're investigating here is some of the oddities. As I've described, a lot of the oddities are coming out of the apparatus as opposed to how to do it accurately, which is to take your measurement away from the apparatus at the same phase point. So just to reiterate, the fact that the reason water boils is you're adding heat is a given and implicit in all of the understanding of this document. I'm done, John.
And it's used because it's implicit. That's why it was used by me and originally by Quantum Eraser as the example. Everybody understands implicitly that the application of the causal influencer is heat. You must apply that cause to get the effect. So you can simplify that into cause, heat, effect, water boiling. Contrapositive null hypothesis being heat, if applied, won't cause water to boil. And only one of those two things can and will be demonstrated as proven, true, fact at the end of the process. You apply heat and it can only do one or the other of those two things. It can either cause it to boil, in which case you've established a cause and effect relationship. If heat, then water boiling, in the most dumbed down way we can explain science to people. Or, if heat applied, water won't boil. And that is so dumbed down so that you can understand that at the end of that process, something's getting proven. Because that's what the scientific method offers. Proof. In either instance, you're gonna prove one or the other. Either the water will boil when you apply heat, or it won't boil when you apply heat. Once you establish that you apply heat and it boils, you know that the causal influencer is heat. Now, if you remove that causal influencer and start fiddling with bowls, the water won't boil. Because a scientifically proven fact is that water needs heat applied for it to boil in nature. For all of you clowns that want to tell me about the pressure differential, you show me where some sort of pressure difference is causing water to boil in nature. Because that's exclusively what science is interested in. The naturally observed phenomena that we experience in our physical world, that's exclusively what we're interested in here at Flat Earth Debate. The natural world. Because that's what we've been lied to about. And you know what? Science is exclusively interested in just that. So that's my interest. I'm only interested in the physical and natural world, and that's all that science, not being reified, the method thereof, when applied, is also dealing with. Cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it and water boils. Disproving the null that application of heat doesn't cause water to boil. One or other's going to be proven, and is when you apply heat to water. So what do we get from the clown shows that have used the same exact magic trick on you, the flat earthers watching? Well, what do we get? We get science doesn't prove anything. Yeah, it bloody does. What? We're going to talk about the temperature of where water boils, if and only if heat's applied. Because that's how it's boiling in nature if you're studying it. And that's what we're interested in, nature. Our world. That's what we do here. We don't go around punting New Age crap about stuff we can't prove that's non-manifest. That's not our bag. That's the bag of clown shows. We're not that. Anybody got anything else to add?
Yeah, the thing is Jaron introduced the red herring to the point, but you went back to the point just then, and you're not wrong to do. But the red herring itself, as Adam shown, is incorrect, because as he went through all the variations, what the definition of boiling is vapor pressure. It's dealing with the phase change. And that phase change to a vapor pressure is exclusively measured at 100 degrees Celsius.
Our eyes and experience tell us the Earth is flat and motionless, and everything in the sky revolves around us. But when we cease to believe our own eyes and experience, we have to prostrate ourselves at the feet of these very pseudo-scientists who are blinding us, treat them as experts, astronomical priests who have special knowledge only they can access, like the Hubble telescope. So by brainwashing us of something so gigantic and fundamental, it actually makes every other kind of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Earth being the flat, fixed center of the universe around which everything in the heavens revolves gives a special importance and significance not only to Earth, but to us humans, the most intelligent among the intelligent designers' designs. by turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident of a blind, dumb universe. So it's like trauma-based mind control, beating the divinity out of us with their mental manipulations. People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars. So this modern atheist big...
We got some people joining. Anybody want to bring any topics? Got any questions? Feel free to open your mic. If you don't have any perms, let me know. I'll hook you up with VC perm or images.
Hey, just wanted to say hi. I'm Howie Hermit.
Hi. Salutations for everybody.
Thanks.
We got Cass98. We're gonna give him BC voice perms in a second. Let's see. One. Check if you can open your mic now. Cass98, go ahead. It might be working now. You got the perms, Cass98.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, welcome.
What's up?
Welcome, I said welcome.
Cool.
How you doing? What brings you to the FE Discord, Flat Earth Discord?
Well, I'm interested in some claims.
You interested in some things about what? The topics about the cosmology of the Earth and kind of what are you doing? Questioning the cosmology, or you're here to maybe prove the globe or debunk it?
No, I'm just here to like see what you guys have in terms of like evidence.
Yeah, as in the VC, mostly we have maybe back and forth replies to questions and comments, but
Is it usually like debate and stuff?
Yeah, we can debate. I mean, people can debate. I don't know if anybody's up for that. Here, mostly we having a conversation about the topics. But if you're asking for evidence, we have additional information channels. If you scroll down in the server, you're going to find a bunch of topics that are in relation to many different things like laser tests, scientific method, long distance observations, all those kind of things. So you can become familiar too, because within this topic of cosmology of the Earth, there's many other topics that are derivatives from the whole thing, right? Because this whole construct is not just one thing; it's a bunch of things together. It's like a big machine, has a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
So as evidence vocally, go ahead, my bad.
What is there like many globers in the server?
Oh yeah, we have many globers in the server. Yes.
So like, is it mainly like globe Earth versus flat Earth debate in the VC?
Mostly, yeah. The thing about the globers is that many of them are or either anti-flat earthers are just here to say to everything someone tells them, even if the evidence is presented. And then you have the, kind of like the regular people. They just believe in the globe because they grew up learning that, and they come here presenting that idea that we also learned in the past. But coming today's date, we come to find out that those ideas that were presented when we were children are actually not reality when we checked it.
Wait, so what first convinced you about the flat Earth?
Well, convinced me, what first convinced me, well, it was more based on acknowledging my immediate experience and then going from there. Because remember, the globe Earth is an outside perspective. When you think about the globe Earth, right, you get an image in your head about a globe. You've never been from that perspective, have you? You're just looking at the globe in your mind, in your eyes mind, from the outside. But you've never been to that perspective. So when we come topic, you start from your immediate experience, what we can observe, experience, how do you say, measure, demonstrate, verify. So we go from there instead of from an outside perspective that we cannot do any of those things, like verify it, actually observe it, and measure it. We can't do any of that with the outside perspective.
Yeah.
That
So
we
it
lack.
was first of all like how you just felt how the Earth was, but was there
How
any
it-
tipping
how
point?
it
'Cause,
measures, you know,
like
it's actually how everything is practically done, how it's measured. You know how, let's say, for example, something very simple, the structure that you are right now, right? That you are in a building, and the first foundation of that building is established on a horizontal frame of reference.
Yeah.
So we have a horizon in reality. Have you ever seen the horizon? It's just like a line that is not curving.
Yeah.
So a horizontal line has a slope of non-zero, of zero, a horizontal line. So we establish a horizontal to lay the first brick, let's say with a water level. We also establish a vertical, which is what? Perpendicular, right? So we have the horizontal and the vertical.
Yeah.
And then come to find out, once you start putting brick by brick, right? And based on the horizontal, at the end of the day, you have a table, then you have water on top of that table, and then you have your TV, that you need them to be at the horizontal line, right? To be able to be straight, right? Because if you don't put these bricks on the horizontal line, listen, I mean, you're gonna expand it. The structure that you're in right now was established on a horizontal, right? Based on a water level, right? And then you get this. This is pretty simple, right? And then your
Wait, so
neighbor.
how does the
Go
TV,
ahead.
how does like the building and the TV relate to the water level?
So I'll tell you. Well, you know, we use water levels to establish that horizontal, right? Based on the water level.
Yeah.
Because the water is horizontal. Anywhere you go to a lake, right? If the water is not being hit by wind or high pressure, whatever, it's gonna be horizontal, right? A frozen lake, and you can go to lakes that are 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, and horizontal from shore to shore.
Yeah.
Then when you go to the small scale, you go to your water cup, your bathtub, or the water level. Then that is the horizontal frame of reference where we establish the first brick of the building.
Yeah.
Right? Because if we don't put that brick correctly, then at the end of the day, your water cup your table is not gonna be horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Or the TV is not gonna be horizontal to the wall, to the vertical wall. If those foundations are not in place, then what I'm trying to tell you is though that your neighbor, the structure next to your house, he did the same thing. Even though he might be at a lower altitude, maybe he's in a valley, or maybe he's up the hill. Your neighbor, to build the structure, he did the same horizontal, right, and the same vertical, right. Even though he's higher on the hill, but still the horizontal is the same. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So you can take your water cup to his house, and you don't have to, tilt it or anything. It's gonna be. So then his neighbor did. Then the neighbor, and then you go to the lake level, even down to the sea level, and you're gonna find out that this horizontal from your house to your neighbor to his neighbor towards the sea level, we still establish the horizontal, right? Then you go across the sea 1,000, 3,000 miles from the east of the United States to Europe, Scotland, and there is a horizontal from shore to shore.
Well, I guess what Globers would say is that it seems horizontal because the Earth is so large.
That will be nonsense from the globe side, because the globe, you will have to establish nonsensical claims. The globe tells you the horizontal line curves. That's nonsense, because a horizontal line has a slope of 0.
Yeah.
Then the curve is the rate of non-zero.
Yeah.
You see? So those are not the same thing. So we have the horizon in reality, and then we use horizontal lines to do practical things that we do in reality, right? Then the Glober tells you, no, reality is not as it looks, right? And they're going to start adding okay, that horizontal line is curving. They're going to tell you that. And then they're going to tell you the ground that you're standing on, that your vestibular system, right? One of your sensory system of your body, you have a liquid in your inner canal, which is water. Remember the water level? That liquid establishes horizontal. And when you get away, when you tilt from that horizontal, your senses tell you that you're tilting from that horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So the ground, if it starts moving or whatever, you're going to know because your senses, right? They're very practical. They're very useful. And you use them every day, right? Your senses. Then we don't feel, this is not about feelings, it's about your sensory type, your sensory system. In this case, the movement of the ground. The globe tard is telling you the ground, even though we cannot detect it to be moving, we cannot demonstrate it to be moving, you cannot feel it moving, they tell you, we're going to go with the nonsense that it is moving. And they're going to just tell you that, right?
Yeah.
Which is complete nonsense, right?
I mean, to be fair, I guess you guys have a point, because you know how we can feel like earthquakes and stuff, but we can't feel the earth spinning. How does the Globus explain that?
They give you a model and they do math and they draw it on they go away from the claim, which is the ground under your feet, and then they draw something on a paper and they do a circle and they do, look, math. And with this math, I'm going to tell you things and you better believe it.
Yeah.
Even if it's nonsense. And then you can go with the nonsense to many other things, right? We observe. Have you ever seen the sunrise from the east? Have you ever seen the sunrise in the morning?
I mean, I've seen it in videos.
You've seen it in videos. Perfect. So we observe with our eyes, our vision, another of our senses. We observe the sun, the moon, the stars, the heavens above, the luminaries above, the sky itself moving, right? So with our senses, we observe the luminaries moving like clockwork. They reset like it was designed to be that way. It's like even the watchmaker, the very expensive Swiss watch that you holding on your wrist, $80,000, whatever. That guy that made that watch, adjust his work, his very complicated work. You have to put all these pieces together in its place. It needs a mind, a designer, to be able to build this watch and make it work correctly. He has to adjust his work to the movement of the luminaries. If not, it's not going to be, timely correctly, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that based on the senses that I was telling you, when you observe the sun moving and then the glober comes, no, bro, you're not looking at the sky moving. It's the ground under your feet spinning.
Yeah.
And that's why you see this sky doing everything it does, like a very intricate design, complicated clock, calendar, whatever you want to label is at, that is even aligned to things on the ground. You can go to places right now all across the world. Now, I'm not telling you only in your area. You could most likely find landmarks, sundials, moon dials, many different places around you. And then you go all across the world and you're going to see places aligned to the sky, the ground aligned to the sky.
Yeah.
So the Glober is using nonsense to throw all that I've told you, throw it to the garbage bin and tell you, believe me, bro, trust me, bro.
I mean, I guess the elephant in the room would be why are they trying to believe? Why are they trying to force us into a lie? What do they benefit from it?
That's a good question. Why do liars lie? Sometimes the liars don't even know what they lie. I mean, we can speculate and put a lot of things like money. May want you to carry their water. If there's a benefit, if someone has a benefit, they might tell you something, a story that they're gonna find a benefit from telling you that story, right?
I mean, because didn't they
Hey,
invest
I
quite a lot of money into all this? I mean, they claimed
I
they
didn't.
did. To be fair.
Hey, if I could just say something,
Go ahead.
I just want to give my perspective. So the Globers, you're like their proofs. A lot of them are belief based. You just have to trust the authorities. A lot of the proofs you can't verify yourself. The flat Earth proofs, pretty much all of them are stuff you can personally verify yourself.
Actually, yeah,
So
something you
it's
could verify.
right.
If I mean, one thing you could verify. I'm sure there's a pilot who's also a flat earther. I mean, if they set off their plane and drove their plane in a straight line, according to a glober, you would return at the same point, right? But according to a flat earther,
I'll tell you something, because the Glober is going to make similar to the argument that you're making. Oh, if I get in an airplane and I go from point A to point B, when I look on the screen or this projection map in point A, and then I go to point B, that's on a globe. It's happening on a globe. That's what the Glober is going to tell you. But the thing is that the airplane itself is designed, the guys that put all the pieces together and make the airplane practical and safe to be able to be operated in the first place and to able to put people. Those people build the airplane for a flat, motionless Earth.
but let's say you drove the plane in one straight line, and then you eventually end up at the same point. So, like
Okay. You go. Listen. Think about it practically. When you get in an airplane, you go to an airport, which is a landmark.
Yeah.
Right. And then you go up in altitude, straight towards near the destination, and then you lower the altitude to land on the landmark, which is the airport. It's really not that complicated. They never took into account any globe, any movement of the ground, because the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So
no, but like since if we believe like the Earth is flat, couldn't we just fly a plane in one direction and then prove it's flat?
Let me tell you, we don't believe. This is not about belief, because belief is not a bad thing. If you go into the store to buy ribeye, I believe I'm gonna go to the store and buy ribeye, right? You have that belief, but when you get there, there's only fish. There's no ribeye, so you buy fish. So your belief was wrong. But someday you're gonna believe that it's gonna be ribeye. You go and buy ribeye, right? Yeah. But the place that you and I find ourselves in, there is no belief about the way it was constructed. This place has foundations that have been established in the first place for us to be able to even have this conversation or even think about it. So for me to believe about something about the fundamentals of this world, that's one thing. But to acknowledge the reality that we find ourselves in, like water doesn't attach to the outside of spinning balls. Have you ever seen water or gas pressure on the outside of a spinning ball next to a vacuum, low pressure system? Think about it. A high pressure system that you are in, that when you and I use our muscles, design body, right, to expand our lungs and expand the volume of our lungs, the pressure that is outside rushes towards that available volume, right?
Yeah.
And then they're telling you that this high pressure system is next to a very almost 17 torr minus to the 17 torr low pressure system, and the gases are not rushing towards that low pressure system, which is a contradiction of the law of thermodynamics, because high pressure flows towards low pressure, right?
Wait, so where did you study all this stuff?
Where do I me myself? I read academia. You find a bunch of different demonstrations about high pressure, low pressure. There is information in this server about that. But high pressure, low pressure, this is well known. Also thermodynamics. I mean, they work a certain ways, and they've been known for, I don't know, since the dawn of men, because the first thing you do when you come out, I mean, from the pressurized system of the womb of your mother, right? Well, first the seed of your father in the container of the testicles, then to the mother. Then you are in the contained environment inside the container of your mother, then you come out, and the first thing you do is breathe air, right?
Yeah.
Just the losses of thermodynamics, they're right there since the beginning. And there wouldn't be you and I having a conversation if it wasn't for that. Because how are you gonna have gas pressure into your lungs without containment? The gas pressure is the force that gases exert on the walls of its container, right?
Yeah.
So these globers are telling you that you are in an impossible ball that doesn't make any sense, a nonsensical claim, which is a ball spinning through the vacuum of space with water and gas pressure attached to it, right? That's complete nonsense. And then they're saying that we have high pressure here without a container, without containment, which is impossible.
Yeah.
You know, because
So,
the
like-
antecedent to the gas pressure, one of the antecedents to the gas pressure will be containment. And without the container, I mean, how are you going to have in the globe scenario, where is the container? It's nowhere to be found. So it's all nonsense. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But like what
Well,
I think like who's talking?
Oh, I was just say they try to say gas contains gas, and they can't demonstrate that. So yeah, that's where that goes.
All right, fair enough. So what I was saying is like, if we wanted to like prove to the globe earthers that the Earth is flat, we could just take an aeroplane and fly it in a straight line, and then show that there's an edge to the Earth, and it's not just constantly like obviously
we can only show the information and maybe talk about it and come to a logical conclusion based on, you know, our experiences and the information presented, right? And when we present this to people, when we say glober, earlier I made a difference between the glober that is your neighbor that he watches TV and watches Disney, and in the school book they told him it's a globe and he believed it, right? He doesn't know better. He just believed it.
Yeah.
And then he turns on the TV and everything is global war, global this, and he believes in the globe. And then there is the people that are actively trying to mislead other people. The people call them anti-flat earthers, or these militant people that are just trying to tell you misinformation so you can just fall for it again.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, I don't know everything, and I don't think anybody in here know everything, but we do know a lot of things. So there, you might have questions that we go to the real. You have a question. Oh, is water? How does water work? And this, and we can maybe find answers about that. Have a conversation about that. We can talk about different things. But there's also stuff that the globers will tell you that the answers, but they don't. They really don't. They're just making stories. And then you're going to ask us questions sometimes about certain stuff that are unknowns, wonders of the world that nobody knows. And I'm going to tell you myself, bro, I don't have the answer because I don't really know. But then the glober is going to, yeah, we know. We know what happens in a black hole 50 trillion miles away. We know, bro. Come here. I'll tell you. You see?
Yeah. But like,
you see the problem there?
But like, what I'm saying is like, if you had a plane and they just flew it like, for infinite, like for as long as you can, would you eventually reach an edge? Or
if you're gonna do a flight, you're gonna go a circle around north, right?
Go in a straight line.
In a straight line, I don't think you'll be able to practically do that, because when you get in an airplane, you go think about this practically. I know you're thinking about a hypothetical, right? Let me get on an airplane right now. Travel. Where are you? Are you like in the North Europe or North United States?
I live in the UK,
yeah. UK. So you're in the north of Europe. So you get on an airplane, and what are you do? You're gonna go on a straight line towards north or towards south, or where is it, toward east or west? Because east or west is a circle. What was that?
I mean, surely it doesn't matter which direction, as long as you travel in a straight line, which should eventually reach an edge.
You're looking for the edge. You're looking for the edge.
Yeah, the edge of the earth.
So that's a good question. I don't know if there's an edge. I've never been there. So why would it claim? Oh yeah, we're gonna make it there.
Infinitely wide.
Not necessarily, because the thing is, at the moment, you're trying to visualize a flat Earth, and the idea that you were given of the flat Earth is another picture. Just Google it. Just go to Google right now And earlier I asked you about when you think about the globe, and you thought about the globe in your mind, right? Now you think about the flat Earth, and are you thinking about disk in space?
Yeah.
In your
So do we
mind.
know like what shape the Earth is in terms of like how it's flat? But
We
like,
don't.
do we know if
We,
it's
we
like a
are
disk
we
or
are
like?
we are in a contained environment. We lack an outside perspective. So we will have to go outside of this place and then look from the out, like go God's perspective, and look towards this place and see. Yep, look, I can see the shape. This is the shape. The thing that we cannot do that, right? But the thing that we can do as the moment. You're asking about going on an airplane on a straight line. Think about it practically. Your airplane is going to run out of fuel, right? So you're going to crash eventually, right?
I mean, we might reach the edge before it runs out of fuel if there is an
But
edge. Like,
but
we
what
don't know
about if there's not? What about if the land masses are so far that your airplane is just a tiny little thing that it's not going to reach the end of reality? Because what you're asking for is, where is the end of reality? Where does that end, right? Maybe there's a container. I don't know. I haven't checked. I haven't been there. I'm not even.
I mean,
We're
surely
not even
we can
allowed
get
to
someone to
listen.
try
We're
and
not
prove
even
it.
allowed to do what you're saying. We're not even allowed to do it. It's illegal
Oh, does like
to do
NASA
so.
not allow it?
You know the Antarctic Treaty, right? We're not allowed to go beyond this circle that is around us.
Yeah.
So it's illegal. So just to get an airplane to have the capabilities of flying beyond that circle and to come back, because you want to come back, or you just want to go there and I'm gonna go reach the edge and that's it.
I mean, surely we can get like enough resources if we all like work together, like all
I
the
think so.
humans.
I agree with you. I'm optimistic about that kind of stuff, but the reality in place is that there is limitations of the way we can travel. You need permissions to get out of the UK, right?
Yeah.
So to go to the next country next to you, you need permissions, and then to get outside of that bigger circle, you also need special permissions. And to get these, let's get I wouldn't say an airplane. I would say a sapling. Like a helium balloon that has aircraft capabilities and can load and go safely, whatever.
Yeah.
We kind of something like that. That I think it's possible to travel to these regions of the world, but what are we gonna find is a good question. I think there is more land. That's my opinion, but that's
Do you think there's
just
an edge, or do you think it's just infinite?
there must be some type of no. I don't think infinite, because you cannot demonstrate infinite. So infinite, what does that even mean? But there must be some type of construct. There is a construct in place, right? And if that needs containment, there has to be some type of that. What is it? What it is exactly? What it's made of? What's the distance of it? How big it is? What's the smell? The taste? I don't really know. But as an antecedent, because we have gas pressure, right? And the antecedent to gas pressure is containment. Then I will presume that there has to be a container somehow, somewhere. But that's a good question. Like, I don't really know. Where is the edge? How far it is? If there's an edge, I don't know, man. Sorry.
Yeah. Hopefully, one day we can work together as humanity to try and find the edge.
I think there is, there's a public sector and the private. I mean, there is the public and the private. Think about it. We have very capable vessels, like sea vessels, aircrafts. I mean, I say we. I don't have that, but the countries, the nations of the world, the militaries. I'm pretty sure they already explore most of the reachable areas that we have.
Yeah.
They. I mean, there is how there's private communities in maybe your town, your state, your city, that you can't go inside those private communities, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a private area of the world that you're not allowed to go to. There you go. I mean,
yeah.
Does the cow that never been to the slaughterhouse, does that cow knows how the slaughterhouse looks like?
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. That's a good analogy, to be fair.
But the thing is, though, we can definitely demonstrate and falsify the claim that the waters across this place, we're standing on the land. We have topography up and down. We have mountains. We have valleys.
Yeah.
But then we go to the bodies of water, which is big regions of the world, right? We have lakes, seas, oceans, and then we find out that water is not curving on the outside of a spinning ball, and that's reality. The ball will be fantasy, an extraordinary claim that will require extraordinary evidence, but there is no evidence for it. So we can just throw it to the trash as what it is. When they show you the globe in kindergarten, have you ever seen the globe on the table, on the vertical, horizontal? I mean, on the horizontal motionless table, that globe that you go and touch it and spin it, right? That's the only globe that you know. That only globe that you know. You don't know any other globe. The other one, it might be in your mind because you saw pictures of it and you imagine it. But when you go to reality, that globe is impossible. When you actually think about it and make sense of it, the globe is nonsense, actually. Complete nonsense. Go ahead if you have any questions. My bad. I know I've been rambling.
No, I don't. I mean, I guess I could there is arguments that people put forward for the globe Earth. So people would say, "Oh yeah, how every other celestial object in what we can see seems to be a globe," and then
observable phenomena. Yeah, they say, okay, the thing under my feet is a globe, or they say round or sphere, right? They say it's because when I look up away from it, right, the thing in question, I'm looking away from the thing in question, and then I'm gonna look at something else up in the heavens above, and when I see something, that means that the thing under my feet is that thing up in the sky. Does that make any sense to you, Cass? 98?
Yeah.
That's nonsense, because when you're looking at something, that doesn't establish the shape of whatever you're standing on.
Yeah.
That is it's kind of, how do you say? I don't know what type of fallacy is that, but it is a fallacy. You know about logical fallacies, right? I'm not an expert on them, but it's an important topic, logical fallacies or logic.
Yeah, I think
if I see a girl, that means I'm a girl. If I see a round thing up in the sky, that means I'm... It is a fallacy. Maybe someone can identify. When I look at the sun is round, therefore I'm standing on a round thing.
Yeah.
What if the sun is not a sphere? What is it? Because you look at the sun, right? I'm not making claims about the sun. The only claim about the sun is the things that we observe. The sun is, we see the light that is coming from it. It moves in cycles, right? And it's an observable phenomena, right? What is the cause of that effect? We cannot establish that because we cannot go to the sun and check it and break it down and check the mechanism in place that causes the sun to do what it does.
Yeah.
Can you and I do that?
No.
No, exactly. Nobody next to you, next to me on this earth, unless they have God's revelation and God told them and gave them the print, said, this is how it works. Look, this is the footprint of the machine that I built. And this is how every single piece works. Like the Swiss watch, that you need all the pieces put together so you can look at it and it will give you these positions of the hands that tells you the hour in reference to the positions of the sun and the moon, right? The Swiss watch, when you break it apart, it has a lot of pieces for you to be able to see the pretty dial and the hands of the clock doing what they do.
Yeah.
But behind it, it has a lot of different moving parts that if you don't have the schematic of it, how are you going to know how it works?
Yeah.
The construct in place, we we are here standing, and we can do a lot of things, check a lot of things, verify a lot of things, break down, construct, do a lot. We know a lot of things, but there is things like the sun that we observe, and it has an effect on this environment. But the cause of the sun and how it works, we do have observations of a bigger perspective, because obviously you and I have a limitation, right? Our eyes and our position, our limit of view. You know, when you're standing on the ground and you look to the sky, you can only see like a, how do you say? You see a limit of the sky, right?
Yeah.
You see a small portion of the sky. But when you look at it from a bigger perspective, there is more information out there that kind of shows you a bigger perspective of the observation. It's called the celestial sphere, where you can see the sun, the moon, the North Toroidal. You know about the North Star, celestial north, which is like a center point where all the luminaries kind of like, I mean, all the luminaries, the stars kind of revolve around this. It's called the North Toroidal.
Yeah.
Celestial north, and it's like a circle that the stars are revolving around, right? And then there is a claim that there's another one called the South Toroidal. So when it's constructed in a projection, when it's observed from multiple positions, you see like it's kind of projected and called the celestial sphere, and then that thing is observed to do a lot of different things, right? There's many phenomena that happen in the sky. It's not just the sun, it's not just the moon. There is the radiance, the planets, the sporadic meteors, comets, and other phenomena that is observed and recorded but is unknown, right? Because people see lights crossing the sky or the heavens above, and they can only speculate about what that was, right?
Yeah.
Can you actually check it? No, but I'm sorry. I'm going there because you asked about the sun and the sky, and yes, we observe the luminaries. They move in cycles like clockwork. You know, it's like a like a clock, and then from that I can infer design. I'll be back. Give me a second if you have any questions. Give me a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, as many wonders of the world, right? Have you ever heard of wonders of the world that people don't have an explanation for it? So I will say the luminaries are actually wonders, observable phenomena, because it's naturally observable phenomena. But they're also a wonder, because, like I'm telling you, we have a lot of ideas, but the mechanism, how it works, probably only gods know, or whoever got contracted to build the machine. Because some people will tell you, no. Anyways, I'm gonna expand on that, but only gods or the designer, or the constructor, or the architect knows exactly how the machine works. We will have to go outside of the machine and maybe check it.
Yeah.
To have all of the answers, but no, I don't think anybody in here is gonna claim we have all the answers. Like the Globers, they want to tell you they know everything. They know what happened 6 billion years ago. That's ridiculous. The globe comes with all this nonsense. 6 billion years ago, this happened, and then eventually, now we are on a spinning water ball. It's all nonsense, bro. It's like It's like Santa Claus for adults
Hmm.
and children. And that's why they have to push it to you in the propaganda, the misinformation. They have to say globe this, globe that in the cartoons, in the movies. Oh, space travel. They have to. They push
But like,
it
yeah, I understand because like if you
because
teach
if you
them
don't
young,
see it, you're not gonna believe it.
yeah, I guess they try to teach them young, so like they don't, so like they just accept it as a fact. If you teach them when they're old, they might be less tolerant towards it, so they just try to like put it into like cartoons and things like just try to like put it into like so like you grow up with it.
Exactly. You grow up with people are emotionally attached. In the U.S., they put T-shirts and regular people in a rocket, and they say, "Look, the first T-shirt that is gonna go to space." And the children were on the TVs, people on the radio, waiting for the T-shirt to go to space, and the rocket blow up with it. The emotional damage.
I assume you grew up as a glober.
The emotional damage when you thinking that an asteroid is gonna fall one day on top of your town and destroy everything. The fear factor is powerful. It's very powerful.
Yeah, I assume you grew up as a glober, right?
I grew up learning about it. Yeah, hearing about it. So yeah, I did believe it for a while. Yes, I did. I mean, believed it as I saw it in the book, I saw it on the TV, and they told me this is where I live. And yeah, sure, I believed that for a while.
Like, when did you get skeptical?
I got skeptical. The first time I've heard about, let's say, the Earth is not a globe, I heard the term flat Earth was my history teacher telling us, reading that Christopher Columbus crossed the Atlantic Ocean and discovered America, and he proved by doing so that the Earth wasn't flat. And that's the first time I heard something like that, like a flat Earth. Oh, that's kind of weird. But then I saw different cosmologies. The Aztecs, our ancestors, people that were here before us and took care of this place, right, before you and I, and they weren't globers. Like the people that constructed all those landmarks that are aligned to the luminaries very precisely. They weren't globers. So then myself, I saw those things like it was a thing of the past. Now we know better, right? Now we know better. We are the space people, and one day I'm gonna go to space. I was kind of like discarding some information of the past and then believing the new trend, which was we live in a globe, and then the cartoon said so and the TV said so. But then I was up in a mountain, and then I was able to see the ocean. I was able to see the Atlantic Sea from one side, and when I turned back, I was able to see the Pacific. Not the Pacific. Sorry, there is the Atlantic Ocean to the north, and then there is the Caribbean Sea to the south. And I was able to just turn around and see both bodies of water. Right, so that's a long distance. So that's an observation that stuck with me when I was young. And then I came across, when the internet came across and people started talking about things, people were questioning the cosmologies of the world. There was, before the, let's say, flat Earth, I saw people talking about concave, no, not concave, inner Earth, and there's, places inside of the Earth and secrets like that, right? I started kind of listening to that kind of stuff. And then I saw groups of people talking about flat Earth, and I started kind of listening to the conversation, and they were talking about water level, horizontal, how a lot of these globe claims were impossible. Like I'm trying to tell you. And then when I saw the way, when it clicked for me, actually, bro, this is different for everybody. I knew the water didn't attach to the spinning water ball. But then when it clicked for me was when I thought about the movement of the sky. When I thought that when they told me that the Earth, I was thinking in my mind, the Earth is this ball that is moving, right? It's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then it's moving following the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Then the sun is following the Milky Way at 600,000 miles per hour. Then the Milky Way is following the Great Retractor almost the speed of light. I was thinking about all of these movements, all of these vectors, and all of these speeds all of the same time didn't make any sense to me. And then when I look at the luminaries and I look at the sky and I realized that they were aligned to the ground and there was no parallax when in comparison to the claims of that globe, I said that's impossible. If the globe was doing all these things, but yet our ancestors were able to align the ground, things on the ground to the sky, and the sky moved like a clock that resets every year, then the ball is impossible. Think about it, because there will be just with the minus movement of this ball from one position today to the next position in 6 months, or in 1 year, or in 2, or in 20, 50 years, or in 1,000 years, the positions will change. And then when I'm standing on the ball, the stars will not look the same like clockwork. Think about it.
Yeah.
But then they're saying that we are doing all of these movements, but there is no changes. I mean, like drastic, like the North Star, the celestial north. You can set up let's say a cylinder, or let's say a tube, like one of those water tubes, and you can look through it. You know how you can look through a tube, and you can put it on the ground and align it to celestial north, and you're gonna just look through it celestial north, and you're gonna come back in 10 years, and it's gonna be in the same position. And you're moving at you're moving at 60,000 miles per hour. You're supposedly moving at multiple speeds, multiple vectors, all at the same time, bro. That's just nonsense.
Yeah.
That's actually when I look at a lot of information. I was considering a lot of information, and it made sense that the water wasn't at the outside of the ball, and we have tracks that are, there's so many things. But then when I thought about the luminaries, and then I realized that stuff is designed like a clock, it just clicked. Because for me, a lot of people want to discard the movement of the sky as, no, we cannot demonstrate anything about them. But for me, that's a demonstration that is design in place. Besides all of the other design that we see, like your car is designed, your clock is designed, your house is designed, right? Your streets, your buildings are designed, your body is designed. So what else? The globe will move you away from a lot of these important topics just by feeding you misinformation. Because misinformation is for you to miss the actual information. Because you're looking at BS, nonsense globe information, and you're gonna miss the actual real East level information. Because we're entertained on the BS, not on the BS, on the globe nonsense. And the misinformation is, oh yeah, we used to have a different North Star. You're gonna hear Globers telling you this. And you're, oh, okay. How do you know this? Oh, we know this because we did the math, and the math says that there used to be another North Star. And I wouldn't discard that there might probably used to be another. I'm not gonna say no, but they don't know that. They're just saying that. They actually don't know. They're just adding more. You know how I explained to you all of the globe nonsense. That doesn't make sense that the ground is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour under your feet or whatever. And that the sun is moving because you're observing it moving, and the sky is moving because it is moving. You observe it as it's moving, but the globe is telling you nonsense that it's not, that is an effect, whatever. When you add all that and then acknowledge reality, you have two options. You acknowledge reality and go with that, or just stick with the nonsense. A lot of people like to find out the truth about certain things, and when you look further, it's easy to falsify the globe when you just look at reality. Just look at reality. So the thing about the luminaries is that the design of things points to me to a designer, and the globe's gonna. Even though the globe is a religious idea, and you can have people believing in God inside of it, they still believe in a nonsense conceptualized idea that was made by men, which is this globe cartoon idea that people see in the TV and the cartoons, and people believe in. So even though you could believe in the globe and say, yeah, there is God and all of that, but you're still believing in a false doctrine foundation, which is the globe, which is God's creation is not a globe. The design that we live in reality is not based on this globe fantasy. So then if you believe in the globe and people say, yeah, God created the globe, then there is a there's something missing there. So at the least, when we look, like I said, when we look to reality and we find out that it's not a globe, at the least we have filters for the misinformation. Because the globe brings a lot of other things, right? A lot of other issues. We're running out of oil. It's gonna run out. The fossil fuels and all this, all that is. You the least you get a filter for some of the bad information out there that is trying to mislead you, when you actually have solid foundations of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not an expert on anything, so don't believe anything I say. You can yourself realize this, because I was trying to. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm
Yeah.
just here to reply to your questions, and you yourself are gonna find out what reality is. That's on you.
Yeah.
There's so many topics that you can talk about. I will say, if you're still curious about some of this stuff, go to the additional information channels and check scientific method, long distance observations, check laser tests. The globe has been debunked for a long time. It's
Yeah.
just there is a lot of misinformation that causes people to miss the actual good information, and that's why they hold a belief. And since they don't go and verify it and or falsify the belief, they still believe it, but they don't know that water is not doing what it's claimed to be doing on the globe. They've been misinformed to believe that the water and gas pressure is doing what the cartoon says or shows. And many of the globes are going to tell you science. The scientists, you ever heard this? The scientists tell
Yeah.
you the Earth is a globe, but that's a category error, because when we talk about geometry, we measure something like your table, right? The table in your house. Your table measures 12 by 12 or whatever, right? And you can have a table that is flat and round. When the glober come here and says, "Oh, Earth is round," they don't even know what that means, because round and flat are not necessarily exclusive. Those are kind of descriptions, right? Because the table is made out of wood, metal, or other things, right?
Mm.
And when we describe it, like the Earth, we describe it, let's say people say flat, right? The flat means that there is a tolerance. Remember when I told you about the altitudes, up and down? you know, your table, when you look, if you look with a microscope, that table is not perfect. It has holes, it has crevices, it has a bunch of things, right? The table itself. So the Earth, when you think about it, has a tolerance of altitude and high and low valleys and mountains, and then there is the sea level. So the sea level, we have the horizon. We get horizontal lines from that. We establish the horizontal line on the land and build structures based on the water level. And then even if we go up and down, we have that tolerance in the horizontal line that even if we go 100 feet up or 1,000 feet up and we make a structure 1,000 feet high or a structure 1,000 feet below that altitude, there is still that tolerance of a horizontal line from sea level towards that direction. And you go all across the world and there is that curvature, that is the geometry of the globe, that will be 8 inches per mile square. You know, the globe has a geometry, which is the radius is 6,000 kilometers, about that or something like that. I gotta remember. The radius is 3,958 miles. And if you do the math, that geometry will have to conform to a specific drop rate when you're standing on the surface of that ball. So where you're standing on the seashore, the water should be dropping 8 inches per mile square to be able to conform to the geometry of the ball claim.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But then when we check for that, we go to reality, we go to the sea, we go to the lakes, and we test for the claim gets falsified because it's not there in reality. It's nowhere to be found in reality. We find the opposite. We find that it's not curving like they claim. So it's pretty simple. Hey, Agustin. And about the cosmologies, bro, you can look at the Book of Earth or ancient cosmologies. You're gonna find many different cosmologies, people depicting the world as a whole, and they're gonna put there's the ground, there's the mountains, there's the water, there's what is below, what's above, and God above everything, right? You're gonna see many cosmologies kind of depicting the Hebrew cosmology, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Egyptians. You're gonna see all of your ancestors from the past depicting a kind of like a geocentric, when from your frame of reference, is not in a contained environment. So the globe itself is just like, I'm gonna repeat myself, it's nonsense when you compare it to even your ancestors from the past, our ancestors, and the way they look at the cosmology. You're going to find many ideas of the cosmology, because I will say not one man from the past or today have all of the answers. I don't think not one man has all the answers. So that's why you're going to find, you go to the, there's a book, you probably can find a PDF, is the Book of Earths. And then you're going to find many cosmologies. And today, the globe is another cosmology. You're going to find people talking about the globe as a cosmology. Some people believe it, but it's not the only cosmology. There's many. Forgive me, I got background noise, people speaking. Hey, Cass, I'm going to give you some perms so you can post in the server. And you're welcome to ask any questions anytime. Open your mic and post things related to the server topic, and also browse through the server. Yeah, and you got if any questions formulate in your mind, go ahead. Let us know.
Yeah. Not right now, but thanks a lot for talking to me. It was quite interesting.
For some people, I mean, it's cool that you're taking it easy as this. Thanks for that. For some people, kind of, it's difficult for them to listen to the information because they have too much, like, they want to prove to me that I'm wrong, right? But
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue with them and I'm wrong and they're or whatever. We're just trying to present the logical arguments, and debunk the nonsense arguments, and present the information for what it is, and then you come to your conclusion about what's going on. It's an individual thing. There's the group for people. This is the internet is here for that. People want to talk about different things. You're gonna find channels about everything. This one is about this topic, and this topic is very interesting. It's underrated, and it's been in the radar for a long time. It's just that the information, when you think about it and when you actually find out, Cass, the information about this is actually suppressed. So what we have, it's since nobody can hide the whole of the world, we can go to the world and find out what the world is, right? But a lot of the information that is supposed, like you were asking, hey, let's get in an airplane and go fly it in a straight line and find out. I mean, we should be able to do that kind of stuff, but it will be suppressed for a reason, that it would be very simple to debunk the globe. It is very simple. And to go and explore the world and find out the reality, that's why it has to be suppressed. And the misinformation is a full throttle. Just turn on the TV and you're going to see that the misinformation is like on steroids, and on top of that, more. Think about it. And that's why they have to push it, because a lie has to be repeated, so people just repeat the lie. But if that lie is not being told, who's gonna believe it? Nobody. If you don't hear this lie, you're never gonna say Earth is like a spinning water ball and there's a black hole that is gonna swallow us one day. You're not gonna come to that conclusion. But it's a story that is being told and perpetrated since we are young. That's why people just believe it. A lot of people don't know better about this, and that's why we have these communities, so we can have these conversations and at the least figure some things out, and maybe pass it down to other people so you can figure out other stuff as well. And what you said about the airplane, maybe in the near future, because the treaty has to be resigned somewhere in the future, and in the future maybe people can just, I don't know, explore the world freely in reality and get resources, like you said, to be able to do so, and maybe answer some of the questions that are in place. But you don't have to go that far to just realize that it's not a globe. I'm not saying that you have to go to the edge of the world to find out, right, that the Earth is not a globe. We already know it's not a globe. What is the edge? I don't know. Let's go find out. You want to find out? All right, let's get the airplane. Let's do that. But that is the suppressed part. You cannot. I don't think you can do it. I don't think under today's environment. Just think about it. Try to get outside of your town, or I don't know. Try to go outside of UK. It has a process. So to go to the edge of the world, you might have a difficult process to accomplish that. If there is an edge of the world.
Yeah.
And it's cool that you take any like this, because some people get emotionally attached to the globe, and it's good that you're mature to have a conversation. So that's pretty cool, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna post an infrared that is taken on the Atlantic Ocean, and let me post it so you can look. Are you in the text channel, Cass?
Which channel?
It's called the live stream voice text.
Yeah. Oh, what you sent, yeah.
This is an infrared across the Atlantic Ocean. It's 1,120 miles, and this is water. This is the ocean. You see, it's a water level that is over 1,000 kilometers. And when the glober tells you that this globe has certain circumference, certain geometry, there will be a curve because that's the geometry of a globe. It will be curving away from the observer, and the water is not lying to you. The cartoon, the movie, the depiction that the man made, men lie. You know this, right? Men lie, but the water doesn't lie, bro. The water definitely doesn't lie. Doesn't have a need to lie to you. It is what it is. So if it's not curving, it cannot be a globe. If it's something else, it is something else, but it's not a globe because it's not curving. It's pretty simple. There's many examples though. There is the long distance world record. You know the Guinness record?
Yeah.
I'm gonna post the channel for you. It's called Canagoo. It's from Italy to France. An infrared long distance observations. Canagoo long distance. And think about it. The longest photograph taken by anyone. I mean, this is the world record, infrared. And it's like the amateur record, right? Like people, not military or whatever. Because the one that I sent you, that's from the Calypso satellite, which is, from my understanding, my comprehension, and my conclusion is that a lot of the satellites that they say satellite, those are Satelloons, which is, NASA consumes a lot of helium. So they launch a bunch of balloons. And, on balloons, we can attach equipment like cameras, weather reading devices and temperature, and then infrared, which the lidar that this satellite has, and they took a scanning of this region of the world, and the scan comes as an infrared, and it's not showing a globe to me, so that's that. I'm not gonna make any claims of the shape of the Earth from any photography, because like I told you, the flat Earth is not a shape claim. The globe is a shape claim, right? We have a globe, and the globe has a geometry. When people say flat Earth, it's a description, and it's a tolerance that you can describe as a horizontal, and then you describe it as flat, because the water, when you go very high up, it's not curving, so people describe it as flat. I have some documents that describe what flat means. Let me see, because my description is not the best, but I have some information here about what flatness actually means. And you probably will have a better idea than most people that don't even look into it. This one is written over, but look, this is the idea, bro.
Yeah.
Look, I posted it in the text. It's coming up. It's a bunch of different images processing there. The last one has kind of like a description or introduction. Considering the two surfaces shown, which surface is perfectly flat. In reality, no surface is perfectly flat. How can we design a surface that is not perfectly flat, but flat enough to function properly? The flatness control tolerance, right? So you see a bunch of examples of what that means.
Yeah.
And you see there is a control tolerance of that flatness. And then that's what we call topography. And this is just one thing. We can talk, people here will talk to you about celestial navigation, that we have to derive an angle to the celestial north, right? And an angle is not curving. You know, when you draw a triangle or you draw an angle, just the angle, you need two lines. Those lines are not curving. So when we do celestial navigation from one position to the other, and we establishing those horizontal lines from one point to the other point to establish an angle, I mean, there is no globe needed to do anything in practical and reality. So there's so many different things that will debunk the globe observationally, measurably, and just the impossibility of the globe claims is just it's actually not that difficult to comprehend, because you are actually demonstrating that people actually can listen and actually see the information and not be emotional about it. And
yeah,
some people, if I present this to some people, they just discard it. Oh no, why would I believe you? Why, bro? I didn't took the picture. You don't have to believe me. I didn't establish this flatness description. I didn't do it. Okay, so I'm just passing it. Okay, and I comprehend it. I see what it means. I'm capable of taking the information and coming to the right conclusion. But other people are gonna be so stuck to the globe belief that they're gonna look at the information and they're just gonna say whatever they're gonna say, whatever that is. They're not gonna hear what I'm trying to say. That I'm not claiming a shape, bro. I'm not saying Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space. Oh, I wanted to touch that earlier, because you remember in the Google search, flat Earth, you search that, and the images, you see these ideas of a disk in space, and you were kind of describing something like that when you were asking about finding the edge. That flat Earth that you see in the cartoons, that's not what we're talking about, bro. That's another conceptualized idea, another projection done by men that is not the realist level where we operate in. We can draw, maps, projections, maps. All maps are flat, right? You look at the maps and maps are flat. You can draw a map that is conceptually curving and doing all these things. You can do all these things, but the maps are used for a purpose. You're gonna navigate in your town. You go to your city hall, and in the city hall they have a map of the town or the county. Yeah, and you use this specific regional map to identify landmarks, identify topography, identify these different things, so you can navigate in reality, not on the map. You're not navigating on the map. The map can be pink, purple, can have cartoons in it. The map can be depicted as you like it to be, right?
Yeah.
You look at it as a reference and use it to, look, I'm here, I'm on this, and the map, this is where I'm at in the city hall. And then if I take this street that I'm looking at the street, and the map it says Main Street, and then I see Main Street with my eyes, and if I take Main Street, then I'm gonna reach 2nd Street. And I follow the map. Yeah, I took Main Street, now I'm gonna look 2nd Street right here. But the map is not the terrain that you're walking or traveling across. Those are different things. And when people say, we have a map of the globe, therefore there is globe. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it is. Maps are used for specific purposes. And they're regional. There's so many maps around the world that when you look at the flat Earth or globe Earth, and you see these projections of the globe or the flat Earth, those are not maps. Those are projections.
Autism. Deleted.
Autism deleted. I heard that. Yeah, you can say I'm a weaponized autist. Yes, I'm weaponized. So you see, you have the globe. That's an issue. I want to identify the issue for you to realize it. I think you realize it. Globe Earth. In your mind, you already have a pre-programmed image that is popping up. What do you see when I say Earth? What do you see, Cass?
I see a globe.
You see a globe, right? When I say flat Earth, what do you see, Cass? What do you see?
I see like a disc.
You see a disc. You see, so this stuff was pre-programmed into you because you saw images of it in the past, and now these words mean that, right? But now I gave you a description of what the flatness means, right? And then we attribute that flatness description with the tolerance to the Earth because we have a similar situation, and then we can describe it as this, right? But then this is not the cartoon that you saw. This is not the disc. Well, when I'm telling you, when I go at a lake, I go to the ocean, and then we reach certain regions of the world, we still don't have the whole construct. We still don't have that round disc that you saw on the Googles, right? We don't have that yet. Then you were saying, let's get in an airplane and go beyond, go past the regions of the world that we cannot go to, and then we're gonna find out. And then when we go based on the explorers like Admiral Byrd, and they went thousands of miles inland into some of the frozen areas beyond Antarctica. You can describe that there's more land, but to describe it as shape, that's the thing that I'm not doing here. I cannot give you a shape of the world because we lack the outside perspective. We operating inside of the machine, not outside of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's good that it makes sense to you, because some people don't even get this, and it's actually not even that complicated. Because they like I said, when we say Earth, they're thinking the globe Earth that you saw in your eyes mind, and they're thinking that's what it is. It has to be that. So you're wrong, dude. Because they see it in their mind. They see the globe in their mind, and then when they think flat Earth, they see this flat disc, and they say that the flat disc doesn't make any sense to me, bro. Yeah, that's nonsense. It is. I agree with you. The flat disc is nonsense, and the globe Earth is nonsense. We agree. But now we go to reality, and we acknowledge reality for what it is, and we operate in reality. And remember the airplane that we were talking about earlier? The airplane is designed when we're gonna do something practical. The airplane manuals, the engineers that create the aircraft, they have to assume that the Earth is flat and motionless to be able to build the aircraft and make it practical and safe. So their families can get in it and go from point A to point B and not die.
Yeah.
So when realist level stuff is taken into account, like when lives are at stake, yeah, no globe needed. No, there's no globe needed.
Yeah.
Another example of that is long distance communication system. Like one of the first ones, two-way communication was done from east of the United States towards Scotland, the west of Europe, and they did a two-way communication from. It was over 10,000 miles, I think. 3,000 miles from the U.S. to Scotland, and there was a two-way antenna. And that's it. That's another example that if there was a curvature from one tower to the other one, like 3,000 miles, there will be a wall of water, of ocean water and dirt between the two towers, and the radio communications wouldn't happen if there was such a blockage.
Yeah.
But there's not such a blockage. There's not such a thing. There is a horizontal line of sight communication, two-way, and that's it. That's the way it is. There's nothing you and I can do. That's the way it is. Two towers connecting to each other from point A to point B. Line of sight. That's it.
Yeah.
No curve between 3,000 miles. And then also Marconi did one from England to Australia, which was 10,000 miles, tower to tower. And no curve. There will be imagine, in the globe, 10,000 miles will be from one side of the globe to the other side of the globe. And that's not reality. That's not what happened. In reality is that there is a line of sight connection from the towers, because there are horizontal frame of reference, and the towers are able to communicate without the Earth in the way. And the communication systems are just example. We have military weapons that are line of sight. The railgun shoots over 100 miles. Laser targeting systems over 100 miles, and they're line of sight. The military vessels are on the water, pointing with lasers. Yeah, there's a lot of different things. I'm not an expert. I'm not a weapon expert, but I've heard people talking about it. Even military people joining here. They explain this stuff, and I'm able to catch a few tips. I'm not a military guy, so don't take my word for it. But I've learned that many of these things are line of sight, and there is no globe no globe being taken into account to do any of the practical things that are done on the realist level. Yeah, just think about it, Cass. The one thing that you need the globe for, in reality, nothing at all. It's cool in cartoons. It's cool in movies. I mean, people love the stories, and I like science fiction. Yeah, science fiction, whatever. But it's not reality, man. Let me check on CFX Hershey. CFX, I will give you voice perms so we can check if you have a voice. Oh, actually, he's deafened, so never mind. Not gonna hear what I'm saying. I'll give him a listening pass for now until he can verify that he's not 13 years old or under for the TOS. And then I'll give him the VC if he wants to. Yesterday in the server, CAS 98, there was people talking about the moon landings, and that's another topic that some people like going into. And even Globers don't believe. Many Globers don't believe that the moon landings happen. So that's a thing that happened. It looks to me that it happened like in a Hollywood basement. Like it's just a movie prop, and that's it. And a lot of people believe Earth is globe because we went to the moon, but no. It's just more propaganda, more misinformation. So if you're thinking, yeah, but we went to the moon, the moon will be outside of the contained environment that is a necessity for us to be able to breathe air and have this conversation. If those guys went to the moon and played golf and when like there's no container, I mean there will be no us breathing air. Plus the moon is not what they show in the TV to be. It's not that field that they play golf and run boogies. It might be, but I don't think it is what they say. Can either confirm nor deny, but obviously they have a big propaganda machine, so they're gonna push whatever images they want people to believe. And those images, it was for, oh yeah, we're gonna go to the moon and then turn back and take a picture of the Earth and look, Earth is a globe because we went to the moon and we show you the Earth from the moon. Remember the outside perspective, God's perspective?
Yeah, the overview effect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for the astronauts, supposedly Earth was sitting there hanging in the sky the whole time. Should be about 4 to 5 times as big as the moon is seen from Earth. And we didn't get any images of it. Except for one, right? They showed one where supposedly the one astronaut has a camera on his chest and he's cranking back like 60 degrees to get a shot of the Earth way above the lunar lander. And that angle of shot kind of belies the possibility of him having done that.
Bro, yesterday the Japanese teacher, Jin, one CBR, Jin, right? He said there is something, he mentioned off-gassing. And he said that people right now putting like cell phone devices and different materials inside a vacuum chamber, and with the pressure difference, they make the cell phones explode. Different things happen to the materials, and that's like a -1, -2, -3, and they're saying that they went to the moon at -17 pressure, and they were just hanging out, taking pictures, everything good, no problem. The boogie had wheels. I don't know. It's complete nonsense. Just saying.
Yeah, I wish people could find. Maybe we can find this ourselves. There has to be some videos of like anodized aluminum and a vacuum process undergoing oxidation, where the aluminum starts to pit and lose structural integrity and become full of holes. All that due to a vacuum, due to placing metal in a vacuum. And that's what the lunar lander was built out of, supposedly, including the doors and hinges and everything else.
It worked. The lunar lander looked like it worked because it was down here on Earth, not in outer fantasy space. It was a Hollywood basement or whatever the song said.
Right, because if it's real, it's going to have evidence of being in that vacuum environment, which means we should see evidence of aggressive pitting on the anodized aluminum. There's no mistake about it. And that pitting should be present in a manner that's consistent with the environment that they say that it's in. And that should be pretty easily testable, at least relatable.
And all the rubber, like when the pressure is low like that, Jin's saying that it off gases and the rubber goes bad. The rubber gets really bad real quick.
Yeah, I think it basically flakes off and brittles. And everything just disintegrates.
That's why not even many Globers, maybe people that don't believe, that even still believe in the globe, they don't believe the moon landing happened because of many of those factors. So, yeah. Well, like I was saying,
that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you were gonna comment something. I was gonna tell.
Yeah, just a little off topic. Just happy to see a full room again, and we've been seeing more of this back in our server. So, I like it.
Yeah, I say we just gotta, whoever is available, just join the VC and attend whoever passed by and try to keep it active. It's just that some days I just don't click the join button and that's it. Yesterday there was no one in here. I pressed join and a bunch of people join after. So it's just, if someone sees someone's in the VC, people start joining. And then I also tagged the lobby with @everyone, which is kind of cheating. But yeah, it worked.
Yeah, there's that network effect on how to grow a business. And if you got a product or service like this, which is only useful because people use it in the first place, if nobody's using it in the first place, then nobody's going to use it. So you have to overcome that problem by getting people to use it to make it more useful to people who want to use it. And this is why not everybody can just start a company like Twitter and compete with Twitter, because you're going to have to overcome the network effect. You're going to have to make it useful, which means you're going to have people on there interacting and talking about stuff so that other people can log in and interact and talk about stuff.
Pretty similar, yeah. If I pass by a business, I don't see anybody at the counter. I'm like, wait, I want to do something here, but there's nobody in there, so
yeah,
I'm not going in.
Yeah, or like checking out a new place to get your hair cut, and like not a single person is inside. You've got barbers with empty chairs waiting. You're like, man, is this place any good? I don't know.
Not even the
get
barber
going. I'll
is
be
in.
listening. Yeah.
All right, bro. Yeah, I had a cool conversation with Cass, but he's gone by now. So he was very well-mannered young man. So he's awesome because at the least he was able to have a simple back and forward with me. Some people get triggered. The other day, another guy joined and he started asking me, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Puerto Rico." "Oh, you Puerto Ricans." I'm like, "Oh my god, now it's about me." Now it's about the Puerto Ricans. Oh my gosh. Trying to talk about cosmology of the world, maybe not about me.
Yeah, or who stole whose flag, the Puerto Ricans or Cubans?
Right. My dad told me a story about that, but he said the Puerto Ricans kind of like wanted independence and they made their own flag back then. It was like I like that flag better actually now that I think about it. The flag of Lattice. Let me find it. Oop, I got noise. One second. So yeah, they had this flag back then. So they wanted to do independence, but then they got beat up by the military and no more. That flag was no more. So that was the original Puerto Rican flag. Oh, you can say Puerto Rican, but that name was given. Puerto Rico also have had another national anthem, and then they changed it. So they changed the flag and the national anthem with that away from um, the original. Like the people wanted to do something, but then the government did something else, and that's the original story. What the government did, not what the people wanted to do, which is interesting because the government's supposed to be doing what the people are doing, but it was something else. I'm gonna check on Biz Buzz. I'm gonna give you the perms to speak. Open your mic. 1 second. Bees Buzz.
Hi,
Welcome.
where can I view the live stream?
What was that? Can you ask that again?
Where can I view the live stream? Is there a link?
The live stream. Let me get you a link. It's in YouTube and Rumble. You want both links?
Just YouTube would be fine.
Okay, 1 second. Hey, BizBuzz, I posted the link in the live stream voice text. Hopefully you can find that text channel.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. What brings you by the Flutter Discord, BizBuzz?
I've been here for a little bit, just listening, and I just like to listen and, participate where appropriate.
That sounds good. I'll give you some perms if you can post. Now you can open your mic whenever you want. Just make sure, there's no background noise like mine's fitting in. And you can post images and links. Just try to keep it on the server topic, not in TOS.
Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
That sounds good.
Ditch Evans. I'm gonna remove the detention. Let's see what happens. Ditch Evans. You get a detention. Maybe the bot. Maybe you said a word that the bot gets triggered about, and you got detained. But now I removed the detention and gave you VC verified. You can open your mic. Ditch Evans. Did you had any perms before? Oh, you are in the live stream voice text. All right, bro. You got the VC back. I'll give you text perms if you promise to keep it server related and friendly. I'll give you the perms to post images as well. There. You got those two for now.
How in the fuck is Rich Evans working right now, but he has all this time to type in the chat? Does that just, that's sus as fuck.
Maybe he's got a cool job.
Maybe. What do you do for a living, Rich?
He replies in Discord. That might be a job.
Getting paid to be an anti-flat earther? Getting paid per text, per comment? Or maybe it's like per word per comment?
Welcome. Welcome, Lexa. Got my friend Jana here. If you have any questions, Lexa, about the topic.
Hey.
I mean, she's unmuted and she has VC verified, so maybe she'll reply eventually. But welcome, Lexa. If you have any questions, we're here. If there's no topics to be talked about at the moment and someone has control of the bot, you can play for now. Any interest in past conversations. Hopefully someone can play it, and if someone else wants to open their mics and speak, we can mute or kick the bot. So go right ahead, whoever has control of the bot, since it's kind of quiet at the moment. unless someone wants to start something up.
Alexa, you got your mic open? Who's Mr. Zap, and why is he deafened and muted?
He's locally deafened and muted, so he did that himself. So yeah, maybe he's busy.
Right.
Welcome, Tana. Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. Are you?
Doing all right. This sunny day. Just checking on the people that have been joining, and I saw you. So yeah, welcome. Hope everything is good.
Thanks. You too.
Have you considered any questions for the panel about the topics, or are you just trying to listen today?
I'm just listening today.
Sounds good.
Is nobody talking or is my Discord bugged? I can't tell.
There's silence at the moment.
All right. There's still like 4 people with their mics open. I'm like, why is nobody talking?
We were talking to someone earlier, but at the moment, no.
What is a chicken and a lollipop at the same time? What does that mean?
That's a rooster and a sucker. Figure it out.
Okay, I get it. I get it. That's funny. I might use that. I might use that.
You can totally use it. I was like, I don't want to type it out and like get in trouble, so
It's very original.
you should see some of the art that I'm able to do in text.
I should.
Like when I'm trying to explain to Globers how it's possible for two people on a flat Earth to see the moon in two different orientations. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on.
You know,
Give,
arts for that. I want to see that.
yeah, I'll give Rich Evans something to spiral out about.
Oh, Rich used to be rich. Now he's Ditch. What happened? What's up, Ditch Evans? What happened to you, man?
You like that?
Very
I have
good.
it saved. Yeah, I have it saved in my clipboard, so I can just keep using it. So I don't have to keep remaking it.
They still won't get it though. So.
They don't get it. They don't. Nope. Why does Rich make the dumbest arguments? I feel like he's got the argumentative mentality of a 10-year-old. Oh my god, dude, it cracks me up. Apparently, I have an ailment.
Who is Highway Hermit? You've been on the server for 1 day, but already Flat Earther tag, so I assume you're a returning customer.
Oh, hey, I got myself in trouble and I was put in detention, and so I got out of detention and I've been on the server for a while. I guess I've been here several years. Well, I've been following. I guess I've been in this community since late 2019. So I mean, I'm here every now and then, but like I'm not. I haven't been really active in a while. So yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Definitely haven't heard your voice before, but good to know you're around.
Wait, who's speaking?
Somebody that doesn't really speak much over here, myself as well. Flying, the guy with the anime profile picture.
Okay.
There's two of them actually now, but yeah.
Yeah. I figured I'd get active here again and, or at least listen, try to get back involved, because I've